Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Thank you all, as always, for coming to join me for more of this very fascinating game, I must say. It is definitely a step outside my usual realm, but it has proven to be quite an adventure so far, I will say that. Hello, everyone. Thank you all very much for coming to hang out. Thank you, Mimir, for relaying that. Same to both of you. Yeah, Amateur, there's apparently no audio whatsoever during the title cards. Same thing rolls. Well, I am sadly somewhat impressed that we managed to start on time today. Load game. I think we left off here, yeah. Agony! Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Amateur, I have a feeling you're probably not alone in that regard. Well, I hope everybody is doing all right. I apologize for my absence the past couple of days, but sometimes you just have to take some time to deal with real life first, and in my case, as usually seems to be my reason for not streaming lately, I just ended up having to do some grocery shopping and run some errands, and some cooking. The week's worth of cooking took a little bit longer than usual this week because I ended up getting a lot of different vegetables on sale, and therefore, I ended up with a lot more food than I usually end up with for the week, so I had to spend more time cooking and preparing it. I don't know about 25 hours breakfast. I understand that this can end up being a very long game, depending on how much of the content you actually do. And I'm not necessarily a huge completionist, but I also don't like feeling as though I've missed anything, so we're going to do as much as we can manage. Mimir, hello and welcome. I don't know if you heard me before when I responded to you, but thank you. Yeah, breakfast, but how long to beat also does not generally take playstyles like mine into account. I mean, their definition of leisurely could be very different from my own. I think we had just finished talking to Diabetes Guy, if memory serves anyway, and I think he finally gave us the key to get out of here. Right, and there's this. And this, actually. Composite eye of halogen lights watches you, emitting a low buzz. We're not far from the beginning, Gats. If you were in a hurry, you could probably get here within about 20 or maybe 30 minutes of the beginning. Your Asama tea? Do you mean Assam rolls? Amateur, are you sure you're not thinking of Planescape Torment? Oh, okay, Mimir, gotcha. Well, please drive safely. Oh, I was gonna say, wife's driving. Okay, good. Yeah, Amateur, this game, as I understand it, I've never played Planescape Torment. I've heard of it, but I don't really know anything about it, other than that this game is very, very heavily influenced by Planescape Torment. A bunch of different dishes, Echo Drop. Like this week, I made veal parmesan and... Alright, hang on. Rolls, let's see. Oh, you ordered the Indian spice. I see. So yeah, this is a, this will be a black tea from Assam. And Red, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back, it has been a while. It's good to see you, Red, thank you. Alright, rolls. That's where it'll come from. Yeah, Amateur, I guess the devs of this game were big fans of Planescape Torment and wanted to do something similar in a slightly different setting, as I understand it. Gotcha, Rolls, okay. Echo Drop, as an example, this week I ended up making veal parmesan as the, well, one of the main sort of dinner items. And I got a bunch of sandwich fixings for breakfast/lunch. And then for vegetables, I made a big salad for the week with like a spring mix and some bell peppers, yellow and orange bell peppers. What else? Cucumbers, onions, heirloom cherry tomatoes. What else did I put in it? A little bit of basil, fresh basil, and also some fresh dill. Because I like to add a little bit of flavor to my salads with some fresh herbs. Reloaded, it seems to be roughly an even split of both. What's classified information, Reloaded? What else, Echo Drop? I made some sauteed spinach with garlic and shallots as one of the sides. Because I try to get in vegetables where I possibly can. My diet for a long time consisted of more bread and meat than was probably healthy, and I'm trying to balance that out now. I did also get some andouille sausage, which I smoked and grilled on the charcoal grill. So I have that as well for meat type dishes, but also I made some Brussels sprouts, pan-seared Brussels sprouts with mushrooms, shallots, garlic, and fresh herbs, rosemary and thyme and oregano. And, oh, and bacon went into the Brussels sprouts as well. So, you know, I try to keep it balanced. I try to keep it appetizing. You know, I try to make dishes that don't require a huge amount of effort, that don't take too much time, but that are still not just bland and boring and miserable to eat. we never did get into this shipping container.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here.
Oh, we have
If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
We have a new option here, huh? So we can use rhetoric to open the door. Erratic yet thorough, precautious world? Not really, nobleman, no. Well, I guess you could say one trick is a cast iron skillet, but you don't absolutely need that. What you do is, you pour some olive oil into the pan first, then melt some butter on top of that, then sprinkle some salt and pepper into the oil and the butter. And then for your Brussels sprouts, I like to par cook them first. So literally that's just 90 seconds in boiling water, just enough to blanch them and tenderize them a little bit. And then I take them out and throw them into a bath of cold water to stop them cooking. And then I cut off the very ends of the stems and then cut the sprouts in half. And then I put the sprouts flat side down in the pan and let them sear on medium or maybe just above medium heat until the flat sides get nice and caramelized. And then I flip them and let them cook on the other side and then toss them in the pan. And I add my spices and whatnot toward the end. And I like to, when I add garlic or shallots or anything like that, I like to add them separately because it's a huge pain to cook the garlic and the shallots in the pan with the sprouts, and to time everything so that nothing burns or overcooks. It's a lot easier to do that when they're separate. Yeah, Rolls, overcooked or undercooked sprouts are awful. Which is one of the reasons I say it's easier to just cook the sprouts by themselves and then make your sauce or your cook your other vegetables or seasonings that you're adding to them separately, and then mix them later. Mel, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Well, Reloaded, it is healthy to limit your meat consumption, up to a point anyway. And Neo Shadow, welcome back as well. Thank you. Well, I think I'm going to try to roll this check to get into the
You're
shipping
back
container.
before the cargo container.
Because we now have an ability that I think we learned during the previous stream, which decreases the threshold for getting a perfect 12 roll. So we might actually have a higher chance to get that than the game is telling us here.
You're back before the cargo container.
Reloaded, it all depends on how they're cooked. Well, Rolls, if you give me the choice between vegetables
You're back
and bacon
before the cargo container.
on any given day, all else being equal, yes, I will choose bacon. But I eat vegetables because I know that I have to in order to not die at 50. And I really would like to live past 50.
You're back before the cargo container.
Bacon is an unfair metric. Well, breakfast, I mean, yes, depending upon what you're comparing it to.
You're back before the cargo container.
Hey, nobleman, you gotta start with something achievable, right? I don't know, Rolls. The point is, we're trying to find out.
You're back before the cargo container.
Yeah, Rolls, but also you could spread that bacon out over the next 30 or 40 years after 50, if you're lucky.
You're back before the cargo container.
And responsible. Echo Drop, the kind that I grew up with in America and the kind that's considered bacon in Germany. I'm not picky. At the end of the day, it's basically pork
You're
fried
back before
until
the cargo
it's nice and
container.
crispy.
Its drawer has not...
Because
Reloaded, I'm trying to pass a skill check that is, relatively difficult in order to get into a shipping container that I do not know what it contains, but hopefully something good.
You're back before the cargo container. Despite
There we
the
go.
dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
So we rolled not a 12, but an 11, which means that I guess when they say it decreases the threshold by 1, we can now either get 2 6s or a 6 and a 5, and that still counts as a guaranteed success. That's pretty cool, actually. That doubles our chances of a guaranteed success. Hey, Tutufuzi, welcome! No, Nobleman, we can't, because I'm playing on PS5, as you can see. Whoops. No, thanks, Rolls. I'll pass. So, despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you. Hello, is anybody in there? How is that, Nobleman? How are there 2 more dice options that give you 11? It's either 6 and 5 or 5 and 6. And Metagross, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Oh, I know what pancetta is, Bob. But no, I don't eat it very often because it's like 75% fat. I've been alright, thanks, Metagross. How about yourself? Hello, is anybody in there?
satisfied, detective?
The door stands silent. A wry smile crosses the lieutenant's face. Continue.
Try again.
If there's someone in there, I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Yeah, Nobleman, but that's still the same combination. That's a 5 and a 6 or a 6 and a 5. As far as the sides of the die are concerned, that doesn't give you 4 possibilities, it just gives you 2. Yeah, Echo Drop, I bet they do. Hey, look at this novelty item. How much would you pay for it? You'd never think to make this at home.
Ahoy! Come on in!
Mega rich light bending guy? What the actual hell?
You can't be serious.
The smile disappears. Yeah, Rolls, but I don't understand how that correlates to more than 2 possibilities. The outcome is still the same, regardless of which die lands 6 up or 5 up. You still only have 2 die, and one of them has to be a 5, the other has to be a 6. It doesn't matter which is which. That doesn't increase your odds of getting that outcome. I don't understand how, Nobleman. I don't see how it matters. Alright, we better save now that we've unlocked this. Hello, Ugin, welcome! Reloaded, the only time I've ever encountered chocolate-covered bacon was actually at PAX East. There was another Twitch broadcaster at the Twitch booth where I was hanging out, waiting to meet up with, I think that might have been the year that I met up with Liam, actually. I think I was waiting for Liam at the Twitch booth, and there was another Twitch broadcaster who came by, and he was handing out homemade chocolate-covered bacon to the Twitch staff running the booth. And he offered me some, and I was like, well, I probably should try it just to be able to say I did. And I did. And I don't think it's something that I would try a second time, I'll be honest. Alright, nobleman, I'll take your word for it. You know how I am with math. I barely made it through Algebra 2 in high school. So it's probably not even worth trying to explain it to me, because I doubt I would even grasp it. Yeah, Rolls, after about the first 5 seconds of looking at that, my mind just went blank. I appreciate the attempt, but I still don't get it. Sorry. Mel, why would I ever go to a casino anyway? I don't enjoy throwing away money. What the... What? What the hell is going on in here? I've literally walked into a warp zone.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital.
Bob, for one thing, I don't drink alcohol under any circumstances for any reason. So, that's out. And... I mean, cheap buffets, there are lots of different places you can go for those that do not involve overwhelming atmospheres packed with drunk people. My money count? Where is my money counter, nobleman? Oh, is the money counter that ridiculously long number just beneath and to the left of the clock? Mega rich light bending guy. Okay, I feel the overwhelming presence of capital. All right. But that's not my money, that's this guy's money, isn't it?
The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Squint.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo.
Oh, I don't doubt that, Bob. I'm peripherally aware that there are people who go to casinos to take advantage of the things that are meant to lure them in to make them want to gamble. But to me, a casino is utter anathema. It is the epitome of the kind of place where I don't want to be. Where you're surrounded by alcohol, noise, people, all manner of overstimulation. I have a hard time thinking of a place that I would prefer not to be more than a casino.
Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard.
Wow, even visual calculus doesn't want any of that.
In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Hello?
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
I cannot place his accent, but it sounds like a combination of Russian and French. Oh, and now we get these, I guess either unfinished or improperly linked lines of internal dialogue that are not voiced. You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
What you can see of his body appears composed in a sharp summer suit and yacht shoes. This person is based on a real dude, Manatees? Who? Jeff Bezos? Metagross, this is Disco Elysium, the final cut. This version of the game came out just a few days ago, and it is somewhere in between a point-and-click adventure and a murder mystery RPG. Like, imagine Persona 5 without any of the combat and without any of the Japanese stylings. I guess that really doesn't help, does it? Sorry. Oh, it's an Estonian accent. Okay, Manatees. Gotcha. Hey, Riceland, welcome! Mel, 7/8 of a bottle of wine. Any recipes that you could make to use it? Well, what kind of wine is it, Mel? Is it red, white? Like, what would... Give me a little more information here. Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days.
There is genuine surprise in his voice. Dry red. Yeah, Mel, normally when people use red wine for cooking, they use it to make things like beef stew. You could also do maybe a chicken marsala, although normally that uses marsala wine. But red wine, I think, would probably work for that as well. Tomato sauce is one very common use of red wine. If you're making a like a pomodoro, like a red tomato sauce, you could use some red wine in that. Hello, Rolls, welcome. And some people like to glaze their steak in red wine, Mel. Like if you're doing a pan-seared steak, you can glaze it in red wine. Wow, Rolls.
Anyhow, my name is Rustam Diodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Rustam Diodore? That doesn't sound Estonian. Then again, I'm not really familiar enough with Estonian names to know what would sound Estonian. So, for whatever that's worth.
Mr. Diodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
My name is Harry. Oh, we actually get to introduce ourselves now that we've been told our name. Harry and I'm a detective. Harry and I'm an alcoholic. Harry and I'm an alcoholic detective. Okay. I'm Harry and I'm a detective.
Pleasure to meet you, Harry. Public service is a noble cause.
How did you become so rich?
To be perfectly blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Grad.
Huh. Hello, Undead Medic. Welcome. Oh, nice, Riceland. Yes, I've heard that one before. All right, have a safe trip, Medic. That's a good one too, Warrior.
All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
I don't know. I beg to differ. I think it just takes some willpower. What is it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level.
Hello, Cherry Cottontail. Welcome. Prices only increase exponentially at that income level for stuff that is sold to people at that income level. If you want to go out and buy a sandwich, you can still buy a sandwich for, what, 5-6 euros. It's only the yachts and the mansions and the expensive watches that cost tens or hundreds of thousands. And nobody really needs those.
But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what.
Translation? This guy was an early adopter of Bitcoin.
Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
Capital accumulation is its own reward. Don't you think you should use your great wealth for the glory of your fatherland? You're a thief, people out there working their asses off while you chill here. It's great that you've done so well for yourself, but don't you think you owe some of that wealth to the rest of society? Cool, I don't even have any interesting Yeah, you know what? Don't you think you should redistribute a little bit of that?
Sure. And they benefit when I buy things to stimulate the economy. Do you know how many jobs it takes to build and maintain a racing yacht?
Oh, the good old trickle-down theory, is that it? Marasat, I don't know, and Blaine, I also don't know. Don't ask me this. I'm playing this game for the first time. I have no idea. I'm learning right along with you guys. But also, I don't think any of these answers are correct. To build and maintain a racing yacht, well, that'd be probably a factory or a shipyard of, depends on the size of the yacht. I don't know, like a 50 or 60 foot yacht. 30 or so people, I think, could build that. And another 10 maybe to maintain it. I think hundreds is still too much. If we're talking about like a 120-foot racing yacht, sure, that'd take more people, but...
Dozens, at least.
Oh, okay, he knows.
Of course, in the future, it'll all be automated. But my point is this.
I'm not sure jobs as complicated as shipbuilding could ever be completely automated. You need human eyes and hands on that.
Every man gets what he earns. It's the height of tyranny to take that from him.
Man, being a high net worth individual sounds great.
It is truly. It's almost entirely carefree. It really leaves you time to better yourself, spiritually.
Hey, Eben, welcome. Good to see you.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
You know what, Perception? You're damn right. There is something strange about you.
What do you mean?
His essence seems to signify actual surprise. Well, I don't know how to put it, but you look somehow a little different.
Are you talking about my chin?
No, I mean, I can't even see you. It's just, something is happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
Our what?
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth among that group of individuals.
Oh.
It's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
Alright, look. I don't math, and I don't understand how coefficients work. But what I'm getting out of this is that when somebody extremely rich and somebody extremely poor are together in the same place, if the rich person is 100% richer than the poor person, then the rich person bends the laws of physics? Is that what I am meant to understand here? Are you telling me that you are so rich that light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Really?
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
Okay, gotcha. So this is just Estonian Jeff Bezos. Kim, are you seeing this?
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Wait a minute, so if Kim's not seeing this, then how wealthy is Kim that he's able to nullify the effect of this Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient? How much money does Kim have that this is not affecting him?
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
Yeah, speaking of the container, why? What are you even doing in here?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think.
No. First of all, hang on a damn minute here. Traveling in a shipping container is a great way to die. First of all, because you are essentially trapped inside, especially if you're on a shipping container that gets buried in the bottom of the hold with a bunch of other containers on all sides of it. You can't get out. And there is a very real possibility of running out of oxygen, for one thing. And for another thing, oftentimes these containers are hermetically sealed or airtight or sometimes even refrigerated. So you die in a matter of hours being in some of these shipping containers. And on top of that, if you don't bring enough food, you'd starve. And then there's obviously the lack of a toilet. No, everything about this is ridiculous. This is neither fun nor safe.
By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
Then again, we are talking about a guy whose face is bending the literal laws of physics, so maybe none of that applies to him. We are in Martinez, a district of Revachol, the former capital of the world? Huh?
Ah, Revachol. I remember walking its streets as a teenager. There used to be a bowling alley in Stella Maris. I wonder if it's still there. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Wait a damn minute here. So you mean to tell me that you went out of your way to travel the world in a shipping container, going where you're sent and saving on the rent, so to speak, and yet whenever you get to your destination, you don't even leave the shipping container because you're afraid of poor people asking for handouts? Why even travel? All you're ever going to see is the inside of a shipping container. You might as well just stay home and look at pictures of foreign locations on the internet. You'll see more of the world that way. Oh, good. Rolls great. Wait, why don't you help them? You've got so much money, it can't make a difference to you.
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it. Except more seagulls.
I mean, you're wealthy enough that you could hire somebody to do the handing out.
Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that.
In other words, you just don't want to hand out handouts. I get it. Blaine, what's the point of traveling if you're traveling locked up in a big metal box and you don't even get to see where you're going? Like, everything about this is asinine. If he's that rich, he should be traveling the world on a yacht where he'll actually get to, you know, enjoy the locations he visits. Echo Drop, but if you don't even see where you traveled, like if you have to invite somebody into your shipping container to ask where you are, does that even really count as traveling? Damn it. You know what? So you travel from place to place via shipping container.
Smart, no? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to.
Metagross, it doesn't take place in the modern timeline, I don't think. This is an alternate universe where the entire world appears to just be islands.
Luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
Yeah, that stuff does sound pretty tiresome.
Don't get me wrong. They're nice things. But once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become much more important than material goods.
Yeah, I guess you do eventually reach a plateau. Well, I would think that, but apparently people who already have absolutely everything still can't wait to just gobble up more. No, we need more money. We already don't know what to do with the money we have, but we need more. We need to take it all away from the poor people.
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals such as yourself. For example, no problems at all.
All right, cool. Well, I'm glad we've sorted that out.
Go right ahead.
You're a rich investor, right? Can I have some money? Actually, I'd probably better... Well, let's see.
I don't see how it's appropriate for a representative of the law to ask a wealthy person for money. This shines a bad light on the RCM, if you catch my meaning.
Come now. There is not even a scent of corruption here. I'm merely being polite. So, let me check my pockets.
I just have to know. I have to know whether they would actually allow me to make a significant amount of money this way, because my guess is this guy is so wealthy that all of his wealth is tied up in the stock market or something, and he doesn't actually have any cash on him. I'm certain there's going to be some excuse why he can't just immediately solve all my money problems.
As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand.
I knew it.
Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machines.
I figured.
Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Well, thank you for your kindness, sir. Let it not be said that I did not try.
You're welcome. You know,
His eyes narrow. The light seems to bend more aggressively.
maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
Oh, and now we have a godly conceptualization check for presenting a sound investment plan. You know what?
Thanks for stopping by. If you ever have an idea you want to pitch me, I'm all ears.
You know what? I think we are going to save scum this because I would love to be able to tell this guy about GameStonk. Listen, Mr. Diodore, I've got an awesome plan. I hear that the stock for this video game company has been very heavily shorted. What if, and hear me out, what if we were to buy up so much stock that we prevented the shorters from being able to cover their positions?
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Riceland, thank you so much for what I'm guessing was a £5 donation. Riceland says, as always, my tiny token of appreciation for a fine lad and maybe for a chocolate Easter bunny, a very small Easter bunny, as my little daughter taxed me in the morning. Oh, don't worry about it, Riceland. I would almost have preferred that you spent this money on your daughter, but thank you so much for sparing a little bit for me. I really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you.
If business planning were really your strong suit, you probably wouldn't be a cop.
You know what? Fair enough. But that's not gonna stop me from save scumming this. Because I have to know what kind of crazy investment plan we
Welcome
pitch
back,
this
gentlemen.
ultra-rich guy.
Business planning.
Oh, we were one away, too. If we're successful with this check, I have to know. Hax Metatron, you want a recipe for carrots, potatoes, red onions, and sliced ham.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do?
If business planning
5 and 5. Once again, we were one away. Almost fully voice-acted agony. There appear to be a few voice lines that are not correctly linked to their recordings. But other than that, yes. Metatron, I recommend that you make a stew. Usually things like carrots, potatoes, and onions are, they're typical ingredients for a stew, and where usually you see them in stews with beef, it certainly isn't unheard of for you to make a stew with ham, as long as you can cut the ham into bite-sized cubes or chunks. Echo Drop also suggests a breakfast burrito, which I would agree with, but to which I would also suggest adding some eggs and cheese. And possibly also some parsley or some other seasonings if you have them.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
if business
And we say breakfast burrito, but really you can eat it at any time of day. It doesn't have to be in the morning.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Slices of white bread, butter, and jam. Flesh Person, do you have any peanut butter? Curry is a good suggestion as well, Metagross, although ham in curry is a little bit weird. You don't, Flesh Person. Well, I mean, only jam. Do you have, for example, any cinnamon or anything like that? Any sweet spices, Flesh Person? Cloves, allspice, anything like that?
If business...
Well, that's the obvious one, Nobleman, but... Is jam a spice? No. So literally that's all you have. Well, in that case, you're pretty much limited to buttered toast with jam, Flesh Person. I recommend you you toast the bread, put some butter on it, and then when the butter is fully melted, put some jam on the toast.
Back, gentlemen. What can I do?
If business...
No, Riceland, I didn't. I take it you mean Eileen the Crow from Bloodborne?
Welcome back, gentlemen. What?
If business...
Alright, Flesh Person, good luck.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If business...
Yeah, Riceland, go ahead.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If business...
Oh, hi, D. Oh, Elden Ring news? Riceland, somehow I don't trust this. Oh, it is her. Oh, no, that's not what I was afraid of, Riceland. I have to say, that was,
gentlemen. What can I do?
If business...
That was a pretty good, April Fool's video of her.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If business...
Alright, so help me, I will succeed at this check. It's just a matter of time and patience.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If business...
Ah. Oddly enough, Riceland, I think that's the first time I've ever seen the face of Eileen's voice actress.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If business...
Mel, the percentage that is shown to us via the UI is an 8% chance of success, but I don't buy that that's the actual success rate.
Welcome
because
back,
there are...
gentlemen. What can I do?
If business planet...
And see, yet once again, we're one off. There are other things that modify it that don't seem to be reflected in the percent chance that's shown in the UI. So I think our actual chance of success is higher.
Welcome
Blaine, thank
back,
you so much for the
gentlemen.
resub. Welcome back.
If business...
Really appreciate that.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If business...
Well, Rolls, those are question marks. Those are things that we don't have the ability to know just based on what is player facing.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If business...
It's par for the course, honestly, amateur. This is my luck on pretty much any normal day. I don't know what that was, D, but it sounds terrible.
Gentlemen.
If business...
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, Blaine. Honestly, I have no idea how much real money 3 real equates to. I don't know what the exchange rate is between this fictional
back,
currency
gentlemen.
and
What can I
euros
do?
or
If
USD. I don't think so, Tutufuzi. But that's a good question. I should check. Drama, spirit decor, inland suggestion. No, I don't. Thought cabinet, maybe? Nope.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
What if business planning were really...
Well, Blaine, assuming the exchange rate is 1-to-1, assuming it's equal, yeah. Mind you, for a $5 sub, Twitch takes $2.50. So if we're looking at it in terms of a 1-to-1 exchange rate...
Welcome back, gentlemen.
What if business...
Lasted... Echo Drop, gotcha implies that you have to pay per roll.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
What if business...
Although, Echo Drop, I guess the result
Welcome
ends
back,
up being
gentlemen.
similar.
What if business...
You know, Bob, I suppose that's fair. If we're looking at non-monetary commodities as
Welcome back,
a
gentlemen.
cost,
If business...
then sure. That's the third time we've gotten a 10. Oh, Riceland, but there's an easy solution to that. You just get your friend to save scum you a bunch of them, and you duplicate them.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If business...
Well, Tutufuzi, loading times are definitely PS4 loading times, even though I'm playing on PS5. So this seems like it is not optimized for PS5.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If business...
Oh, I think that actually was
Business
a...
planning were really...
Oh, no, that was a 3. The chances of getting a 10 are the same as getting an 11 or 12. Then it must be secretly weighted, nobleman, because we've gotten like 5 or 6
Welcome back,
10s so
gentlemen.
far,
What can I do
and
for
no
you?
11s or
If
12s.
business planning were
See,
really
look, there we go
your
again.
strong
There's
suit.
another 10. So somehow I don't think that's actually what's going on the back end, nobleman. It seems weighted.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If business...
Maybe Falco, that's possible, I suppose. Oh, hey, Warstar, been a while.
Welcome
How are
back,
you doing?
gentlemen. What can I...
If business...
Sounds like a 1.2 patch is coming out. Yeah, I don't doubt there is. There was already a day 1 patch for this version of the game. And since they clearly still have some missing dialogue that they need to fix, I'm going to guess that's what 1.2 is going to do.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
If this
There's another 10. Yeah, Rolls. Well, so help me. We're going to game stonk this rich guy. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Warstar. I'm glad you're feeling better finally.
Gentlemen.
it's time
There
to
we go.
disrupt the future. You've got to stay lean, innovative, and focus on what matters most. The children.
Deploying high-concept buzzword generator. All systems functional, ready to engage in 3, 2, 1. Warstar, you showing up was apparently lucky for me. Thank you. Focus on the children. You should invest in a youth center.
A youth center, huh? What kind of youth center?
A place to teach them practical skills like teamwork and self-discipline. Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
What he wants to hear? One dedicated to instilling liberal economic values in children from low net worth families. One to inspire the future leaders of tomorrow to public service. You know, a regular youth center with basketball courts and stuff to teach teamwork and other emotion. I get the feeling this guy probably wants to focus on economic lessons. And since we are in the territory of what appears to be a group of communist laborers, I think maybe what he wants to hear is option number 1.
Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future?
So I've discovered, Warstar, yes, it's quite a fascinating game, in many respects. Bottom right of the second chart rolls, what? Oh, I can't even open this link. Yeah, Echo Drop, it doesn't sound that way. Oh, you mean the patch? No. I'd be surprised. Yeah, Mel, I'll have to take a picture of my screen. Because the problem appears to be that I'm playing this on an HD TV. And I guess PCs do not like outputting tiny text from games to HD TVs. Interesting, Warstar. That I did not know, although the game does show you some bonuses and penalties before you attempt to pass a check. What is this, Rolls? Oh, okay, yeah, Imager does seem to work. Rolls, I don't understand this. This does not help. Thank you, but it looks like Greek to me. I have no idea. I can't make heads or tails of that. Yes, and if it doesn't work out, we can always repurpose the center as a shopping mall or private equity firm.
When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
Warstar, you'll have to forgive me, but I do not understand math beyond basic arithmetic. I can't. Those terms have no meaning to me. What's the expected return? Highly educated, work-ready human capital, ready to be directed towards any number of your vast interests. With human beings, there's always a risk associated, which is why we've got to hold on to the center itself as a fallback. I don't know. I mean, option number 1. Sorry, Warstar, I apologize. Those also seem like really specific pen and paper RPG terms, and I've never gone down the rabbit hole on pen and paper RPGs. I've always needed the visual element, so electronic video games have always been it for me.
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now. Good work.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities.
Why, thank you, mega-rich light-bending guy.
I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules?
Oh, literally, who cares about the rules? I have money. Cool.
Here's a round of seed funding.
Wow!
This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
Alright, so, save scumming that check was absolutely worth it. That was 100 real we just got from this guy. So nobody is going to tell me that save scumming these does not lead to rewards. Because holy hell. That is a tremendous amount of money, Echo Drop. Let me put it this way. Up to now, we've been broke. And broke is like a whole plot point of this guy's storyline. Ah, really, Warstar? So basically, Echo Drop, we've been subsisting on change from returning recyclable bottles, which has been 10 cents per bottle. And this guy now just handed us $100 or 100 real. Thank you for placing your unwavering trust in me.
Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment, and I expect to see returns.
I wonder how serious he is about this. I wonder if I now actually have to invest this. Oh, it will, Riceland? Okay.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. His mouth opens slightly, then closes again.
Yeah, put that in your mouth and smoke it, Kim. Kim, are you all right, buddy?
Yes, I'm all right. Can we get going now?
Oh, okay, Warstar, so somebody else earlier on lied to me then. Because somebody in the beginning said that failing checks in this game doesn't matter, and that failing checks can open up opportunities later on. Each complete failure damages or locks out interactions later down the line. Okay.
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with?
I guess that's it. Rolls, that was my point earlier. Got anything smart to say now, Kim? No, you don't. Okay. Well... it seems that way, Flesh Person, yes. It seems whoever gave me the advice about ignoring checks and not caring about passing them was a huge liar. All right, then. I guess we'll save, and now we're out of here. The back paths are often how much... Warstar, let me ask, how much of this game have you played? Because it sounds like you're pretty deep into it. Oh, 10 times. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, it's a bad ending, Sherry. Okay, well, that's kind of what I was talking about, is what the effects are on the story path that you take. Maybe you can technically complete the game that way, but I don't want to get to the end of the game and then have a really depressing, unfulfilling, dissatisfying ending, you know? What do you mean, what route, Mel? I can't answer that. I only know the route I've taken. I don't know what other routes there are. What's this? A notice, in case of a strike, press button behind guard. Neo Shadow, thank you so much for the gift sub to Warstar. Really appreciate that. Nobleman, what's a measurehead? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, Cherry Cottontail, I did jump to the coat, yes. In fact, I jumped to it without realizing that I wouldn't be able to get back. And I missed a bunch of stuff up on the roof, which I'm going to have to go back for, apparently. Tutufuzi, if you're talking about my stat spread, this is what I went with. Oh, that's a sequence break? Cherry? I see. Yeah, Neo Shadow, the body is still hanging. I avoided going to investigate it because I thought I would funnel a bunch of side paths first, but then the side path turned out to be progress. And I was like, oh, oops. No, I'd like to go downstairs.
Scab?
Scab? Asks a man with jolly eyes tilting his head. Oh, this is that Call Me Mañana guy.
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
Maybe we can just walk away. Yes, we can. Okay. Excellent. Alright, well, before we get mixed up in anything else here, let's go explore all the stuff that I should have explored before we got dragged into that. Oh, I know, Warstar. It's the protagonist, I guess, who is supposed to not know or not remember. I'm not sure. Alright, let's, Yeah, I figured not remember. Let's now go back and loot the roof. Which I should have... Oh, I think that's the way down. What? Oh, okay, over here. Oh, wow, yeah, now I'm noticing what people were talking about with the audio skipping. Oh, 90 cents. This. Oh, a postcard. Restoration pillars keep the ruins together. This doorway is going to collapse soon. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, a healing item. Okay. Alright. More money. And more money. Cool. Well, Warstar PS5 hardware, so... I guess they must not have fully optimized this game for the PS5. These barrels are half full of rainwater. Can we get through here at all? No. Right, I guess we go back down. Oh, PC is worse, Warstar? I would have thought it would be better, since this game was developed for PC. Wow, breakfast. That's quite an uncharitable evaluation of the PS5. Oh, that's what the patch was for? The day one patch on PS5? Was because of the Unity sound nonsense? Oh, okay. Someone is trying to grow herbs in this greenhouse. The kid's ladder is rickety, but still climbable. This ladder is for kids. It wouldn't hold the weight of a grown man. What is going on over here? The letter R wears a crown. On the ribbon below, a light above descending. This is the logo of the municipality of Revachol.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Why am I looking at you, trash container? You're just a trash container.
Maybe you're prioritizing it.
Lieutenant, what do you think could be in here?
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence, too.
Yeah, I feel like there's something in there.
What do you mean, feel?
It's an extrasensory perception. Whatever's in there holds a spell. It's just a hunch. Maybe someone threw something in there.
Mm-hmm.
Leans in to inspect the lock. How do we get the lock open? I've got a pry bar.
We could try using a pry bar. The one you took from my motor carriage, or...
Or
we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
force time. Jam the tool under the lid and pull. Oh, 3%. I wonder... Interfacing.
This trash container is locked.
Oh, interfacing does not help. Alright, well, first things first. Maybe Falco, I did have the game crash on me once the other day. And I have had some lines of dialogue not play. Alright, the corpse. The corpse looks at you with bulging wide eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. Look down. Cargo belt twists his neck like at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils. God, what is that? Why is it so bad?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
The lieutenant raises a white piece of linen to his nose.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Oh, you know what? I feel like now we have to not vomit in front of these kids.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind.
Great. I love how you can't skip the cutscenes. You can't pause during the cutscenes. Wow, Warstar. Jeez. Well, I guess I'll avoid updating the NVIDIA drivers.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected.
I wonder if they did this deliberately, preventing you from being able to skip through these cutscenes. Well, Cottontail, we might as well get it over with now. So that we don't have to do it later.
The smell is repulsive.
Yeah, select camo. I feel like it's very deliberate.
More instant and more
Shersha, welcome.
Than anything you expected.
Good idea,
more
nobleman, yes.
Odor. It fills your mind.
Whoops.
Flush.
You need more PS5 games to play. Yeah, don't we all, Shersha? There is a desperate shortage of PS5 games.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you expected.
Now we get to watch this guy vomit
more
again.
Fever than odor.
Fantastic.
It fills your mind.
Spider Miles? Very good, Shersha. Breakfast? No, but it's just snacks now, remember? Didn't you see the video that they put out yesterday? Which totally wasn't April Fool's Day or anything. It's not bugs anymore. They took the bugs out. Now it's just snacks.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind.
Your dog antics. Well, Shersha, if you ever feel compelled to share pictures of your dog, you're always welcome to post them in chat.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind. Flush it.
Yeah, if anything on the PS Plus collection interests you, Shersha, I've looked through it, And there's almost nothing in there that I feel like playing. What is this? Ah! A video. What, she's trying to climb up on the bed with you? Might as well go through this one on the next failure. If you're sure, Warstar.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth. More instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind. Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out. Burst by burst.
A number of early interactions aren't crucial. Okay.
Until a pool of vomit lies under your feet, and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Fucking corpse, man.
Keep it.
Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
Ammonia? No. What? You think ammonia would help?
If you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor.
But not you.
I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
Okay, where do we get ammonia?
That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell.
Ah.
If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Okay. Well, I'm not aware that ammonia is used for, alleviating the smell of a rotting corpse. I learned something new today.
I can't believe it's snowing again.
The young woman watches the falling snow and sighs.
It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
Hey, lady, do you have some schnoofing salts that I could possibly schnoof?
Sure. I'm done with them.
Takes a small capsule out of her breast pocket and hands it to you. Thank you,
Go
ma'am.
easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
Yeah, I bet. That's what happens when you breathe ammonia. Nobleman, I have a sneaking suspicion I'm not going to be finding any Vicks Vapor Rub in the Revachol 5 and dime. Oh, okay. We have the ammonia. So I guess... now our chance is increased.
The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Great. Well, this is at least better odds than the previous time. Thank you, Shersha, for sharing those. That is an adorable little dog.
The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Thalzamar, I figured out what the problem was with the Union Boss save scum. It was my own fault. What happened was I had a thought equipped that guaranteed that red checks would fail. And the check I was trying to pass was a red check. And I forgot that I had that thing equipped. So that's why even when I got 2 6s, the check failed. I wish I'd realized that a little bit sooner. And then, of course, immediately after we were done with that conversation, the thought that was causing the problem got completed and no longer had that penalty.
The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Sherry, I do. I appreciate your asking, but I do mind. Oh, game mechanic-wise? If it's only a game mechanic, Cherry, then go ahead.
The second time,
Oh, come on.
not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are
Sorry,
wet
nobleman,
with tears.
sorry. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't enjoy this any more than you do, nobleman, believe me. Come on, damn it.
The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
You fail the second time, it shows you another way to retry rolls?
The second time, not so much.
Okay.
When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
The ammonia didn't help at all.
Nor does the wind right now.
You feel the lieutenant pat your back rhythmically.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder.
Why can't I keep it in if I've been a cop my whole life?
I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial autopsy. Throw up, bag it.
He pats your back again.
Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough.
You seem to be fine.
I think I've lost my sense of smell.
There's a pause.
Not being hungover helps too.
Okay, can we do something else?
That's probably a good idea. Clear our head. But before we can do that,
He withdraws his hand from your back and looks you in the eye.
you need to get your shit together.
Okay.
We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now.
Volumetric shit compressor?
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
What? Half an hour. So what's that thought we just got? Volumetric shit compressor. Temporary research bonus, none. Research time, 30 minutes. Your shit is apart, and it's rather unbecoming of a cop and a human being. It's the supposed to be the opposite of that, together, compressed in a small area. To achieve a solid level of shit compression, squeeze your butt cheeks together for 30 minutes. Do something similar with the two hemispheres of your brain. Talk to people, maybe that will help. Whoops. Ah. Unlockable. I don't have any skill points, I guess. Which means I will have to unequip this for now and equip that. That one's done, I think. Yeah, Warstar, but don't you have to spend a skill point to do that? Because I'm pretty sure that I'm not able to unequip it without spending a skill point, or at least I think someone said that.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you.
Oh, okay.
The box seems happy.
Okay, Riceland, have a good one. Take care. Ah, I'm going to deduce something now. We can actually... Skill points for slots, not skill points for swapping. I'm so confused. 72%.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Hey, why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
Looks wary.
She knows where this is going.
You don't need to be worried. I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest, a facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
He shoots you a suspicious glance. There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Her eyes flash with defiance. She's not impressed. Want more? Bet I can figure out why you bite your nails. I've got a few reasons in mind.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
You're uptight because your mother and the pressure she's putting on you. Rats have been nibbling on your fingers. Dear God. Shoot on nails means you're recycling your body material. It's intense dedication to the way of business. Yeah, right. It's your mom.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't.
Dismay flickers in her eyes. Either way, another ace deduction by the... Oh no, I hope this entertained you.
It was okay, sir.
You still got a rebellious streak.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You think so? Fine, do better. Deduce something about me.
You're quite sober.
He snaps back quickly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Wait, how do you know I'm usually not?
Because you usually aren't.
I'm also sad and my head hurts.
I'm sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
She looks you in the eye, sympathy gleaming in her face.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar, somehow.
Hello, Tuna. Good night to you, and what is your question?
There's something you're missing.
What am I missing here? Why does this feel familiar? Okay,
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
No, Tuna, I have not.
You have...
Ah. This is a 42% chance. We should be able to get this in a few tries.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for...
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Hang on, you know me, so we've met before. Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. She sways back and forth on her feet.
You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir. Apologizing to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong.
Oh, God. Oh, no. This poor kid had to witness that. Oh, hey, Gossamer! Well, this is a pleasant surprise. Hello and welcome. Thank you so much for dropping by. It's great to see you. Guys, I have to give somebody here a shout out. There we go. I actually just raided Gossamer for the first time the other day. After my first stream of this, it seems that she is playing Dark Souls 1 for her first time. And I'd been following her for a little while, just kind of lurking, and it was the first time I'd had an opportunity to raid, and the first time that we'd actually had any interaction. But she's just a really sweet individual, and lots of fun to hang out with, so if you weren't there for the previous raid, head on over and follow her. You will be very glad that you did. Thank you so much for dropping by, Gossamer. How are you doing? One or two other people have alluded to that as well, Warstar, yes. No, don't worry about it, Gossamer. I'm perfectly happy to have lurkers just as much as I am chatters. Everybody is welcome. Alright, hang in there, breakfast. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good day at work. Never any pressure, Gossamer. We're a fairly laid-back community here. Or at least we try. Beautiful Berlin. Yes, the city that I see maybe once every 7 to 10 days when I leave the house to go grocery shopping. It's warming up here, that's for sure. And I didn't realize that Canada had a national holiday right about now. What holiday is that, if you don't mind my asking? I'm curious. It's difficult to keep track of holidays in countries throughout the world. I barely even remember the ones in my own country these days. Oh, Good Friday. Okay, that one I am familiar with. That was observed in the United States as well, as I recall. Was/is. Yeah, it's the Friday before Easter, Gossamer. I'm pretty sure there's more to it than that, but I'm not Christian, so that's really the extent of my knowledge about it. Ugh. Ah, Cherry, yeah, I did take the intelligence perks as well. unless you like chocolate Easter eggs, it is pretty easy to... Well, unless you like chocolate Easter eggs or you're a fervent churchgoer, it's pretty easy to forget. Neither of those applies to me, so it's even easier for me to forget. Around the same time, Mel. Usually within about a week or so. But unfortunately, because of the pandemic, Passover is not happening this year for me. Ordinarily, I would be traveling to America to visit my family in Boston for Passover, but for obvious reasons, that was called off this year. I would also have gone to PAX East this year for the same reason. And probably around the same time, depending upon when they chose to hold it. But I think... I'm not sure what the deal is with PAX this year. Somebody told me that they were holding it in June. Whereas normally they hold it around the end of March, the beginning of April. And usually it coincides closely enough with my my trip to the States to visit my family that I'm able to do both during the same trip. But neither of those is happening this year, so... Oh yeah, Gossamer, who doesn't love a good long weekend? Sign me up. Any excuse will do. As long as I don't have a supervisor angry at me or something like that. Oh, no, Gossamer. My history is a little bit complicated. I was born in Dresden, in Germany, back during the bad old Soviet days. And as a very young child, my parents and I emigrated to the United States to get away from the conditions in the East Bloc prior to the fall of the Iron Curtain. I was born in 1985, so I caught the very tail end of the Cold War, and my parents decided that East Germany was not the best place to raise a kid, so we ended up in Connecticut, where I grew up, and after graduating high school, I moved back to Germany and have been kind of bumbling my way, or attempting to, anyway, through adult life here. Jeez, Warstar, even now, even after you... Do you need a doctor's note or something? Discount Chocolate Day. I've never heard of that holiday, D. But I have a feeling there are probably permutations of it in every country at least several times a year. Okay, yes, Valentine's Day, Easter, Halloween, and Christmas. I see. Amateur, I'm more worried about the people who think it doesn't exist. I'm kind of more convinced that those people are the biggest problem. Alright, did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
She looks at you intently. Thanks, I'm trying.
Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes? Yikes, this poor kid, what she must have had to witness.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
The lieutenant slowly, ever so slowly, realizes something. I have a few vague memories of it, Cinewolf, but I was 4 years old when we moved to Connecticut. The general gist of that story, it's not really even much of a story, is that we snuck out through a section of the border in Hungary that was very deliberately not being patrolled by the Hungarian authorities because they were not fond of the Soviet occupation. And they were like, yeah, you can't stop us from letting people through. What are you gonna do? Recertified before you can start work. And you can't start work till you're Oh, great, Warstar. Well, that's a nice little loophole that they're exploiting to keep you from coming back. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's a load of crap. Oh, you guys are still snowed in, okay.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Party eyes? No, I don't mind Cinewolf. It's just that my specific memories from that time, and especially that trip, are very fuzzy because it was 31 years ago.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
I mean, I think it looks odd on anyone.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too.
Gurning is a word I'm not familiar with.
Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
Oh, no. Does that mean I've been schnoofing drugs?
Oh, baby. That's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
Why didn't you tell me you knew me to begin with?
I didn't know I had to do that.
She looks puzzled. Well, thanks. I've learned something about myself today, I guess.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Your smile's a wide, helpful smile. Well, I gained 5 experience and leveled up. Oh, not bad, Warstar. Not bad at all. November 1st is your favorite, Gossamer. Is there something special that happens on November 1st in Canada? Oh, okay, Mel. No wonder I'm not familiar with it. American English and all. Alright, So I probably should unlock a thought cabinet slot, huh? This one, maybe. Unlock. Yes. I really wish it were easier to see where the cursor is in this menu. Okay, Agony, have a good one. Take care. Oh, the day after Halloween. Gotcha, Gossamer. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at math, and that includes calendar math. So I didn't put 31 and 1 together, as it were. So where the... Okay, come on, cursor, please. There we go. We'll equip that. All right. Oh, yeah, Gossamer, when I was living in the States, my mother, because my father was never really into that, he couldn't be bothered. He's a lazy bum when it comes to making any kind of effort for anything. My mother was always the one who would put out candy for trick-or-treaters, but we lived kind of on the edge of town, and we lived in a part of town where there weren't really a lot of residential houses. The population density was fairly low, and the streets were not very well lit. Initialization requirement? Did we just gain a... No? What was that warning message? I didn't see it. So, my mother, for a number of years, would buy lots of candy and put it out for trick-or-treaters, but nobody would ever come take it. Hey, look, this guy's still unconscious.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
We could try to wake him up now.
The worker is in a deep
Hey.
slumber.
No idea.
No. $200 kids one year. Jeez, Goss. That's a lot of kids, and it's also a lot of candy. I think that's more candy than I could have even afforded to put out.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
These days, I live in a part of the city where we don't get a lot of trick-or-treaters because it's mostly a, kind of a boring adult neighborhood where there aren't a lot of kids who live here to be... Oh, good! I sure am glad I saved. Jeez. Had to send someone out to get a second box. Yeah, I can understand why. It must be difficult to prepare for that many trick-or-treaters. Warstar, I'm guessing you mean because of the Halloween pranks people used to play. Something like that happened in the town I lived in Connecticut one year. I want to say it was like 1995, maybe 94, 95, somewhere around then. And that year, a bunch of good-for-nothing punks from the surrounding towns came in and absolutely trashed us. There was shaving cream everywhere, toilet paper. One resident's car got covered in mustard and then salami, and I guess the paint was stripped off of it as a result. Kegarin, what are you doing? Oh, the thing that didn't occur to me, Warstar. Gotcha. Kegarin, thank you so much for the raid. Great to see you. How are you doing? 32 people, Kegarin. Look at you, man. Your channel is just growing in leaps and bounds. How's it going? Great to see you. Yeah, Kapikami, that's me. Guys, I gotta give a shout out to my buddy Kegarin here. Mutual friend of myself and Rurikon. Kegarin has just recently started streaming himself. He's been streaming for what, a couple of weeks now, right, Kegarin? And he has been going very, very hard on Monster Hunter Rise. Very hard. Oh, okay, Kegarin, gotcha. So you've got some Iron Breakers with you today. Has it been that long? Almost a month? It feels like just yesterday I was helping you set up OBS. Man, that flew by fast. Congrats, man. I'm really, really glad to hear that. Yeah, our town got hit very, very hard by bombers that one year, and then after that, the town started enlisting police from surrounding towns for Halloween, and then there was enough of a police presence that that never happened again.
In a deep slumber.
No.
Kegarin, that's incredible. I'm so happy for you, man. Hello, Cold Fox. Welcome. Oh, no, I don't want to talk to Kim. Ugh.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
This guy is going to wake himself up right now. 'Cause I said so.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
No idea.
Yes, Kapikami, I believe somebody gifted you one the other day. We had a few people drop 5 sub and 10 sub gifts
The
in
worker
chat, and I
is in a
believe
deep slumber.
you were one of the
There
recipients.
is
There we
only
go.
one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
That works.
Looks like a Sao descendant. A lot of Sao dock workers around.
You're alive? You looked out for the long count there.
Wait, what? I was just sleeping. What do you want, officer?
Officer, even after a rude awakening, this dock worker respects the police. More than they usually do, at least.
You know, Gossamer, I can understand why your dad and your neighbor might have done that, because that's a dangerous thing to do. Lighting pumpkins on fire is something that you typically see rednecks in the United States doing. Like, they'll hollow out a pumpkin and then fill it with gasoline and shoot it with a shotgun and sit there laughing like children as it explodes and burning droplets of gasoline fly everywhere. But that causes a significant number of fires every Halloween. And it was perfectly reasonable of your father and his neighbor to prevent that from happening in your town. Cold Fox, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Yeah, exactly, Gossamer. That was a pretty damned irresponsible thing of that guy to do. Responsible rednecks, when they do that, they'll usually float the pumpkin out into the middle of a pond or something, and then shoot it where the gasoline will just spread across the surface of the water and not set anything on fire. But of all the rednecks that I've known personally, only a small number of them were actually responsible about that sort of thing. D, I'll say it again, I lived in the very, very rural backwoods of Connecticut for about 14 years of my life. You see all kinds of things there. A friend of mine from a different high school had a story about a prank that was pulled by the senior class their year. Some of you might have heard me tell this before, but I think there are enough new people here that this should be new to most of you. Apparently, at one of the other schools not far from the high school I went to, I guess in a neighboring district or somewhere along those lines, somebody's idea of a senior prank was that they brought in 3 live pigs from their family farm in the back of their pickup truck. And they painted the numbers 1, 2, and 4 on the backs of the pigs, and then they covered the pigs in petroleum jelly. I don't remember exactly. It was some sort of grease or lubricant that made them slippery. I want to say it was Vaseline or something like that. And then they brought the pigs into the school building and let them loose. And the faculty spent about a week after they had caught pigs 1, 2, and 4 looking for pig number 3 that didn't exist. So you want to know what kind of rednecks I grew up around? That kind. Cappy Kami, the joke might have originated from a story like that, but that story is absolutely certifiably real. And I've been made to understand that the example of it, of which I was told, was not the first case of it happening. Because I guess word gets around among rednecks. Apparently, whatever dark corner of the internet that the rednecks hang out on, Farmer Date or Parlor or wherever it is they hang out, apparently, oh, that was a pre-Roman prank. Okay, no wonder it's been done for so long. I see. You've seen it happen at your old school when you were younger? J-Leap? Okay, well, so it's not as original as we might have thought then. Oh, for the summer solstice. Okay, so it actually has some history to it then. Well, Gossamer, I don't remember the exact details of what lubricant it was. It might have been Vaseline. It might have just been, I don't know, WD-40 or something. I hate to think of rubbing a harmful chemical like WD-40 on a pig. But it was some sort of lubricant that made the pigs slippery so that they were harder to catch. Grease of... It might have been Crisco, nobleman. In fact, it's entirely likely that it was Crisco. Yeah, they usually are, amateur. Gossamer, Crisco is vegetable oil. It's just like a really cheap, heavily processed vegetable oil. I don't know, it might have been lard, Echo Drop. Again, I'm not clear on exactly what lubricant was used to make the pigs difficult to catch. All I know is that they were covered in grease and released into the school. Yeah, no worries, Marisat. See anything interesting in your dreams?
Thank God, no.
Was it a fathomless darkness into which we ought to be deferred, like corpses to a mausoleum?
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers his tanned forehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir, but when I'm out, then I'm really out. No corpses, no mausoleums, just quality time.
I wish I could sleep like this guy. Honestly, Gossamer, if you're baking with Crisco, then you probably ought to be reevaluating your life choices. Don't feel bad about not knowing what Crisco is. To me, that's a good sign. That means you're probably using something better in quality than Crisco. Which, you will only be glad for. Believe me.
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains. Wakefulness and detection.
Oh, you make schnitzel with ghee. Interesting, Gossamer. So do I detect a bit of German heritage despite the Canadian nationality then, Gossamer? Fry Guy, I do have a hard time imagining anything worse than making a bologna loaf. Tell me about Wild Pines.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
How's that going?
How's it going?
The dock worker lets out a big yawn, then stares at the cafeteria's terrace doors. Some fingerprints glisten on the glass.
Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
Of course, it's a total madhouse.
Good. Then you understand the gist of it. We would all be better off without the employers and their employment.
For one, I can get some goddamn shut-eye. Right to sleep, I say.
Yeah, well, what about the dead body in the yard?
Yeah, what about it?
You seem cool with it. You have many of those hanging from the trees here?
You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs.
He respites.
If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern?
Someone has to look into it. Looks like I'm that someone. Tell me what you know.
I can tell you this. Trouble's ahead.
Wow, Cold Fox, that is a little bit less funny and somewhat less original. My goodness. What trouble?
You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue notebook. So Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even sleepy hair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective.
All right, yours? Point at the bottle in the spilled rum.
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. Sorry about that, pal.
All right, I guess I'll let you go back to sleep.
The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep.
Well, thanks for nothing. What do we have here? Oh, okay, Gossamer, that makes sense. So it's your partner who does the German cooking, and you help out when the cooking is being done, I take it. I see. Hey, Farthrax, welcome! Farthrax, please tell me you're not saying you've been asleep since the end of the last stream. That was 2 days ago. You gotta spend money to make money. Money is what really matters. Say money can't buy you happiness. Okay, so this guy has nothing useful. What about our friend over here?
Hello again, sweetie.
Oh, okay, Farthrax, gotcha. Okay, no, we have nothing else to gain from her. What's this? What? Really? We just took that guy's bottle? Okay, Gossamer, I see. I remember during the stream that we stopped by last time, you did mention that you'd done some traveling in Germany. So I thought perhaps you, maybe had a personal connection to the country, but... You do certainly seem to, love visiting here, so... More power to you, and as a matter of fact, I appreciate that. It's rare to hear about somebody who wants to visit Germany. Normally you hear about people who want to go someplace, I don't know, exotic, like somewhere in Asia or like Indonesia, Antarctica maybe, for the really scientifically minded people. But usually not Germany. Germany, I mean, if you like castles or beer or sausage, it's a great country. If you like everything being closed on Sunday, it's a good country, but... Oh, Gossamer, no, don't say things like that. I wouldn't call you a wannabe, I would call you an enthusiast. Farthrax, I know, I don't know why I said Indonesia specifically.
Can I help you?
Is the trash container out back yours?
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors, too. They put their trash there, and they don't pay for the garbage company.
Ah.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
I wonder what this feeling is.
Prod at him and find out.
We need those keys.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
The lieutenant's voice is harsh and sudden. Yes, Farthrax, basically. Yikes, Cold Fox. Yeah, Gossamer, to me that's one of the most unfortunate things about Germany is that Germany is still a very, very conservative country. People here are extremely resistant to change. They're extremely slow to accept any kind of modernization, which is one of the main reasons why our internet in this country sucks. Among other many things that could be better here. But in connection with that, Germany is also a very, very, very heavily Catholic country, which shouldn't be a surprise considering how many cathedrals there are here and how a lot of that culture has its roots here. But one of the things that means in terms of the effects that it has on modern everyday life is that, yeah, don't plan on ever getting anything done on a Sunday unless it's going to church. That was something I had to adjust to after moving back from the States. One of many things I had to adjust to, in fact.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
All right. And I don't have nearly enough money to pay him back. That's going to be a tricky thing to do. Cappy, that depends on what part of the country you're in. If you're anywhere except in a big city where there are a lot of young people, my experience has been that it's still very, very much that way. In the cities, not so much. Or not as much, but go anywhere to a more suburban or rural area and you start to see a lot more of it. Okay, Mel, have a good one. Take care. Good luck with the groceries. Right, I'm going to sing karaoke.
Absolutely out of the question.
You wait and see, cafeteria manager.
Yeah.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
Okay. All right, well, I guess we still haven't found the song we need now that I think of it, so we'll have to come back. All right, what do we have here? The dishes are drying. They smell of chemicals and pine trees. Oh, gee, wonder why. What's this? An aroma of spices, alcohol, and tomato hangs in the air. Oh, 1.15 real. A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Gorisi and Quebec.
It must be his name. Garancy. Garancy, Quebec.
Oh.
Sounds representative.
Mr. Quebec, I'm here on official police business. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. You've got, some impressive pots there. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Oh, that's all we can do. Chris V Entertainment? Am I reading that correctly? I don't know how it runs on other systems. I've only ever played it on PS5. I picked up the Final Cut edition a few days ago when it came out. So PS5 is the only system on which I have any experience with it. Although I have been told by other people that it runs worse on PC due to NVIDIA's most recent drivers not playing nicely with it. The McDonald's next to Checkpoint Charlie. You know, Gossamer, that's all Checkpoint Charlie is now, and the Berlin Wall in general. They're just tourist attractions. The funny thing is, Gossamer, we spent decades in this country trying to get enough political support together to tear the wall down, and now there are people who want to preserve it. It's like, well, okay, fine. Like, people are getting angry now that tourists are chipping pieces off of it as souvenirs. I don't know, I just always find it funny to think about that whenever somebody mentions, oh, I've been to Berlin, I went on the tourist trip. I saw Checkpoint Charlie in the Berlin Wall, and I'm like, did you take a piece of the Berlin Wall as a souvenir? Because I don't think anyone here is going to miss it. But I'm glad you had a good experience at that McDonald's, Gossamer. I mean, Germany does pride itself on its meat products, among many other things. Although I have to admit that I'm surprised you had that experience at a McDonald's and not like a family-owned mom-and-pop sort of restaurant. It does ring a bell, Warstar. I believe you did, yes. Yeah, Farthrix, my view is, you know what? You guys can have it. We don't need it anymore. I mean, we never really needed it or wanted it. Well, Artista, people did try to do that from the start, but until the Iron Curtain came down, they would shoot you for trying. Gossamer, genuinely though, it's kind of funny to me that you had that experience at a McDonald's, because if you're gonna visit Germany, then the places that I recommend where you eat are, here we go, places like this. This is the sort of place you ought to avail yourself of. If you're going to make the trip here, if you're going to go to that trouble and expense, you did the entire tourist track, but you... Oh, okay, good, good. Because, I mean, like, I get it, right? I get doing the tourist trail. I get going to, like, Brandenburg Gate and the Tiergarten and the Berlin Wall and Checkpoint Charlie and all of those places. I understand, you know, but if you really want to get the whole experience, you've got to deviate from the beaten path a little bit more. And that is especially true when it comes to the food. Because all of the places that cater to tourists, they're going to basically sell international food. And so they're going to be catering to tourist taste to begin with. If you want to get something that's a little bit more representative of the country, then yeah, it's always good to be a little more adventurous and explore a little more. And you were right to do that, Amateur. That was the correct choice. Honestly, Amateur, when you go to foreign countries and you're staying at a hotel, one of the worst things that you can do is eat the hotel food. Echo Drop, hamburgers and the city of Hamburg have nothing to do with one another. Hamburgers in Hamburg are the same as they are anywhere outside of Hamburg, or really anywhere else. Let's see, Gossamer, you've been to Germany twice? Oh yes, I do remember you mentioning that you stayed in a hostel the first time. Oh, okay, so the hostel was part of a backpacking trip. I gotcha. Honestly, Gossamer, I'm impressed that people are still able to do that now. I mean, obviously not now with the pandemic, but... My mother did that back when she was a kid. She has told me stories from it ad nauseum, in fact, as parents are wont to do. And I guess that was part of the reason that she ended up falling in love with my father, apparently. But, yeah, my mother did the whole backpacking thing, but apparently it was a lot safer back when she did it. Or so I'm told. I'm the sort of person who prefers to stay indoors and not go outside and not interact with people if I don't have to. Well, Artista, no matter what country you're in, you would think that you would be most trustworthy of, or most trusting rather, of the local cuisine, rather than any attempt at foreign cuisine. Well, Bob, apart from stuff like putting pineapple slices on your hamburger, there's only so much you can do to change up a hamburger. I mean, yes, different places will have different spins on it, but the hamburgers that you get in the city of Hamburg are essentially the same hamburgers that you would get in Berlin or Cologne or Dresden or Munich or, I mean, any other big city. There'll be places that, you know, try to be edgy and cater to hipsters, and they'll try and do things a little bit differently, but for the most part, a hamburger is a hamburger, other than, you know, the quality of the ingredients and maybe the toppings. Let me see. Here it is. Bob, this is actually the sort of place that I think you might be thinking of, where they try to do things that are a little bit different or unique. The hostel in Berlin was terrible? Yeah. Gossamer, my experience with hostels is that they all tend to be pretty terrible. Either they're overpriced for the accommodations you get, or the price is okay, but the accommodations are unsanitary. It never seems to be anything in between. I do not stay at hostels anymore for that reason. You stay in Airbnbs more than hostels? Yeah. Gossamer, I agree with you on that. As inconsistent sometimes as Airbnbs can be, I feel like you're still better off, depending on the country, mind you, and depending on your nationality relative to the country you're in. Like, as a white American presenting European, I would never stay at a hostel in the Middle East. Ever, for any reason. Nor would I ever stay at an Airbnb in the Middle East. However, overall, I think Airbnbs in Europe probably are better. Well, Bob, but a sandwich doesn't necessarily carry any specific definition of what's in it. A burger does. You know, a burger, the definition of a burger is it's a bun and a beef patty. You know, it's not just any sandwich, it's something specific. There are all kinds of things that you can put on a burger, but by definition, there's a bare minimum that a burger has to include, you know? Whereas with a sandwich, all it has to have is 2 slices of bread. You know, you could go out in your backyard and shoot a squirrel and put that between 2 slices of bread, and that would still be considered a sandwich. Yeah, Kapikami. That's the kind of place that I'm thinking of where it's all flash and no substance. Amateur, that's the best, is where you see it made right in front of you. Well, Bob, I guess how restricted a burger is depends on what other things you put on it. I mean, yeah, you could have the bun and the beef patty and then put, like, I don't know, head cheese and sauteed beets and, I don't know, beef carpaccio or something. Like, you could get really creative with it, but... Oh, yikes, Gossamer, that sounds terrifying. You needed a hospital? I hope you weren't seriously injured or anything. Jeez, yeah. Hospitals, hotels definitely have a little bit more security in terms of there being more people around, but even then, I mean, you're still by yourself in a... Well, if you're traveling with your partner, I guess you're not by yourself. And it is true that there's reception, that's a fair point. The thing is, Gossamer, usually when you travel, if you know how long you're going to be away, it's a good idea to get some travel health insurance. You can get usually, if you have AAA or some other insurance company that you get your insurance through normally, usually either your insurance company will sell temporary travel policies, or there are other companies you can specifically go through, like AAA, that will sell travel insurance policies where you'll pay, I don't know, a couple $100 for 2 weeks, and then any medical emergencies that you happen to have while you're traveling are covered under that temporary policy. If I'm going anywhere where I'm even the least bit remotely worried about being injured or getting sick from the food or anything, then I will reserve one of those travel policies. I haven't needed to use one yet, fortunately, but they're a nice safety net if you should need them. And they can help you get treated faster as a foreign citizen. Oh, severe dehydration. Okay, yikes. 3 nights at the hospital using Google Translate. Jeez. Okay, yeah, that is rough. Well, I'm glad you're okay, Gossamer. I'm glad you made it through that. It sounds like you learned some valuable lessons about traveling abroad. And I admire that you're still willing to do it after those experiences, because there are people who, after dealing with something like that during a vacation, would just swear off ever going on vacation outside their own country again. And me, I don't know, I couldn't do that. I love traveling. I love getting out there and seeing the world and learning how people live in places that I've never been to. You know, just seeing the ways of life and all of that stuff. I know it's probably not much, Gossamer, but please let me welcome you to the Ragtime Lounge. Oh, you did have one of those policies. Yeah, I bet you're glad you had that. Oh no, Gossamer. Yeah, I imagine your poor friend probably was pretty freaked out. I can certainly understand that that would have been disconcerting. But it sounds like it all worked out, and you ended up being okay in the end, for which I'm very glad. Yeah, Farthrax, well, what better time to talk about food? Here I am in-game, literally standing in a kitchen. Camel Curry War Star. That is one I would not have thought to try, or I would not even have thought existed. But now I'm curious. Oh no, Gossamer. Yeah, that is a true friend right there. Somebody who is willing to do that. That was very, very kind of her to look after you like that. You're very lucky you had her. And I suppose it's just another example of why it's always a good idea to travel with someone. Because not only is it a comfort and you've got the company, but it's that safety net, too.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
I wonder where this door leads.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Out of duty, we may find something pertinent to the investigation.
Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation.
The door and the main investigation will merge into a stereo investigation.
If you say so. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
He looks at the door, then you. Well, let's touch the door first.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older.
Try to push on the door.
The door does not budge.
Well, Gossamer, people who travel alone are sometimes hardcore. Or more often, I think, they're people who just don't have anyone to travel with, which is the case for me. Everywhere that I've traveled, I've always traveled alone because I've kind of had no choice. I've never had anybody to travel with. Never had anybody who was willing to travel with me or was interested in going where I was going, or frankly with whom I felt comfortable traveling, you know? Well, thank you, Farthrax and Echo Drop. I appreciate that. Virtually is a different story. That's much easier because I can just travel with a camera and a laptop and chronicle the trip, and then all of you get to follow along with me, but it's not the same as having somebody actually physically there with you, you know? So, Gossamer, some people are hardcore and they travel alone because they're cool guys. I travel alone because I kind of just never had the choice to travel with someone. Which in some ways is nice because it meant that when I went to Japan, for example, I got to do what I wanted to do 100% of the time, and I didn't have to split or share my itinerary. On the other hand, I really would have liked to have, I don't know, a traveling companion or maybe a girlfriend with me, at least to cuddle up to every night in the hotel. You know, that would have made the trip a whole lot nicer, but it's a give and take situation in the end, I suppose. Wongo, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that. You don't need to apologize, Wongo. Please, for goodness sake, no apologies are necessary. I'm just happy that you're able to stop by. Please don't feel like you owe me money for not being here. Goodness knows, I'm just happy to have you. But thank you all the same. I really appreciate the support, Wongo. I have been all right, thank you, and I hope you have been staying safe and well yourself. Well, thanks, Farthrax. I appreciate the thought. Well, Gossamer, on the one hand, I can understand that. And if you're not used to traveling, then traveling by yourself is definitely a daunting thing because you're out of your comfort zone, you're in an unfamiliar place, potentially where you don't speak the language, potentially where you have no support. It can be a frightening thing no matter who you are or where you're from. And particularly, as I understand it, traveling as a woman comes with a certain unique set of risks and anxiety as well. So I feel like in some ways maybe I'm a little bit lucky to be a guy to be able to not worry so much about that sort of stuff when I travel. But even for me, there are things I do worry about. There are places that I would not travel to out of fear for my safety. You know, there are places I would like to go, but that even I just do not feel safe visiting. So I can understand that. I can certainly appreciate the anxiety and the concern for one's safety when it comes to travel, at least to certain places. And sometimes even the best laid plans of mice and men, right? Sometimes those plans go awry. And even if you've got your entire itinerary pinned down and written in stone, sometimes unexpected things happen. The same thing happened to me in Japan, actually. I had my whole trip planned out. It was supposed to be 2 weeks. And little did I know at that time that the two airlines that I was scheduled to... one of the airlines that I was scheduled to fly on, Delta, started a merger with Northwest about 2 weeks after I booked my tickets. And that caused a tremendous amount of chaos on my my trip out. And I ended up losing about 2 or 3 days off of my trip because one of the flights that I was supposed to take got canceled. And I ended up getting stuck at the airport overnight in January. So that was a whole lot of not fun. Gossamer, I will say, if you're jealous of me going to Japan, Japan is one of the safest countries on Earth, and especially as a foreign woman, Japanese men are even less likely to mess with you than they are with Japanese women. Well, Gossamer, don't get the wrong impression about visiting Japan just because of the travel. The travel and that whole debacle were entirely the fault of the airline. After I actually got to Japan, everybody that I met and interacted with there was very friendly and very helpful. And the time that I actually got to spend there was great. Hello, Tetsuya, welcome. But no, Gossamer, Japan is one of the safest countries on Earth. Like, you can fall asleep on a park bench after a bender at an izakaya at 3 a.m. with a bunch of 10,000 yen bills hanging out of your pocket. And when you wake up the following morning in a pool of your own vomit and bodily fluids, the money will still be there. Their culture is very different and in some ways diametrically opposite from Western countries. And it is definitely not the utopia that sometimes they would like us to believe that it is. However, on the whole, it is a very, very safe country. And at no point during my time there, even wandering around at 2 a.m., did I ever feel the least bit in danger. And I'm talking like wandering around at 2 a.m. in Tokyo. So... Oh, the exact same thing happened to you, Warstar, really? Okay, good. I mean, not good, but you understand. Yeah, Gossamer, don't let that deter you. Japan is a super fun place to visit. Just, before you go, make sure you get yourself a phrase book, brush up on the very, very basics of the language, and for the love of God, Gossamer, make sure you learn the 2 kanji from man and woman, because you do not want to wander into the wrong restroom. And they mark all of the restrooms in that country with kanji, rather than with the universal male and female, visual graphical signs. I don't know, Echo Drop. I wandered around Shinjuku and Shibuya as well. So, yeah, Gossamer, obviously keep your wits about you, as you would in any foreign country, but, well, yes, that is a fair point, Gossamer, yes. It is definitely looked upon much more harshly for a man to misread that sign and end up in the ladies' room, but one way or the other, you don't want to make that mistake, no matter what your gender. you just don't want to do it. So, absolutely, at the very least, bare minimum, make sure you learn those 2 kanji. It also helps to know how to ask where the train station is, where the bathrooms are, where the pharmacy is, in case you should need anything from a pharmacy. Although in Japan, if you need something like ibuprofen or acetaminophen or just any of the basic stuff that you might be likely to need, there are convenience stores pretty much within walking distance of anywhere you might be if you're in a bigger city. And sometimes even in smaller towns out in the country, you'll find, if not a convenience store, then a vending machine that might have what you need. Echo Drop, that I will agree with. In the countryside where people are not as accustomed to foreigners, they tend to be a little bit more fearful and a little bit more xenophobic. But if you're going to visit Japan as a foreigner, chances are either you're there to see one of the big cities anyway, or you're there to visit a specific tourist destination that is not in an urban area, like Jigokudani or I don't know, any of the onsen in the more remote regions of like Hokkaido, where it gets really snowy, that sort of thing. Well, yes, Gameaholic, they are very, very, very harsh on drugs, but most people, at the bare minimum, are at least smart enough not to try to bring drugs into Japan. And if you do, well, I mean, you didn't do your research in advance. What can I say? Enjoy being deported. Sea War Star, whatever else may be said of Japan, that is one of the things that I think is fantastic about that country is you can end up in a complete state of disability induced by alcohol in public, and rather than stripping you of all your possessions and your clothes and drawing penises on your face in magic marker, people will help you up off the ground and make sure you get safely back home. Well, Gossamer, some people do. Okay, Cinewolf, have a good one. Take care. Stay safe. Gossamer, there are a couple of particularities about Japan where if you need prescription medication, then yes, it is a good idea to bring your own, but you need to make damn sure to declare it at customs, and you need to make damn sure to show them that you have a prescription for it. If you're talking over-the-counter stuff... Oh, Warstar, that's incredible. Most guys I know, Warstar, would tell that story proudly, that they had a Miko drag them to a station after they got drunk and passed out at a shrine. But no, Gossamer, if you're talking over-the-counter stuff, bringing your own does not hurt. But if you're going to be in a bigger city in Japan, you can just get it at literally any convenience store. And convenience stores in Japan are a very special thing. They are run very differently there than they are in pretty nearly any other country. Well, Warstar, yes, but you have your dignity and your pride. When I talk about other guys, I'm talking about the kinds of guys who are like, yeah, man, I got so drunk, and then a hot shrine maiden picked me up over her shoulder and carried me to the taxi stop. That was the best day of my life. You know, those kinds of idiots. The fact that you're ashamed of it, Warstar, speaks well of you. Gossamer, they probably do, but you also have to remember Canadian airport security is nowhere near as strict as it is in the United States. I know this because I've done a fair amount of travel to and from Canada. Airport security in Canada, they are very, very laid back. But because the culture in America is so different... No, Echo Drop, not at all. Are you kidding me? I would be just as ashamed as Warstar if I had to have a shrine maiden pick me up and carry me anywhere. I don't need to resort to getting plastered and falling unconscious to have contact with women, for goodness sake. It was just an example for the sake of argument, Echo Drop. Canada, Germany, Greece... Well, even the Greeks will admit that their security is pretty sketchy, Gossamer. I think most Greeks will not deny that if you ask them. Portugal, France, and the Netherlands. Yeah. Yeah, Gossamer, really, for the most part, it's only something you need to worry about if you travel to North America. And by North America, I mean the United States. I'm well aware, Warstar. Believe me, I'm well aware. But I mention it because I have had acquaintances, fortunately never any close friends because I don't get close to those kinds of people, but I have had acquaintances and colleagues whom I have heard telling those kinds of stories. A couple of times, Ixie, yes. Welcome, how are you doing? Parthrax, I'm sure you'll forgive a little bit of indignation there. It's frankly difficult for me to even imagine myself in that situation because there's so much about it that I would never touch with a 10-meter cattle prod. Alcohol, not the least of it. Yeah, Gossamer, the kind of crazy airport security that you hear the nightmare stories about is mostly limited to the United States. And there are reasons for that. But those reasons are fairly specific to the United States. Other countries tend not to have that problem on quite the same level. Yeah, it sure is. Well, Warstar, or they're just true stories that the storyteller sees in a very different way than what I think most other people would see looking in. What's this?
Volumetric ship compressor.
Oh. I guess we've volumetrically compressed all the...
Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
All right. All endurance white checks unlocked. Learning cap for endurance is raised to 4. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Is that so, Dead Nuts? I feel like, yeah, the teenage life in Japan is so heavily idealized that people must be fond of it for a reason. No, Kapikami, I would not recommend traveling anywhere. Thalzamar! I would not recommend traveling anywhere with zero knowledge of the language. Always, always, always do your research first. Thalzamar, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs to Barrel, Rain Beetle, Marisot, Alpha GMG, and Genesis Creed. Thank you so much, Thalzamar. Seriously appreciate that. But yeah, Gossamer, I'm sorry. I don't think I ever ended up finishing my thought earlier. Even if you forget to bring your Tylenol or whatever it is that you need into Japan with you, as long as you're in a big city, there will be a Lawson or a 7-Eleven or some other convenience store probably within walking distance of you, no matter where you are. And not only will you be able to go get some ibuprofen if you have a headache or a migraine or anything like that, but you'll also be able to get a very decent quality meal, sometimes even a hot meal. You'll be able to get pretty nearly any kind of drink you might want. They sell everything from bottled juice to bottled tea to beer to those weird Japanese drinks that you don't see in other countries at all. And not just the language gameaholic, but also the culture. You know, study up on local taboos. Like, if you're going to Singapore, for example, you would do very, very well to learn that spitting on the street is considered a crime there and you can get fined for it. I think actually they used to cane you for it if you got caught spitting on the street in Singapore. I don't know if they still do, but... Hey Luis, welcome! Gossamer, I spent pretty much the entire time in Tokyo. I had wanted to go other places, but I ended up not nearly having the time because I lost a few days. Hey, Schwa, welcome! Kapikami, there are countries where you can get by on English, but if you only speak English and if you don't make any effort to meet the locals halfway, then first of all, it'll make them more difficult to help you, even if they want to. And second of all, it will leave them a little bit less predisposed to want to help. I mean, any effort you make to meet anybody halfway is just going to give them a reason to appreciate you a little bit. And a little bit of appreciation in a foreign country goes a long way, and sometimes it can make the difference between getting out of a sticky situation or having a real bad time. Yeah, Gossamer, I spent probably about 10 or 11 days in Tokyo, and that was my entire time there. Mind you, part of it was I was running a work-related errand as well. But the majority of my time, I got to spend pretty much as I wanted, and I didn't even get to scratch the surface of everything there was to do in Tokyo, much less to leave the city and explore other parts of the country. If I ever manage to go back, I definitely will do more exploring elsewhere, but... Oh, yeah, Schwa, I can appreciate that. It's like how I feel when I watch one of my old videos. Yeah, Red, Tokyo's a fun place. Tokyo gives you the urban side of Japan, the energetic, frenetic, youthful, never-ending, fast pace of life that you always see in their literature, their anime, their manga. All of that basically just typifies Tokyo. Whereas if you go out into the countryside, you see the more pastoral, idyllic, I don't know, the more rustic side of Japan, I guess, where it's rolling hills and steep volcanic mountains and wild cherry trees, and the further north you go, it's these massive fields of snow and little thatch roof villages, and yeah, it's got a great diversity of different environments and scenery. And since it's such a small country, you can see quite a lot of that in a relatively short period of time. Gossamer, actually, if you are interested in going to Japan, there is something you should know about. Let me get you a link to it. And actually, this really applies to anybody who wants to do some traveling throughout Japan and not just stay in one place. Here it is. So there is what's called the JR, the Japan Rail Tourist Rail Pass. And what this gets you is an unprecedented, incredibly good deal on intercity travel via the Shinkansen, which is their bullet train. It basically, and I'll put a link to it in chat here. And I will tag this at you, Gossamer, but for anybody else who is interested in this. What the JR Pass is it's basically a Shinkansen ticket that gets you unlimited rides on the Shinkansen in standard class, which is still extremely comfortable. Standard class on the Shinkansen is worlds better than anything you find on most trains in Europe. And certainly infinitely better than anything you get from Amtrak in the United States. And I can make both of those claims from a multitude of personal experience. But what it does is it gets you basically unlimited travel around Japan, as many Shinkansen trips as you want within the time period for which the pass is valid. And it looks like today they are offering the 7-day JR pass for $279 and the 14-day pass for $445. And that's a really good deal because normally a single one-way Shinkansen ticket is about $80 or $90 US. So if you've made even 3 trips by Shinkansen, then you've gotten your money's worth out of the 7-day pass. And if you're buying the 14-day pass anyway, chances are you're going to be doing quite a lot of travel. Yeah, Echo Drop, I believe it works on the JR subways as well, right? I think. Yeah, no problem, Gossamer. If you're planning on doing a lot of city-to-city travel or intercity hopping, or even if you're planning on doing a lot of commuting within the same city, because as Echo Drop has reminded me in chat, apparently the JR Pass is also valid on, like, if you're going to be traveling around Tokyo, you can use it on the Tokyo Metro, which is like the Chuo line, the Yamanote line, the Ginza line. It gets you unlimited trips on all of those subway lines as well, which will get you to all different parts of the city. And most of the major cities in Japan are served to at least some extent by JR, which is Japan Rail. Gossamer, there's another thing you should know about if you're not already aware of it as well, which is, let me see if I can get you... There's a really good resource for this. Here we go. Let me see if this is it. All right. Here we go. So, Gossamer, there are what are called stored value or IC cards. There are a few large companies that provide them. Typically, you'll either get a card from the company Suica or the card company Passmo. And what they are is they're basically like a they're a stored value debit card that you put a cash value on them. You pay a small amount of money for the card itself, and then you use a machine, which you find pretty much everywhere, and shops can do this too. Like if you go to a convenience store or sometimes kiosks and train stations, you can put money on your Suica card or your Passmo card via the kiosks. And the balance that's on your card, you can use to pay for train tickets. You can use it at vending machines. Almost every vending machine in Japan will accept payment from these cards. You can use them at some restaurants. They're really handy as a way of basically carrying something that functions the same as cash without having to carry physical cash. Oh yeah, Gossamer, and if you haven't seen vending machines in Japan, Japanese vending machines are something else. Check this out. Have a look at this, Goss. I mean, you don't have to watch the whole thing now. This is like a 20-minute full episode of Begin Japanology. But have a look at that. Japanese vending machines are insane. They are something else. And in case that's not enough to pique your interest, Gossamer, I'm going to put this one here as well, because apparently CNN has nothing better to report on than this. But it is a pretty good report, I will give it that. Mind you, this is from 2017, but it's current enough. And actually, here's another really good one. Here's one from a guy who lives in Tokyo and did a specific episode on vending machines. It is unbelievable what you can get out of vending machines in that country. There's probably more than one, Marisot. Gossamer, I don't believe it has a substantial negative impact, because you also have to take into consideration these kinds of vending machines, the super complex ones. There are entire large corporations that employ hundreds of people that design and stock and maintain these vending machines. And the vending machines are different enough from regular convenience stores that they don't really take their place. They're just another convenience that you can take advantage of if you're not near a... if you're not actually near a convenience store. You've been told to ask if I've ever been to the Bird in Berlin. Actually, Gossamer... if you're talking about the Bird in Prenzlauer Berg, no, I haven't. I'm gonna go ahead and guess you're talking about the restaurant, yeah? I know of it. It's been recommended to me a few times, but I've never bothered because it's basically just an American-style restaurant. At least that's how it's always been presented to me. It's always been touted as, hey, do you like American food? Then you should check out the Bird in Prenzlauer Berg. And I'm like, you know, I've lived in America for 14 years of my life. I think I'd like to try something new. Yeah, Gossamer, no, I know of it, but I haven't been. Pandalicia! My goodness, everybody is dropping by today. Hello, Pandalicia, welcome. How are you doing? Pandalicia, thank you so much for stopping in. Okay, somebody else needs a shout out here. Hang on. Guys, you absolutely have to go check out Pandalicia. I met her yesterday, I think, as a... actually, under a fairly unusual set of circumstances. I was hanging out in one of Kara's streams. Kara was playing Final Fantasy VI. My friend Kara Comparetto. And she decided to raid Pandalicia. And Pandalicia was also playing Final Fantasy VI, and we raided Pandalicia, and Pandalicia was... Pandalicia, I guess, has this thing she does where she, for every subscription that she gets, she has two adorable, schnoofy little corgis, and she picks up a corgi and wraps the corgi around her shoulders and does 5 squats with the corgi on her shoulders. And she calls that a corgi squat, and I had no idea what a corgi squat was until I tuned in for that, and I don't know what I was expecting, but it made perfect sense that that's what a corgi squat was. And on that merit alone, never mind the fact that she's really sweet and adorable and friendly and super welcoming, please, go check her out, give her a follow. No, Warstar, these are not small corgis. But apparently she's in pretty good shape because when you do enough corgi squats, you get pretty strong, I guess. Pandalicia, thank you so much for stopping by. May I ask, what is it that made you think to come visit me of all the people who were present in that raid? They do look like hefty little doggos. Yes, I'm overjoyed to have you stop in, but I'm also quite curious. Out of everybody you could have picked, you chose to come see me. Any special reason why? Yeah, Kapikami, they are adorable. Ah, okay, Pandalicia, I see. I see. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. It's an honor to have you. And yeah, I'm not too far into the game yet, but this game has proven to be, quite an adventure. Quite an adventure. I hope you'll forgive me. I've been standing around here in-game for the past half hour doing nothing because I am not good at dividing my attention. And I'm a very chat-focused broadcaster, as I'm sure you've already figured out. And whenever a lot is going on in chat, I tend to prioritize chat. I really, really struggle to do both at once, so I hope you'll forgive me for that. I'm glad somebody does, Farthrax. Thank you. And welcome back, Mel. I hope you were able to get all the groceries you needed. Dracolon, thank you so much for the gift sub to Pandalicia. Really appreciate that. Yeah, lots is going on in the kitchen, Warstar. Lots of standing around. I'm glad it's not just me, Pandalicia. Thank you. Panda, if you haven't had an opportunity, and for anybody else who hasn't had the opportunity, the broadcaster we came from when we raided you, Cara Comparetto, my friend Cara, go check her out too. You will love her. She is unbelievably sweet and kind and adorable and incredibly talented. She's normally a musician. Actually, she's a classically trained pianist. It just happened that she was playing Final Fantasy VI yesterday because she's getting into video game streaming as well. I've kind of been supporting her and coaching her and giving her a little bit of help a little bit on the side, getting things set up and learning the ropes of streaming games, which is mainly what I do. In fact, it's almost exclusively what I do. Well, Gossamer, you've been playing Dark Souls 1. And the Souls games are games in which, yeah, it's very much a question of, oh, did you stop moving and you forgot that there was an enemy behind you? Yeah, you're probably going to die. I can appreciate that. Well, Warstar, it is a professional kitchen. Oh, you did? Excellent, Panda. I'm really glad to hear that. I feel like the two of you, Panda, you and Kara, would probably be really good friends. I get the impression that you two probably would get along really well. Meanwhile, Gossamer, I have to say I've really been enjoying your playthrough of Dark Souls 1. Somebody in your chat already said it, but you only get one first playthrough, and the next best thing to that is to be able to kind of live it vicariously by watching somebody else's first playthrough. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so glad that user-generated content has become so popular now, because, if you want to sort of experience anyway, another first playthrough of one of your favorite games, you can find somebody who's playing it for their actual first time and just hang out with them. Oh yeah, Panda, I totally understand that. I'm a crap vocalist. I can play a few instruments, although I've never had any formal instruction, but vocals are not my strong point. Yeah, Gossamer, I can appreciate that too. Demon Souls is my single favorite game of all time, ever. That's actually how I got my start as a content creator, was Demon Souls. I first started creating content for that game back in 2009. When it first came out. I actually, back in the day, was one of the original founding members of the Souls community. And that's how I ended up getting into content creation back on YouTube. And then I moved over to Twitch when YouTube started to really make it clear that they didn't care about anyone but their biggest channels, and here I am. God, 12 years later. The time does fly. I'm glad you're enjoying Dark Souls 1, Gossamer. And if I remember correctly, you said that you intend to play through the whole series, huh? Because, boy, that's going to be an adventure, too. Oh, Demon Souls got you started on Twitch. No kidding. High five, Gossamer. That's fantastic. Warstar, 12 years is only the time I've been a content creator. I've been a gamer for about 35. You know, give or take. Actually, probably closer to 31, because video games didn't really exist in the East Bloc. So, subtract the 4 years that I lived in Dresden as a kid, the first 4 years of my life. So yeah, about 31 years. Alright. How about we actually try and focus on the game a little bit? How about that? Poor Pandalicia came here curious about this game, and here I am just sitting here yapping at chat, totally ignoring the game. $500 for a 1080 Ti, Ultima. How used is it? Alright, let's see if there's anything I missed upstairs. Ah, okay, Gossamer. Yeah, there's always a demand for Souls content. Which frankly kind of astonishes me at this point, because...
The door is closed.
The series has been around for long enough that it's pretty much been picked apart. And I, for one, in terms of creating content, I have said everything about it that I have to say, really, by now.
There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on, somewhere inside. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Swallow the emotion.
The door is closed.
Because I'm a man and that's what I'm obligated to do. Can't let that show, especially not in front of my police partner. Well, I appreciate you for that, Pandalicia. Thank you. Knock again.
Still no answer.
Try the handle?
This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside.
Alright, well... not going there, then. Although it does look as though there's stuff in there. Let's... Huh? Oh, we can't get in, huh? Wait a minute, did I unequip? Key to room number 1. Yeah, I should have the key. I guess not. I guess it's just locked. I thought I had the key for that, but apparently, the key just no longer works. Mind you, he did kick us out of there because we sort of trashed it before the game even started. Farthrax, you joke, but that's actually happened a couple of times before. So I most certainly am not going to break my hand trying to crash down the door. Probably not, Marasat. No, I'm guessing that we do have to pay the tab off in order to get back in. And that's an expensive tab, which I do not have enough money for, huh?
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hair.
What do I see?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
How does it feel?
Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
Come on, guys, I gotta feed my kids. Oh, no. Oh, okay, and we get a super panned out view. What is in the west? What is in the east? What is in the north? What is in the south? Motherfucker? What? Okay. Alright, well, what's in the west?
Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinez.
Yeah.
With its motorboats and gently swaying reeds.
Pandalicia, the guy that you play as in this game is a little bit fragile. And you start the game having just woken up from a rather extreme bender of alcohol and narcotics, to the extent that you're amnesiac and you don't remember who you are. Like, you can't even remember your own name or what your face looks like. And if you strain yourself physically too hard, which includes things like kicking objects in the environment or knocking too hard on a door, you cause physical damage to your body and you take health damage, and if you do that too many times, you just die. Like, oh no, were you forced to sit in an uncomfortable chair too long? You lost 1 hit point. Did you get angry and kick that trash can? There goes 1 hit point. Oh, you only took 2 points of endurance? You only had 2 points of health from the beginning? Well, guess you're dead. No, Farthrax. It seems that he was not shitting us. We have figured out our name.
The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
What is down the shore?
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs. Cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction. A defunct research and development building, once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
I don't doubt that it has, nobleman. It's a very unsporting chair.
Coal City, end of all lines.
Who are you, ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there?
Will I?
No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinez every day.
Run your fingers through your dampened hair. Okay, Marasat, have a good one. Take care. Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance. What is in the east?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Clench your teeth to stop shuddering.
Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within, and immeasurable poverty in its shadow.
Oh, my heart goes out to you for that, Gossamer. My parents were super anti-video game when I was a kid as well. They were very, very unsupportive of video games. They were the kind who thought that it was better for me to be out in the backyard stepping on rusty nails and broken glass than for me to spend any time indoors that was not absolutely necessary for me to spend indoors. Every family vacation we ever went on was outdoors. It was camping. It was dragged out into the wilderness and forced to live in a tent for a week or two at a time, eating nothing but pasta and sometimes fish that we caught. And what they succeeded in doing by forcing that life on me was making me bitterly resent that life and turning me into a 100% indoor person. All the life experience that was basically just all the same, Echo Drop, the stuff I've tried so hard to block out from my memory, the stuff I remember not with fondness, but with resentment? Yeah, that was great. No, EJ, we didn't. We didn't. My parents would never allow guns around me as a kid. Besides which, most of the vacationing we did, they would insist on driving to Canada from Connecticut, which was a 12-hour drive just to get to the border. And then, from the Canadian border, they were like, yeah, what if we went west? What if we just spent our whole 2-week vacation driving, and then we stopped along the way occasionally to camp at campsites because we're too cheap to stay even at the least expensive motel? Yeah, no. No, I'm done with the outdoors for one lifetime, thank you. Give me my warm bed, my down blanket, my soft pillow, and my office with my computer and my video games.
La Ducienne, King Dries passenger harbor. Cruise ships flanked by dock arms. Cranes watching over the mouth of the river distributary. Couronne, the lower middle class. Distributary after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail off into the rain.
What is beyond the Couronne?
A silvery curtain of rain over the houses. The class divide. You have never been there. They don't need the law east of the river.
All right, what's in the north?
Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. The evening news.
And closer to here?
A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man's feet. He swings from a tree, bloated. Droplets of rain slip from his cold cheeks.
No kidding, nobleman. I see the value of this skill now. All right, Thalzamar, have a good one. Thank you so much for stopping in today. Take care. Is in the south.
A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
What's on the other side?
The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
Logic, drama, encyclopedia, and suggestion. Fair enough, nobleman. Oh, God! Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood at? I can't.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the hood at?
What? All right, that's not what I was expecting.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
Okay. Why am I not there?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution failed.
What am I doing here? Yes, I figured as much, Warstar.
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Shudder, look further.
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain.
What I want to know is, why was that line read in the voice of a young girl, whereas everything else is read in the regular narrator's voice?
Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
What's above?
Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
Motherfucker, I guess.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Okay. That was cool. Hey, where's Annette? Hey, door, please. Oh, it's all locked up because it's closing time. Oh, that's why I can't walk around that. There's a bush there. Hello?
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid, with
Let's
a
open it with the key.
well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
Didn't I just have a premonition that there's something in there?
There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid.
Yeah, let's open it.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Look under the boxes of carton.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Baptiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Pick at the rags.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay.
Hello, Unknown Glow. Welcome.
Drop them in here, officer.
Lieutenant produces a black plastic bag marked evidence from his pocket.
Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye.
Oh, here we go, dumpster diving.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Bag the shirt.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
Thrown out towel, a mug, that's all.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
He nods toward the red-haired boy behind him. Think someone from the Whirly might have been involved, maybe?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
Okay, Unknown Glow, no problem. I totally understand. You're welcome to stay for however long you like, and you're certainly welcome to duck out whenever you feel you've seen enough. Parthrax, I can't imagine they would have done something like that with this. Now we need to ask the kids who put them here.
The fuck's he on about, kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
All right. Search the food waste.
It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey. Nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something.
Oh, freaking unbelievable. This is my badge, isn't it?
They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
A clipboard, a blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
No, it can't be.
Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form.
Miserable-looking slip of paper sticks to the board.
If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash?
Yeah, Warstar, I'm aware. We did get gloves that maybe would have let us, I forget what skill they had on them, interaction or manipulation or something like that, but it looks like we've done okay even without them. I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore. That's why I tried to flush my cop life down the toilet.
Well...
He doesn't know what to say. Interfacing, thank you, Farthrax.
His eyes express a rare condolence. Then he picks it up.
Lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes.
Okay, I'll do that.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
He peers into the trash where soggy cartons and rags stink uninvitingly. What about that mug?
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the Yellow Man frolicking in saffron.
Wow! An antique?
Only in its social sensibility.
Ouch.
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant briefly glances at the mug, then returns his sight to the trash. I guess we're done here.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
The lieutenant sounds relieved.
Lonesome. Long way home.
Oh, did we complete the... Okay, I guess we did.
Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Learning cap for perception raised to 5. Speed gives 1 psi? When we say speed, are we talking the drug speed? What does speed gives 1 psi mean? And also, how do I unequip this? Forget requirement. You don't have enough skill points available. Yeah, it says... Alright, hang on. It says you do need skill points to forget a thought. I don't know. No, we can't get there.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
Just want to ask some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Oh, really, Warstar? Alright. No problem, Gossamer. I don't mind if you derail things or if anyone derails things. I'm happy to have that happen. I am here for the chat interaction just as much as I am for anything else. Please don't feel obligated to lurk if you'd like to chat, Gossamer. No obligation at all. Whatever you would rather do, I am happy to have you do.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Listen, child, that corpse made me puke twice, and I was wondering why you don't.
Stay away from me, pig. You don't want to see what happens when you corner me. I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Child, converse with me.
Murder was the case they gave me.
She has almost vanished behind the fence. Only the top of her hat remains.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
What are those strange words you use, girl?
I come from the woods, Guttavitu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Totally alright, Gossamer. That's perfectly okay, too. I just wanted to make sure that you don't feel obligated to stay back. If you're enjoying things and you want to lurk, I'm perfectly happy to have you lurk.
Don't be traumatizing here! Get the fuck out of here!
I'll die before I squeal.
Hey, kid.
What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face! You got done! Talk to me!
I'll die before I squeal.
Alright, you there behind the fence.
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
Hello, Floofin. Welcome. I imagine it was, EJ. I've been avoiding watching his streams so that I don't get spoiled on anything from this game. But when I'm done, I'm probably going to go catch up and see how he approached things. Alright.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't...
Discuss
fuck
the body
about
again.
it?
No, nothing.
You're testing Kuno.
Get lost,
Have more questions about the crime scene?
The kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it?
The dead man's clothes were in the trash container. How did they get there?
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
I need to know. It could be a lead in the investigation. Someone may have tampered with the murder scene.
Listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
All right, entertain me. What's so great about these pants?
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by scientists. Pants scientists. Believe it, you need this shit.
He unzips his jacket to give you a quick peek at the plastic-wrapped pants. They're graphite black and look brand new.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness.
Huh. Oh, congrats, Floofin! I'm really glad to hear that. That's awesome. I'm glad you got your second dose.
Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready. They will also make you into an idiot.
Okay. Wait, I asked you what happened to his clothes. You must have seen them lying around.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around. Except for that up there. Now, you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
Lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say "I told you so" any louder. I might be interested in the pants. Let's talk about this later.
All right, Pico. Shit's rolling.
His face lights up.
Don't do business with the pig, Kuno. He's gonna steal all your money, Kuno.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
Okay.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle for now.
What's in that greenhouse over there?
Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara. Not so much anymore.
Oh, you mean, the gardener who was hanging out by the whirling in rags?
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
He looks you in the eye and nods as if agreeing with himself.
Yeah, her.
There was also a mug in the trash.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
Yeah, does this racist mug have anything to do with it?
Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug fucker? 'Cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Kuno. Someone has tampered with the crime scene, cleaned some of it up.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
He nods in approval.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching.
He lets out a
Get
hiss.
away from my Kuno.
For goodness sake.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face.
You ever climb that ladder?
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed.
She would say the ladder is unclimbable.
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
Lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb
All
yeah,
right.
whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
I found your shack.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
I phase shifted through the roofing material.
Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
He can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit.
He says to himself, then turns to you.
How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
What was with the pig head?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Jesus. Cool pig head. I liked it. I got one too. This one. It's shit. Point to your head. Wow. What?
What is this shit? Fucking on yourself. This is weird level shit. Kuno doesn't go there.
Ha! I cracked his composure. Got him.
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
Well played. No one saw that coming.
Not even me. I found a plate covered with powder residue. Know anything about it?
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
Shut up, electrochemistry. What's with the tube of magnesolum? Guessing that's what that is.
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
It looks at you like you just pointed at the sun and asked what it was.
You could use some.
It's magnesium, right?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a bottle.
My god, this kid's just schnoofing all the drugs.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
I know all about magnesium. I rock it all the time. It heals my HP.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
It's a vitamin.
You could use some.
Yeah.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno.
Come on, it's just magnesium. Don't mystify it.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes
Oh,
away
you
the
get
hangover.
the same response.
It's like you didn't do anything.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do...
Good call, Pigmeister.
All right.
Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
I guess
Kuno
that's
doesn't
it.
fucking...
We didn't get anything useful out of this. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. Right, well, now I need to figure out how to get into the shack, or behind it. Looks like the doors on the roof of the Whirling in Rags are interactable as well. Can we not go through here? No, I guess we can't. They both are, Farthrax, yeah. Endurance. Let go of your nose without throwing up. +6. Shit compressed. Okay. Actually, before we do this, we were given those gloves for the express purpose of interacting with the corpse. And yet somehow they don't help us with this check at all. EJ, is it something I've already missed the opportunity to do?
As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
Step closer. Man before you is naked but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marked with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength, so it's his own belt. Oh, okay, yeah, in that case, Oh, there's a back path where if you specifically fail 2 checks, you threaten them lethally. Interesting. Well, as tempting as that would be... Oh, 4 back paths. Wow. What about the boots? The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them.
Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow.
I see, Warstar.
These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Not just boots, are they? This is the armor he was stripped of.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
What kind of armor is this exactly? Well, we found a military shirt that's used to camouflage light armor in the trash. Oh, amazing, EJ. That's incredible. So Pat went for the lethal path and he failed the check. Incredible.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be.
Where?
Under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
Where's the rest of it? Scavenged by the locals?
Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
Maybe he was just wearing these boots and there is no rest of the armor.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
They could have told him to strip before they hanged him. Neither of these makes sense. These are both inane.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something here, but there's not enough for him to hold on to.
Material looks out of place here.
It is. It's expensive.
Lieutenant draws a line in the condensation on the ceramic with his index finger.
We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
Wow. How much are we talking about?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Damn.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
So, in other words, 22,000 real for a full set of this stuff. Yearly pay is nearly 5,500 real.
Not too much, yes.
It's, pathetic. I need to hustle more and hate less.
I have no idea what that means.
How could this man afford such expensive hardware?
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
Calm vibrations, that is amazing. And that is also very much Pat's luck. Although I'm guessing Pat also decided he wasn't going to save scum any of these, because I specifically remember him talking about that on one of the podcasts. I'm quite certain I remember he mentioned that it's not worth trying to save scum some of the stuff here in this game. So my guess is he probably decided he was just going to go with whatever happened. Initial report.
Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
These look pretty advanced for a security guard.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Knock on the boot. Small belt-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
The pry bar in your hand is itching for some action.
Sounds fragile. Oh man, really? I'm gonna smash evidence? No.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
One or two times, gotcha. Vibrations, that makes sense. Okay, so if I had hit them with the crowbar, I probably would have just hurt myself again. Faint organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them all together.
Like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony, perhaps.
What's this remind me of?
If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like.
Ah, run your finger over the lines.
The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice. The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
Looks like there's a serial number on the right sabaton.
Good. Can you read it to me?
He tips the drawing ballpoint of his pen on his tongue.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
I'll pull the boot off.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure?
I will be once I've saved.
Delicate and fragile. These are clearly not boots.
In ceramic plate under the heel. Fair weather.
This feels dangerous.
The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop!
Lieutenant's voice is sharp. He looks at you with the boot under your arm.
Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
This is a bad idea, huh?
You're going to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
I'm not a homo.
Stop obsessing about your sexuality, officer. You are about to seriously compromise the coroner's case.
Indeed. From this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going to take much more. Being dead for a week has all but liquefied his muscles.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot?
We're not detectives. There might be clues inside the boot.
How many clues do you need? You already found a number. Besides,
He taps on the boot.
there's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots. They are fused to his feet now. Why do you think the locals haven't scavenged them yet?
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around.
Ah! Steal a dead man's boots? That would be some pretty dishonorable crap right there.
All right then. You can pay the hostel bill in honor points. How many honor points have you collected?
Yeah, what's gonna happen to the boots then?
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights. Should we continue?
This feels dangerous.
Okay,
Are you sure?
Alright, what about the belt? The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. Well, Warstar, believe me, I am tempted to find a way to get those boots off and sell them. Because they seem like they would be worth quite a lot of money, and they don't seem like they're useful as evidence. But we need to get rid of Detective Kim if we're going to do that.
This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Warstar, because they could potentially be worth big buku bucks. Besides which, if anybody sees me walking around in these things, it's going to be very obvious where they came from. Plus, I sure as hell wouldn't want to wear boots that have been on a rotting corpse for a week. Don't ask me how I know, but this is a lashing belt used for airlifting cargo.
Airlifting? I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Apparently this is the reinforced kind for air transport. My brain tells me so.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
They sure wanted him to stay up there. This rope is reinforced with steel wiring.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
How did they even get him up there?
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
He points to the buckle, tying the belt to the branch above. They climb up using the kid's ladder?
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
He makes a pulling motion.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
Yeah, I guess it does. We're assuming dock workers from the harbor did it.
I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You?
He politely raises an eyebrow. Makes sense. Believably mundane.
70% of the cases I get are just filling in the blanks on the initial report. This belt worries me.
He covers his nose. Alright, the tattoos might tell us something. They might identify him at least as belonging to a gang or an organization or an ideology. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. From the right shoulder to the solar plexus, each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
His corpse is marked by stars.
What will mine be marked by? Bullet holes, probably.
Alcohol and heartbreak.
Ouch. Is this a map of the night sky?
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
I am missing something here.
So am I.
Sudden ringing fills the air as the lieutenant pulls down the zipper of his orange jacket.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
What is that? You finally decide to bust out your iPhone on the job, Kim?
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Cool.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks familiar somehow.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
He produces two metal-capped ampoules and clicks them into place on the side of the apparatus. A thin slot shines there.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
He points the camera at the corpse, peering into it. The lens needs adjusting. Then...
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
On it, a color-perfect copy of the dead man's tattooed chest. Lieutenant says and shakes the paper, letting it dry in the cold wind. Cool machine?
Yes. It is pretty cool, isn't it?
He slides the camera closed and tucks it away on his belt. What do we need this photo for?
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
Can I have it? I should look at it later without the corpse smell.
Sure. Just don't lose it.
Hands you the piece of rolled-up photo paper. It's no larger than a pack of cigarettes. All right, look him in the eye. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Tell me, who are you, dead man? All right, we are bloody well gonna... You're bloody well gonna see if we can get this to work. Tell me who you are! The hanged man says, I'm gone. Where have you gone? Into the wild pale yonder. Where is that? In the past, way out west. I can see you're gone, but who are you? I'm a joke. Look at me. You are now, but who were you when you were alive? A killer, a motherfucker, and a killer. I have another question for you. Go ahead, Kobo. Oh, there's nothing funny about you. Nothing funny about jokes either. What is happening? What do you mean? I'm talking to you. It's the power of your black frothy liquid starts bubbling on his lips. Imagination! Why do I love questions so much? Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Yeah, give me a comical amount of questions. Coming right up, Copper Rooney. This is getting upbeat now. Is my name Rooney? Fuck no, you're no Rooney. Rooney is not who I am. I'm Harry. No, you're not a Harry either. You're a motherfucker. That's who you are. Rooney the motherfucker. Wow. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible? Because you have. Who killed you? Love did me in, Brother Capo. It was love all along. Can you ask me a question? Sure, Lobo, I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this? What? Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder? Maybe this will lead to something. Something indescribable, unforeseen, miraculous. Ha! The clown lips on the corpse appear to smile. The face rotates before you, slowly.
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands. The cold spring air smoothing them over.
The northwest, huh? I hate you, you stink and you're boring. Do I remind you of someone?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
A baby afflicted with harlequinism. You sure wriggled out of that one, Coppolini. Okay, enough. I have something I need to know, corpse man. Squint and take a step back. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink.
This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration?
Okay, amateur, have a good night. Take care. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air. His face and hands are pink, thighs too.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead.
I agree.
His personality is no longer a part of the world.
Totally dead.
Deady, dead, dead, dead. The world no longer stores his personality in its composition. There was a time for that, and it ended 7 days ago.
That sounds about right, yes.
He nods in agreement with this advanced piece of conceptualization. Having mulled it over, I think he was upright after death. His hands, feet, and neck are discolored.
Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging.
Could it still be that he was moved after death?
There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first. Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like
Maybe he was strangled.
There's always a chance we are wrong. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if
something is coming out of him. A pool of blood and feces is eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
You shush, Kuno.
Talking about shit.
Goddamn right I'm a whatever word that is.
Malicious laughter erupts in the yard. Sounds like seagulls.
Big said he's a...
The lieutenant's face is made of stone.
The victim appears...
The fuck he...
Talking about shit.
Maybe he went to the toilet sometime before death.
Maybe.
He doesn't really want to dwell on it too long. He's beaten up. See the bruises?
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
Alright, back off and catch your breath. So how do we get him down?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
I think we've been pretty thorough. You have a plan for getting him down.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
Well, if we saw the branch, we'll damage the corpse. But it's looking like the dialogue options here are suggesting to us that we need to ask the kids to get him down. Let's have another look at him. Because now I feel like we ought to be saving. It looks like the game wants us to ask the kids for help. But Kim looks like he has
We
something
should
to say
think about
too.
calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
I haven't paid the cafeteria manager for damages yet.
You should take care of that, then.
But I don't have the money.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
Man, we don't deserve Kim. All right. Oh, I'm sure it can, nobleman. I already see about 3 or 4 different ways it could go. Let's see what happens if we ask the kids.
Yes, we do.
Can someone else do it?
Someone else? You mean, like, the police?
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots? Why don't they help?
Can't the boys from processing take care of this?
No.
Okay.
I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. Someone else?
What was that about processing, then?
I mean, someone
Weren't
who's
they
below
supposed to
detective.
take-
Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news for you. That is a detective. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the
Okay.
others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down,
We could
fast.
saw the branch, maybe?
Climb up there and saw the branch?
Yeah, it seems dangerous.
There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Maybe we could shoot him down.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
Enthusiasm is unrestrained.
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
There, the buckle holds the belt together.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
Oh, Christ.
They'll miss. The pigs will miss Kuno.
Wait, let me try.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said.
Oh, good. Say nothing, let him choose.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world.
Why the hell are the police still using muzzle-loading firearms? That seems incredibly poor as a sidearm for law enforcement. Nothing semi-automatic? Not even a revolver?
He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Say nothing.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
Man.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
Fucking idiot! Mookabat asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Try again, maybe?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised.
He looks around at the windows overlooking the yard.
Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
Okay. I wonder if there's any way that we could get him to let us take the shot, because then at least we'd have control over it with a dice roll. Let's see if there's some other path we could...
Yeah!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where?
Yeah. They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
Let me try.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you
for
said.
goodness sake. Maybe it's better not
What
to...
else can we do?
He breathes out heavily.
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
Let me try.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed.
Oh,
he
come
appears
on.
too deep in...
What else can we
Okay, so
do?
we're not allowed to do it at all under any circumstances, it looks like. There's apparently no dialogue option that's going to allow us to take the shot instead of him. I hate to think of asking for help from the harbor.
I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
What are the other options?
Climb up there, and there has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Well, what about let's not do it?
We are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our job to keep him up there, but to get him down.
I don't really want to pull his head off.
How do you plan to get him down, then? With social sensibility? Are you going to educate him down?
Someone else?
What was that about processing, then?
No. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
I feel like there must be some option that's not available yet. I wonder...
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk.
Who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig.
You refer to yourself in third person. Kuno, is that some kind of gang name?
Yeah, Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang. Kuno bangs for Maggie, bangs for Mazda, bangs for Revachol.
He lays the names out there with pride and precision, like cards on a table. Right when he's getting distracted, there's a malevolent hiss behind the fence.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing shrill and violent like a fire alarm.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Jesus, this kid...
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Hey, just answer the questions.
Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
Alright, you know what? Shut him down. Suck it, Kuno.
Thump. The blow connects surprisingly well, leaving your knuckles tingling.
What? The disoriented 12-year-old is trying to get his bearings. Who's doing a sick charade now? I think we can have a normal conversation now. Am I right, Kuno?
Officer, this is very far from normal police conduct. Get yourself together.
For heaven's sake, he thinks, this has gone too far. Don't make this any worse than it is. Just get back to questioning the kid.
Okay, pig.
He's no longer wearing his demonic grin. Something happened. The punch made him calmer.
If this act was about him trying to establish dominance over you, it's safe to say things didn't go as he'd planned.
No kidding.
Kuno knows to respect that violent shit. You should see Kuno's dad. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything.
He declares with pride.
The creature behind the fence has fallen ominously silent. Only her eyes are alive, jumping from actor to actor.
Okay, pig. Talk to Kuno. We're back in this shit. The fuck do you want?
Oh, and now we get to be empathetic. Made him respect you. Talk to Kuno S. Alright, hang on.
Kuno doesn't...
So...
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on your...
No. I feel like we took the violent route with him, so we absolutely have to try to figure out what his deal is, and not just leave him with nothing but, oh, hey, I punched you.
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on...
42% chance is fine, though. I'll take that. Oh yeah, Farthrax, I'm so sweet. I just decked a 12-year-old.
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on...
Yeah, Warstar, this is clearly a kid who has grown up with nothing to lose, no love in his family.
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on...
No good influences, nothing to live for. Rotten parents, if any. I mean, he's got a father who apparently, is an extremely violent person, according to what he's just alluded to. Small wonder he turned out like this.
Does Kuno care?
He's on...
Not to mention, yeah, Nobleman, I was about to say, not to mention, he's clearly doing some kind of drugs. I don't remember what kind. I think maybe it did say amphetamines are what we found evidence of in his shack.
Fuck does Kuno doesn't fucking...
Ah, no.
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on.
Hey, Salty Job. Yeah, Ultima, although I feel like at a 42% chance...
He's on.
We've been failing way more than 58% of the time. So my guess is whatever is going on the back end is not representative or not represented by the number that we're shown up front.
He's on.
Because that 42% is clearly a lie. Yes, Salty Job, although not all of those voice lines appear to have been correctly implemented, because some of them that seem like they should play right now do not.
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on.
But I believe there might be a patch that's supposed to possibly address that relatively soon. I don't know if it's going to be a few weeks, Jub.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Yeah, of course. Interesting. How?
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad.
No, Nobleman, I thoroughly agree that it's a rigged roll. If it were really a 42% chance, we would have gotten it way before then.
She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses and says murder was the case that they gave her. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Alright, act on it and try to separate them.
Fuck you whispering about?
He whispers back.
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about!
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
Turns back to you and hunkers down.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Kuno, listen to me. She's trying to control you. Actually, that probably would make him look bad. What's up with her? She's terrifying, crazy, scary.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane, dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in, probably even pigs.
Oh!
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
Okay.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
You said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
Whoa.
Yeah.
He watches it sink in. Okay. Well, what's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
What do you mean she smoked someone, man?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
Really? Isn't she too small to overpower someone?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
How many cops has she killed?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
He feels eyes on the back of his head and stops.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
You think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
Okay.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
I don't doubt that. It's that language she uses, those words.
Fuck knows. She says it's the Song of Air People or some shit.
What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Sounds boreal, like something from the tundra and tiger-covered Cutler, Isola. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really.
Do they have red-haired people there?
You mean evil little red-haired people like her? Yes, they do. The Suruese have that ginger gene.
Ah, okay. Who knew could she be Suruese?
Suruese? Like that man from Helmdall shit? She could be. She could be that Helmdall shit.
Revelshot does have a small Suruese community, or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
Huh. She your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in, like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray?
Yeah, she was just there.
He points at the apartment building behind the fence.
What was that, Kuno?
Little one twists her neck looking at the building.
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
Dripping wet, so she would have swam, or someone threw her in the water.
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
Said she got in. How?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home, and she's sleeping under the desk, under a pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
How are you dealing with all of this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
You need backup. I'm here for you.
Listen, listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her, you threaten to take her away.
Genesis! Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Holy hell. You really didn't need to do that, Genesis. Jeez, thank you. Thank you for the gift subs to Samuka BLS. To Alex and to Vesmic. And to Paige Schill. I like that one. To DZMI, Kush Skywalker, Dove 1995, Midsummer 29, Teetsy, and King Regals. My goodness. Thank you, Genesis. Happy Friday to you, too. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for helping keep the lounge in business and helping feed a hungry spy. I hope you are safe and well.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
Alright, alright. I can respect that, Kuno.
Alright. Now we can do business.
business.
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Starts no longer whispering.
Oh, don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit.
Oh, thank you, Genesis. Well, that's a tremendous help, and I'm truly grateful to you for that. Thank you.
Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pant buying shit, that's on now too. 90% discount for Kuno's pig. Kuno can flex. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need.
Spreads his hands like a baker presenting the goods. A smile spreads across his flushed face. Friedel, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Finnick Estonian, interesting salty jub. I'm thinking about it, Farthrax. I'm genuinely thinking about it. So you respect me now.
You're dreaming, pig. That's not how this shit works.
A little. But don't expect anything to change.
Don't let him dominate you, Kuno. Fuck his fat ass.
Alright, I'll take the pants, I think.
Here, pig. We're fun now. Performance buddies.
Kuno unzips his jacket again and pulls the pants out of the plastic wrapping.
Kuno could already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now. Money debt.
I do believe I've paid you in full for these, thank you.
Money debt doesn't mean anything. He's just saying words. You're not in his debt.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Alright. Let's check out these new fancy pants. Savoir-faire and physical instrument. Okay. Spacious crotch liquid fit. And what I have on right now is... -1 savoir-faire and +1 electrochemistry. Yeah, you know what? What does my current shirt have? -1 suggestion, +1 conceptualization. +1 drama. I mean, this isn't great. This really doesn't help with the hobo look. Okay, Farthrax. Have a good one. Take care. Yeah, I mean... A dumpster pimp. Yeah, nobleman, I guess that's a correct description of this look. All right.
Fuck does Kuno care?
What's this about running an errand in illegal narcotics, Kuno? No, Warstar, I didn't. That thing's crazy. I don't need that thing trying to kill me.
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on.
It's supposed to be Warstar?
Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
The tie doesn't give you... Lots of people seem to want me to wear the tie. I'm quite sure that tie just wants me dead. But if you guys say so... Okay, okay.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
Who is your dad, Kuno?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol? In your condition?
How much material are we talking about?
Like half.
He says very confidently. Half of what?
A baggie, but like in this vial.
That's half a gram, sir.
Half a gram?
Yeah, half a G. Want it or not?
The confidence is unwavering. It's not very much material at all.
Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
Oh, Kuno. Hello, Malkavia. Welcome.
Okay, Kuno's listening.
I'm going in there, but not for the speed. I'm going after the most violent man in Revachol.
Sure, whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out. Kuno's violent dad's got Kuno's key. So you need to fuck your way in there. Go to the pier side, bang on the door till the cleaning gimp lets you in. That's how Kuno does it. Then you go to room 12 and kick down the door, police violence style. That's what Kuno does. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckhead.
This seems like an increasingly bad deal for everyone.
That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
Come on, Kim. Obviously I'm not going to take it. We need to get drugs away from a minor.
Okay, then.
Kuno do-
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Nothing, huh? Well, clearly the tie is a lie, but... I don't know, I just hate the thing. Frankly, I'm more than a little bit terrified of it. Uh... 'Cause... 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 'C What the heck is this? Oh. Money. Photos of men in overalls toting guns and Union placards. Oh, okay, we can't get in there. But there's clearly another room behind here.
Can I help you?
Here's your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
I found the victim's clothes.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Would someone on your staff have put them there? Well, who else has the keys to the trash container?
The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road.
Fair enough, Warstar.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. Two men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container, despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
Thank you anyway.
Interesting. Could someone on your staff have put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
All right, maybe you don't remember putting them there. Maybe you were sleepwalking or in a fugue state.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Can't even fight you on that, buddy.
Yes?
Seen something here that I need to talk about?
Thing?
Saw a sign that the mess hall is reserved for the Union?
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction.
He tosses his head in disdain.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
He hates the Union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
Let it go, you're above gratuitous hating.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
Okay, how do we find him?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
It's after 1600 hours. The sign said reserved seating 1600. Why isn't anyone in the mess hall?
Good question.
Turns to the cafeteria manager.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere. Or laying low after the, lynching.
Whatever he may feel about you, he can't miss the opportunity to throw you a look of what he assumes is shared understanding. Go with it.
Okay, I think I see.
Yeah. The Union guys think they're untouchable. They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and now think they can hide out till it all blows over, and it's fair weather again in Martinez.
He knows something, then.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
Yeah, I get that feeling, too. There's also this mysterious blue door in the back of the kitchen. Where does that go?
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it? Do you have...
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably.
He doesn't know either.
Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Okay, maybe we don't need a key to get in there.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Oh, alright, I guess that means there's going to be something interesting that we see here later. For the moment, though, let's check out that door.
You see a heavy steel door. The door does not. The door doesn't. The cobalt blue surface. It leads to a side building.
Alright. Well, there's clearly nothing we can do here.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
Oh, nothing. Yeah, I probably would too, Farthrax. I think I would probably just pry my way in there with a pry bar, but we apparently do not have that option right now.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Could you, run a serial number from a pair of armored boots for me?
Sure, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it.
This stuff.
Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
Okay.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see...
Hello, Nate! Welcome! Well, now we need... We need to figure out a place to stay. We never did get that sorted out.
Can I help you?
About the money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for tonight.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
Tim is about to say something. Let him.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and...
Stops mid-sentence.
He shrinks back a bit under the lieutenant's severe gaze.
I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
Hold on, I still have my key, you know.
Good luck trying to use it.
He taps his foot against a metal box installed in the back of the counter.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
Great. All right, well, this is going nowhere fast.
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here. Yes, have you got it? Like what?
Okay, yeah, nope. Oh, right, that door doesn't work. It's gonna be a sleeping bag, isn't it?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable.
Ish.
4 shiny
Farthrax
hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What do you mean confiscated them?
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
So you took his spinners.
Mm-hmm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
I get it. I would have confiscated them too. They're mesmerizing.
That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Okay, well, what are those?
They are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
Do you want to put these spinners on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cup with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Yeah, outrageously cool, man!
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
I'm sorry you have to sell them because of me.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But thank you.
You said... Oh god, you're not serious! That's... Fostism! That's $70! Thank you so much for the $70 donation, Fostism! Fostism says, "Hey Spy, this is for SMT Nocturne or whatever you need it for. I'll donate more whenever SMT5 has an actual release date. Enjoy." Fostism, first of all, thank you so much for the $70 donation. I will set that aside for the remaster of SMT3 when it gets released on May 26th. Or if I'm lucky, maybe on the 21st if I can get in early. Do not hold off for SMT5, Fostism, because as I understand it, that game is Switch only. And I do not own any Nintendo consoles, so I will not be able to play it. Thank you so much for even thinking about that, Fostism, but no, you've already done more than enough. I really appreciate that. Snozzages, Warstar. No, Fostism, no, please don't do that. Because I have deliberately avoided buying Nintendo consoles or products for a very specific reason. I am avoiding them intentionally. First of all, because I do not trust Nintendo not to go nuts trying to DMCA me for playing Nintendo games on Twitch. And second of all, because I do not want to support Nintendo. I do not want to give Nintendo any money until they get their shit together with their treatment of content creators. I really, really appreciate even your willingness to think about doing that, Fostism. And I do not know how to thank you for your generosity on that, but please, don't give me any money for the purpose of buying a Nintendo console. I have my convictions there, you know? Thank you so much, though, Fostism, for even thinking of that. I seriously appreciate your generosity. And at the very least, I can guarantee you that I will be able to use this $70 for what you intended it for. Because I do intend to play the remaster of Nocturne when it is out. Alright. You said something about a pawn shop.
Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest or something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
I'm pretty sure that's where we pawned off our gun, too. Don't take them, Farthrax? I don't have a choice here. I'm gonna starve to death if I have to stay out all night. Or freeze to death. I'm not sure which will happen first, but... I'll make it up to him later, Farthrax, by not being a bastard.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Alright, now I need to find the pawn shop. And they said that was what, south? Farthrax, I do not have any other way that's not going to be much worse. Hello, Gorgelon, welcome! A bold slogan, Humanox, covers the truck. I don't know, Rain Beetle, I wouldn't count on it. Horseback Monument. An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks like it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. Yeah, who is this? Silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Felipe III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Felipian kings of Revachol, son of Felipe II the Opulent, father of Felipe IV the Insane. Boy, that sure was a noble lineage they had there.
Not a good track record of mental health in that family.
Farthrax, I need to ask you, is there a specific reason you're telling me not to take these from him? Do you know something about the game that's coming later? Or are you just saying that because you don't want me to take them from him on principle? Okay, well, Farthrax, the best thing we can do to make this up to Kim is to stop being a piece of trash and to get our act together. I think he'll be much happier if the sale of these spinners helps us to become a better person, which hopefully it will.
What did he do?
Really? A 72% chance? Now let's see how many times we fail this, because that'll really give us an idea of how rigged these rolls are. Warstar, I have not noticed that specifically. I haven't seen any meters or anything like that in the UI. But
even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
No, Warstar, I haven't seen any specific UI elements that indicate his level of trust for us. It's not about meters? I don't know then. I don't know what other sorts of mechanics to expect from this game, and I haven't seen anything that stands out to me as being incredibly obvious. Oh, that? I had no idea, Warstar. As far as I know, that could have just been scripted anyway. I had no way of knowing that his dialogue actually changes dynamically depending upon what he thinks of you.
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How the bloody hell did he manage to blow through the entire national treasury?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
Wow. Well, Warstar, you played the game 10 times by your reckoning. I'm not even halfway through my first playthrough. So you've got a lot of insight that I have no way of accessing, you know? The man certainly knew how to live. A deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
Of course. Of course. The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
This is a lot to process.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I already know what nose candy is, so he was addicted to nose candy, a bloated druggie.
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Elysium Bay.
Well, that answers the question of where he's buried.
Beneath the cold waters of the Elysium Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. A group of marble pleurons still surround the king's vandalized tomb. A deathly cold wind sweeps up candy wrappers and old newspapers.
What happened to the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinaise was leveled.
Ah.
Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Huh.
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city.
I mean, I will grant them it was ironic.
The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
Ah, that's brilliant. So funny and nihilistic. Lol.
People in Martinaise tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
Clearly not.
Wow, you work hard.
I do?
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
What hard work do I do exactly?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged.
Oh, okay, I see where this is going. Pedometer cop.
That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
I fucking ride till I die, bitch, I guess.
That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer.
Yes, obviously, nobleman. I guess I've made some gills, sure. This must be because I got the 100 real from the wealthy guy in the container.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
No. No, but I guess actually, by the game standards, probably yes.
Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
The system is broken, man.
Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why are you so poor?
Because that Gart guy is riding my ass.
The Gart man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. Think hustler. Think with your head.
Fucking taxes, man.
That's right. 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate that is Revachol?
I thought there were no taxes.
You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus, there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The Gotham estate's a myth. In total, the coalition government is taking 98% of all your money.
Are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
Opt in, but only a little? Or opt out? I don't know. I don't like this any more than I like the idea of communism. Here is one consequence you have to decide about. Yeah, Warstar, free market capitalism in its complete overblown form. This changes Harry's mood? I don't know, bleeding nipples are a pain, but how will deregulation help with that?
It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it.
Indirect modes of taxation. Well, Warstar, that's my concern here, is either extreme just leads to the same place. Indirect modes of taxation. First, if you have a side birch ideology cooking somewhere, don't sweat it. Fightin' indirect taxation for the Gossamer state is compatible with all creeds. It's cool like that. You're a cool anarchist now. Unless you don't want to be an anarchist, whatever. Stuff this meal ticket in your eye socket, and let's see if we can steal some love back from the robber barons at the customs agency and the banditos at the Icelandian Financial Oversight and Competition Committee. Empathy, cold-blooded. Ah, Crockemeyer, it's quite an interesting game so far, I do have to admit. All right,
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face.
Farthrax, I don't have a skill point, no.
The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your...
Grandma? Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to ask some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her. Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead.
Snap your fingers in front of her face?
Wait.
Lieutenant stops you before you can snap.
She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Why?
Why? I just told you why.
Okay. Oh, money. White tank top. Oh no. Ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore. Foreign car, kept in good condition. Ah, and money. Ford! Thank you so much for the Tier 3 resub. Welcome back, and congratulations on 36 months. That is incredible. 3 years. The lorries probably stored fuel here. Now they store booze. How are you doing, Ford? I hope you're well and safe.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Look in the window.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
Kind of stickers and insignia.
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
Well enough, thank you, Ford. All things considered, I really am not in a position to complain.
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
Ah, okay. You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Huh. Now we have a skill point. I don't think Lonesome Long Way Home is helping us. Forget, yes. I have to say, I absolutely hate wasting skill points. Also, why the hell can I not? Can't select the, for God's sake. Thought cabinet list is stuck and I cannot scroll to the top. Oh, I see why. It's because there was a cursor that was a text highlighter. What the hell? Self-critique, -1 authority. Alright, I guess I'll have to, Hello, humbled heron, welcome! We're almost done with that thought. We'll leave that one. Oh, everybody's gone. It says GRIH. Huh? Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor. Some of those bonuses can't be reacquired. All right, Warstar, but the ones that I just removed didn't seem useful. You said there's a pawn shop to the south. This, I think, is south? Huh? Sewer grate, a gateway to the River of Filth. Helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. Warstar, that doesn't seem terribly useful to me. Hot air rises up from the sewer, sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. I got some bottles. Is this the pawn shop? Waterlock out of order until Wednesday, 7:15 a.m. Fingerless gloves.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
All right, I guess we're coming back Wednesday. Roy's Pawn Shop. Fast cash for faster times. All right, good. I do too, Farthrax, but this being a first playthrough, I have no inkling of what it could be. Some kind of machine, an antique cash register?
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
That's the plan, Crockemeyer.
This would make quite a statement in your living room.
At a streetlight? Yes, officer, as you can see, it's in perfect working order.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
Oh, where'd you get this? Brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
I do have to admit that. How much for the streetlight? 700 real? Even taking into account the risk of obtaining the light, that seems a bit steep. There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago. Wow! 700 real, huh? I guess there's nothing else I need to know. Mostly military wear with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. Bust of a woman. The plaque simply reads DEI. Dark, a film projector is whirring away.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
Pick up a truly cool figurine in the box. +1 electrochemistry, cigarette-stained fingertips, huh? +1 physical instrument, because of course. Up, gym vest, reeking of sweat. The best choice if you're not afraid to show off your masculine upper body and that hairy chest. Drama, huh? Yeah, you know what? As much as I hate it, the freaking wife beater. Also, interfacing.
You see Rose. Try to find something pretty and cool here,
Wait, what?
then use it to win her back.
Putting on the gloves brought me down from 72% to 58% success? Wait, hang on a damn minute here.
You see Rose. Try to find something pretty
What?
and cool here,
How? +2
then
dress
use
code.
it to win her back.
Extreme performance? Oh, okay. It's because we're wearing the gloves and the pants that match. I'm guessing. All right.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What is this? Oh, that's the Headless Faun Rider. Who? The Headless Faun Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a faun tracksuit. As you can see, he's missing his head. He points at the decapitated figurine. 50 cents, bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap, too. I think he's looking for it or something. That part of the story has many interpretations. Win her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy.
Expect the knights on horseback.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks. The kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Point at the knights on horseback.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago.
About the blue uniforms.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Oh, these are the same guys as Renee. We try, Malkavia. We try. Some nights it's a little more active than others, but tonight it's definitely pretty active. Oh yeah, this looks like Renee.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Huh. Exactly are these? Which ones? The man peers from behind his glass box. Ah, royalist soldiers. From the time of the revolution, the uniforms are painted a bit too brightly, I suppose. What about the ones in rags?
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
These even soldiers? You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yeah? The man behind the glass answers. Yes, they're soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. It's impossible to win against the cohorts of capital. Ask my friend Gart, whose bitch it made me. Wow. Contrast is meant to be disheartening, as it ought to be. I don't like either set very much, to be honest, but there are many parents among my customers. Alright, I guess I'll take the Headless Fallen Rider. I don't know what good it's gonna do. Did I mention this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you, he grins.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from him.
Really?
Guillaume Le Million.
Oh, cool, we finished it.
Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 38, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation.
Oh.
His body was found hanging from a decorative dragon tree in his junior suite, amid drug paraphernalia, unwholesome objects, and the Sylvia Trainer single, Wonderland, skipping in the background. And yes, you can take this as a metaphor for Revachol in the 30s, and also as a warning.
Ha! Okay. Pain threshold, +1. Blood oxygen is boring. All psyche learning caps raised by 1. Okay.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Yeah, Warstar, I don't see the importance of learning caps for skills that I've already spec'd into. They're high enough. I'm more worried about the learning caps for the skills that I spec'd out of, if anything.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Shopkeep, this Stereo 8 approved machine here is the Harman Wowshi W02, made in Vesper, designed in Seoul, he says. Plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. Could this device come in handy in my police work? Police work means playing tape. Sure, you can use it for that, or any other time you need to play a tape. You sure this is all in working order? Absolutely. I tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds, and music from a variety of genres, even though, he grimaces, I don't really like music. Alright, fine. There you are, quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever, turns any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes. What I really want to do, though, is buy back my gun, which I know he has.
It's not often that I see officers of the RCM in my pawn shop.
The man at the counter turns to you slowly.
What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately, RCM or otherwise.
Right, Malkavia? Everyone's gotta like some kind of music.
Who are your customers, usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Typical vacuous consumerist objects. Quite the collection. I may have something to add to it.
It keeps me entertained.
Attention is drawn once more to the play of light and shadow on the walls behind you. Roy high, and if yes, what is he on? By the way, do you happen to have any guns, like ones carried by the officers of the Citizens Militia? Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back. Damn it!
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
Was the buyer a policeman too? It didn't seem like a policeman, though she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was happy to get rid of it, and oh, it was Kuno S. She's the one who bought it. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
And if Kuno was to be believed, she actually did kill someone with it.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit a crime and blame it on the Citizens Militia?
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
Any idea when where I can find this buyer? My apologies, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she
Needle in a
went.
haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You'll just have to hope Everett wasn't lying, and the Union can track her down in time.
If people from Everett Clare's Union come here to track that gun. Maybe shady-looking guys came in here yesterday looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I had a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know, all sorts of people come here asking for all sorts of things.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
People as oleaginous as Everett seem like they're lying, even when they're really being truthful.
That certainly is true. Wait, I sold my gun. You,
With Kim here too. That just sounded really, really bad.
We're adamant about getting rid of it, officer, he hesitates. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off-the-charts photon emissions, the unhealthy kind.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
Feel like there's, something you're not telling me here. I do, Warstar. He probably has a good reason for that. At least now I know I lost my sidearm. Let's talk about something else. But hang on. I believe we have the pants and the gloves.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
Cool that you're still open. Big city vibes.
The pawn shop is always open.
Oh, okay, that's a much better chance. Roy doesn't really sleep.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
Pyrrolidon? What is that?
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Just me, or is it really warm in here? Tilts his head. I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
Say, what's with the triangles on your vest? He hesitates. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade, you know, after the People's Pile disaster. He coughs as if to mark his words. Had to take Pyrrolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
He's taking it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
People's Pile? What's that? A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you, too. Wow. What's the Emergency Relief Brigade? He points at the white triangle on his orange safety jacket. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the heart to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud, years getting sick. He looks at the spiraling lights and stops. Must have been tough, radioactive cleanup. He hesitates. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment and early deaths, cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could. Whose fault was it that the generator failed? No one's, everyone's. He sighs and shakes his head.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen? How'd you end up running a pawn shop? Cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later my second aunt died, left me this shack and the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there, it's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. Gonna get as far from Faubourg as I can. Still in the same city, but he shrugs. Thanks for telling me. He shrugs. I like theory more than story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
The boombox I bought. It should play this tape, right? Of course, it's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. It all starts with the tape. You might be able to aid our investigation. I doubt it, but I can try to answer any questions you may have. You know anything about the recent hanging? Do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything.
All right, you think you could help me get a corpse out of a tree? The corpse behind the hostel, I assume. He looks into the swirling lights, then to you. I don't have a truck with a mounted platform or anything of that sort myself. Ask around the harbor. There might be some workers there who'd be willing to help. Oh, good. That's where they're pushing me, huh?
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
There's something I'd like to sell.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Lieutenant steps in and hands him the spinners.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
He marvels at the cobalt shimmer and nods. Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter, I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
The lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash. Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you.
Takes the cash, then turns to you.
Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest goes in his pocket.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners. The windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Both the lieutenant and the pawnbroker turn to you. I'll check my pockets. $0.42, 90 cents. $120. They are separate aspects of his personality, Malkavia. Delta 51, that's 1 real, 5.90. I don't know if I want to sell this, though. I wonder if I could repair it later. Warstar, I'm going to ask you flat out, since you played this game back to front. Are the postcards important, or is it safe to sell them? Well, Heron, if you're thinking of getting this game, I've been enjoying it so far. It's definitely very different from what I'm used to. I'm very tempted to sell the postcards, but my only concern here is that in a game like this, it's beginning to seem as though even junk might have a use, because that croquet ball or whatever it was that we found in the basement, I did end up having to give to Renee because I lost his. And actually, I don't think I should sell the gun either, Brett Assassin. The gun seems really important. It seems like I might be able to fix it and actually get it working. Okay, Warstar, I wasn't sure, but even the description of the postcards seemed to hint that maybe they're only here to be sold, so... Rest of these I probably should keep. Plastic headless phone rider sits atop his equally plastic bull, posture indicating either desperation or pride. Comes as a set with the infamous fawn cap for which he lost his head. The head is not included. I'd like to sell my clothes? Not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. He looks you up and down quickly. Suddenly his gaze fixes on your tie. He steps back from the glass. And especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need for necrotic objects. Your mother is a necrotic object. I'm fun. Look at me sparkle in the light of the projector. Wow. I did Warstar, yes, and the firearm seems like the most obvious thing I should keep. Ask about my, missing gun. Oh. No. Okay. Well, that was disappointing. I thought maybe I would get my gun back. Okay, Heron, good night. Have a good one. Take care. Yes, Bread Assassin, it seems that the only way we're going to get it down is by, getting a truck from the harbor. But before we do that, I have just run out of water. I need to go refill my pitcher, and I also need to go grab a quick snack. So let's take a 10-minute break, and I will be back in 10 minutes, and you guys can use this opportunity to grab some snacks of your own, or use the restroom if need be, and we will resume in 10 minutes and see where this goes. Alright, everyone, I am back. Thank you all for your patience. I hope everybody had an opportunity to get a snack or something to drink or whatever it is your need might have been. And let us resume. Thank you, Ford. Guess I probably better hurry back to the the whirling in rags and get a few hours sleep. Now that we've done everything we seem able to do at the pawn shop. Oh, Nate, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Yeah, the Twitch mobile apps are definitely in dire need of an update, but then they have been for years. Come on, cursor, please. Thank you, though, Nate. I really appreciate that. Also, it seems like the morale change menu is now stuck. So let's try loading. Oh, wow, it's still stuck. Okay, maybe main menu? Okay. No, I guess not. It looks like we have to restart the game. Close game. Sometimes you just gotta do a soft reset. Okay. Let's try it now. Alright, that did work.
Can I help you?
Alright, about that money.
Yes. Have you got it?
Yes.
Well?
Yeah, here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
Huh.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
No, I don't think so. Let's finally get some bloody sleep. Yeah, right, Farthrax. No, I'm, or rather, Harry is going cold turkey. Huh?
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Oh, that's right. I still have the electrochemistry stuff on, don't I? No. What did I have before? This, these, and these.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Okay. The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum, then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How did you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
Yeah, he is beginning to seem that way. All right, the debrief then.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
No kidding, I can't believe that at this point in the game we've only gotten through one day. What are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
1,000? Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Okay, wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
Actually, Germany has a similar system with public transit violations. If you get caught on a mode of public transit and you don't have a paid transit pass in Germany, then you are given a ticket, but the ticket requires you to show up at a transit police facility and pay a fine. And you do not want to let those fines go delinquent. And if someone resists...
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes. The last time was 4 years ago.
Yeah, Gossamer, that's one of the things about Germany that I'm not terribly fond of. And it unfortunately harkens back to some of the darker parts of our history. But yes, the German transit police typically will wear plain clothes, and they typically spend their days riding back and forth on buses, trolleys, and other methods of public transit that normally require a transit pass for you to use. And what will typically happen is once the doors close and everybody is locked in, a plainclothesman will stand up and show his badge and then go up and down the aisles and check everybody's transit passes. And if you fail to produce one, then you get a ticket and you then have to go pay a fine. It's not a great system in my view. First of all, because it relies on the threat of being caught rather than on an actual fully enforceable system, for one thing. So it does create the opportunity that if you are really in a hurry and you hop that train in the morning, or you hop that bus or that trolley, you might not get caught. You might just get a free ride out of it, which kind of defeats the purpose of the system. But then the system itself is really a very authoritarian one, and not one that I feel has any place in a democratic country. So yeah, it is a little, well, I mean, depending on your opinions, potentially more than a little bit ham-fisted. So yes, in the event that I do have to use public transit, I always make damn sure to have a pass, but in my view, it's just not a great system. I feel like the systems other countries use, where you just pay a fare to get into the station, into the area where you board the trains, that works a lot better, and it's a hell of a lot less authoritarian. Floofen, usually it's more of a time-based ticket thing. Like, you'll buy a ticket for a train, and that ticket will cover a ride on that train, usually for a particular distance or within a particular fare zone. It depends on exactly what method of public transit you're using and what city you're in and all of that. But here in Berlin, there are there are 3 different urban zones, and the cost of your ticket and where your ticket is valid depends upon which zone you're starting in and which zone you're traveling to. One zone in Berlin is basically the city center. The zone outside of that is the area surrounding the city center. And then the zone outside of that is basically the suburbs. So it's, I don't know, I feel like in some ways, and this goes back to what I said earlier, that Germany really, in some ways, has not progressed an awful lot since the Cold War and even before.
He says it matter-of-factly and moves on.
There are 6 zones in London. Gotcha, Undenizen.
He has internalized it well. It's just that. A fact. A self-contained past event.
Have I killed anyone?
That's an improbability. Perhaps even impossibility.
I don't know if I really want to know.
Precinct 41 is known for a higher than average rate of police violence.
Oh, then I guess I probably did. What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couronne and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps his coat pocket where he keep his notes. Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness.
Ah.
Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
And who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the citizens of Revachol.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
Okay. Well, how do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on. The body is still hanging from that tree, which is unfortunate. But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great.
Though he wishes the body were out of the tree, he doesn't want you to feel too discouraged. Probably out of fear that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
Don't worry, Kim. I'll totally be up for getting the body out of the yard tomorrow.
I look forward to that. As for the interviews, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare.
Yeah, Farthrax, Hobocop is definitely the right nomer for this guy.
He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter, because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
I'm sure I can get him to tell us more.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
Big relief. It's a very serviceable name, too.
Moving on. We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
It's part of the Jamrock Shuffle.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Huh! What orange? He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. The Moral Intern, what is it?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What's their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous.
Huh. Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the Moral Intern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
There's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
Okay, I guess I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
Lieutenant arches his brow, then pulls out his cigarette. It's a slim white thing in his fingers. Wow. These are some opinions, all right. Yeah, they've done a pretty terrible job here. Have you seen this place? This isn't humanism.
We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Yeah, vigilantes doesn't really sound great.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
He looks at the roundabout.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over.
Yeah, Rain Beetle, they actually let you have some pretty freaking real opinions in this game. Say nothing, just look out into the night. The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag.
This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
Yeah, I can imagine it must be pretty difficult to see things that have personal ramifications. Especially since this game doesn't really seem to hold back with them. Well, Rain Beetle, it was banned in Australia on a technicality. The PC version of the game ended up being allowed there. Or maybe it was that the PC version of the game ended up being allowed there on a technicality, but one way or the other, it's only this version that was banned in Australia.
An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. Two glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts.
And in Jamrock and the GRIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Well, I really hope our investigation will help improve the situation here, or at least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Alright, cool. Well, let's get to bed, I guess.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
And we got a skill point. Excellent. Let's spend that. Oh god, and now I can't even see what's highlighted. Ugh. I'll have to go inside before I can even look at the menu. Okay. Now it's a little easier to see. Forget thought? No. Hang on, what? Unlock a skill point slot. Okay, well... No, that's not the thought that I want to forget. Okay, I get... What? Why? Why can't I, Hello, Business Goose. Welcome. I don't want to forget a thought, Farthrax. I want to open up a new slot to add one. But when I highlight the new slots, it still just says forget. Like, it won't let me add another slot. It only seems to want to let me clear existing ones. I feel like the interface in this game was only designed with PC in mind, and their binding of the inputs to console controls has been really pretty poor. Alright, well, I don't know. I guess I'll save that skill point then. I have no idea what else. See you in the morning, he says. Yeah. What's this? Oh. Jeez, all these bottles.
The fan stands still. The lights are on. The lights are off again. The switch must be broken, because nothing happens. The air in the room is starting to feel like vaporized urine. The switch must be broken.
Great.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours.
No time to rest yet. Let's do a little bit of recycling.
The window stands broken in its frame.
Well, Bright Man, that is true. I don't know how much it's going to help, but it is certainly true. Right, it looks like we've gotten everything from here.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Use your chain cutters to fix the faucet. Stop steam from fogging up the mirror. Okay, actually, that we can do. Kiyosek, there's an event in the shipping container in the harbor, if you're able to get into it, where if you pass a couple of very difficult skill checks, somebody gives you 100 real, and then if you don't have enough money to cover your tab before the first night, you can go to the pawn shop and Kim will give you some stuff that you can sell that gets you enough money.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place.
Nope. I think I already have it on, Farthrax, don't I? Or do I? Did I? Oh, no, I don't. Okay, interfacing. I guess that's it, interfacing.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. Your hands, however skillful, can't manage this task on their own. You should get your chain cutters out. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
Attempt to stop the expression from happening. Electrochemistry, huh? Know the origin, no more steam. Okay. So this, we might be able to... We put on electrochemistry and electrochemistry. Yeah, Farthrax, again, the dialogue seems to be bugged in some
cases. A mirror
cases.
hangs on the bathroom wall.
Yep, 17%.
It's barely covered in steam anymore. Still.
All right. Well, I'll take 17% odds. This was an impossible check before.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
So we're gonna scum this. Mostly because I'm curious as to whether it will change your character portrait.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still.
And because at the very least you don't have to go through a crazy cutscene every time you do this. It's a fairly quick reload.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Yeah, Farthrax, that was pure luck, though. Although we do have at least one thought skill that will help with it.
Still. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still. A mirror hangs on the bathroom. Still.
At least an 11, Farthrax, yes. A 10 might do it. I'm not 100% clear on that. But I'm pretty sure it's a minimum of 11.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still.
And then Snake Eyes or a 3, I think, will be a guaranteed fail.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom. Still. A mirror hangs on the bathroom. Still.
Well, that was a 9.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom. Still.
I certainly prefer this above a 3 or an 8% chance, though.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom. Still.
That was once again a 9. Yeah, Farthrax, if we get a 10 and we still pass, then that means a 10 is now considered a critical success as well.
Still not.
It said the threshold is 1 point lower, but I'm not sure if that means 1 point between both dice or 1 point per die.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom. Still.
Oh, that's an 8. But I guess if we do manage to get exactly a 10, this will be one way to find out.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom. It's like something snaps in you.
That answers
a
it.
nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long.
So that does answer it indeed. A 10 is a critical success now. So it is 1 point per dice. Or per die, rather. All right, cool. I'm fine with that.
Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. You see your face, such as it is without the expression. It's just hairy.
Well, our character portrait did not change. I don't think. Ah, Brightman, I think anything is an improvement over what it was. It did change? I'm having trouble seeing the change. Now he's not grinning. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I'm not really seeing the change, but the portrait in the lower left? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I don't really see the change there, but I suppose I also didn't get a very close look at it. Before I passed that check. Well, anyway.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but the sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
Yeah, save and reload an older one. I'll pass on that. I'll just take everyone's word for it.
And then sleep doesn't come.
Great.
And then sleep doesn't come.
But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Okay, what about the blanket?
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Yeah, me too, Business Goose. Me too. Alright, maybe if we roll over. That never works, though, ever.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him? Who?
Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
Please, let's just sleep. I need sleep.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Oh, okay. Well, now we get to go through a creepy dream sequence. And I can't access any of the menus, which means this is absolutely a nightmare. Yep, okay. Let's just make sure that nothing else here is important. It looks like nothing else here is important. Except that it's now us hanging from the tree.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
Oh, this is that reptilian brain talking again. Bloated corpse of a drunk. I was born in a hospital where people usually go to die.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle, and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back, you shush.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone, and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
What's Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Isolas on the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people, and you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown? Who are you kidding?
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed.
Stinky boy.
You shut up. I'm solving the case. I'm a big boy policeman.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet. Grinding in your head.
Something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad. This dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type of hangover?
Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry.
No, I want to sleep. Harry needs sleep.
Time to go to work in the shit factory.
No, I don't want to work in the shit factory. That place is shit. Oh.
Good going, buddy.
Oh my god, what the hell was that? Is that how it's gonna be now when I close my eyes?
Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell is going on in my stupid, dumb electrochemistry brain?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
No, really, I feel great, I promise.
That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more.
Oh, piss off, electrochemistry.
Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
Wait, what is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die.
Frankly, I'm more willing to believe volition over electrochemistry here.
Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
I will not schnoof any more drugs.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
No. I will fire them.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Oh, you mean the same spark as Kuno's got? I think I'll pass on that.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting.
But we can't sleep yet.
A mirror hang.
Okay, nope.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside.
All right. I did, Farthrax, yes. I need more slep.
The door, still nothing.
All right, fine. I don't know, Farthrax, but now I see that the Union guys are hanging out here. Oh, no, he's up already. Oh, hi, Kim.
Can I help you?
He arches an eyebrow. I'll wait. What about wheelchair lady?
Just a moment.
The old woman turns back to the cafeteria manager.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Good day, ma'am. Everything all right?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead, too.
There is, in fact, a phone in the Union office, and I can get there. What's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
Okay, and why did you need to use the phone?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them.
Uh-oh.
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
All right, has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
Uh-oh, it sounds like he might have gotten mixed up in whatever is going on in this town.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look around, you're still in the whirling in rags.
Dense thickets of reeds with something sweet, huh?
You have more important things to worry about.
What is this expedition your husband is on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect.
Uh-huh.
But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday.
Oh, I know what happened. They
What
got
could be
stuck.
keeping them?
Because the bridge...
The waterlock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Yeah, the waterlock to the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck.
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock?
Probably just some technical problem. We saw that the control panel had been gutted.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
All right, well, that's a relief.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
You know, I was thinking the same thing.
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
That is not how we handle murder investigations.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here when or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So, your husband is a scientist, eh?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is cryptozoology?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
The lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
Well, we don't know what's going to happen when we get there, Shibboleth. I would not be the least bit surprised if we run into this lady's husband, and he's like, hey man, I found out you can totally schnoof this insect.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Oh, please, go back to your essential oils and power crystals, for God's sake.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids. Tell me more about this rare insect he's looking for. It wouldn't happen to be a moth, would it?
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about this insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Oh, so it's a ghost insect.
Ah yes, Phasmatodea, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Oh yeah, here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast.
Oh, hi, Breakfast. Welcome back.
Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
Kim, you are not helping here, buddy.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
What makes you think that it's so around here? That it's around here, rather? You seem pretty confident.
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Sounds to me like somebody at the newspaper was stirring up some sensationalism.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
You seem really excited about these essential this cryptid.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
Okay, is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Ha! True, Shibboleth, very true. Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
That's true, Business Goose, but it sounds like it was this woman's husband that was doing the schnoofing, and she just caught his obsession with what he was trying to find, I guess. All right, what's so special about this stick bug, then?
Oh, dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
All right, hang on a minute, because what if we could get this nice old lady who's a little bit off her rocker to tell us
hello,
about
dear.
some cool cryptids?
There you are again.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey, Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you've studied. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
Yeah, that's it, Shibboleth. I'm sure that's the explanation for this cryptid.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Okay, Kim, just one cryptid, you boring old doofus. He nods and assumes a waiting posture.
Ooh, tough choice there.
What's the most dangerous cryptid?
The gnome of Jeroma.
Pauses for effect. The gnome of Jeroma? I had a classmate in high school who was nicknamed that.
Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
Okay, what does this cryptid look like?
It was, reportedly, a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of this very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
Alas, always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
Yeah, it does seem very convenient that it just disappeared and nothing like it was ever seen again.
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens with things that are rare and stand out. Their disappearance is most memorable, and they are least likely to be found again.
Alright, well, we promised Kim only one cryptid, so...
Of course, dear.
Alright, let's check back later. Ah! Those must be the Union guys. Nothing. Alright, Kim, what do you have?
Morning.
He gives you a quick nod.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
Are these the men Gart told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it.
Alright. Well, let's roll.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Player Harmon Wowshi W02. Oh, okay. We can just put that on.
Let me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
You're not a gardener.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
She crosses her arms.
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
She points to the man to her right.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong-arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest, if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What's your role in all of this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
What if I want to talk to you and not him?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
And why are you so aggressive all of a sudden?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Who killed somebody, potentially?
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob. enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
The tall, broad-shouldered man takes a sip of his beer.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
The privatization is not unlawful, it's cool and funny? What? Maybe you're just not historic individuals. I don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. The RCM is principled and strong, unlike you socialists.
Get sober. Do your job. Ask your questions and get the hell out of Martinez.
Looks like I struck a nerve. All right, I'll talk to Titus.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota.
The what? Sounds like my stomach is growling.
Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow.
What? What vows?
The vows of blood and flesh.
What? What is my lower intestine going on about?
Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
That's not what the large intestine does. Also, what is the hard stuff?
Fascism, Brota.
What? Oh, Christ, no. No, no, no. We are not going there. What is fascism, though? Let's just be clear about this.
Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachol's problems?
Oh, Christ. Foreigners, financiers, leftist academians, liberals. I thought you were my circulatory system.
Quit stalling, Bruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing. The weak link.
Oh, Christ, here we go. So if this is the fascist part of Harry, then the answer it wants to hear is liberals.
Yes, them. But also, women.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Women. Men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Woo men need to go back to the fucking kitchen.
Jesus!
That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that woo men need to know their place.
Am I having some kind of stomach seizure?
Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Why?
Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times.
Oh, this is awful. Fascism is terrible. What if we called it oh God, no. No, how about if we called it what it is? Proceed to the judgment.
You're going to keep your vooz, right? Keep your vooz, Brota.
Opt the fuck out.
There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestines, knocking on your alcohol-engorged liver.
Endurance represents fascism. Got it. Okay.
It is one of betrayal and disappointment.
No fascism for me, thanks. I've learned my lesson from history. Sheesh. Babysitting imbeciles, what the heck, Liz? It's a bowl, there's spit in it reeking of tobacco. No way I'm going back to Jamrock. You see hawthorn bushes outside.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Perception heroic. look out the window. It's not time yet? Minus 12. A lot of branching dialogue options. Miscreant, a ton. It's basically branching dialogue options, the game. And for some reason, the mysterious door has something to do with that. Alright, well, the game seems to be suggesting very heavily that we should come back here later. The tomatoes are so thinly sliced you can see through them. Do you know what's behind that door? He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself.
Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Okay.
You see a heavy steel door.
Nothing else. I guess, Farthrax, but I can't imagine what time that might be. We are being very heavily suggested to come back later, though. Yeah, Shibboleth, but I don't want to spend that amount of time re-rolling again if I can avoid it. That minus 12 penalty is something I would very much like to get rid of and not have to deal with.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
What is going on here? Who is this? You see a sturdy woman humming to herself. She seems to be browsing books. A good one? Point to the book.
Yes? Hello?
She nods, her attention fully focused on reading. Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
Yes, I see that by your name in the dialogue, but that's not...
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Shouldn't a working class woman be working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read.
Phenomenal.
It is.
I'm a cop.
I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
He points to his sleeve. Do you need the help of a policeman?
What with?
Tries hard to focus on the bookstand. Maybe your husband is missing?
My husband? No, he's not.
So where could he be?
I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
It's pretty nosy, Akime.
Where is this going, officer?
So what I'm hearing is you don't really know where your husband is.
Yes, but... I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time.
Wouldn't you like to?
No.
She looks you straight in the eye. Her right foot is tapping nervously. I can totally help find your missing husband.
Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband.
She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her that it's okay.
Hush, baby? No, it's okay.
What?
It's all right not to know where your husband is. Nothing shameful in that.
Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me. My husband is not missing.
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then.
Maybe your cockatoo is missing.
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
You're right.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Ma'am, I was asking about your cockatoo. Is it missing?
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
What?
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
All right, cockatoo not missing. I just wanted to make sure.
Great.
All right.
Wonderful.
That's all. The woman before you nods and returns to her reading. Well, that was pointless.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime Romance.
Oh, actually, we should, Monotone! Hey, welcome! Thank you so much for stopping by, Monotone. It's great to see you. How are you doing? You must have just finished a stream of your own if you're here. Guys, I need to give a shout out to Major Monotone here. My boy. Monotone just recently started streaming himself. He is a marine biologist, and he does science streams primarily, but he also occasionally streams video games. And I must ask, Monotone, which of those were you doing tonight? Is tonight a science night or a game night?
And biographies of famous people.
Ah, okay, now we have the option to, all the pressure has made Annette really anxious. You know she's been chewing her nails.
God, I've told her not to do that. It's disgusting. And I told you to mind your own business. Clearly, you have no idea how hard it is to raise a girl in this economy.
This economy is a mysterious force, like cosmic weather. Mysterious and harsh.
I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
You better believe I'm going too far, Thrax.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
What you're doing is wrong. Even I know that, and I usually don't know anything. She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change.
This is a person coming to terms with a new reality. One where they are wrong. It's not easy.
Couldn't have said it better, Volition. Science! Okay, Monotone. I forgot it was Friday. Excellent! Another fish tank stream. Fantastic. I hope you had an excellent stream, Monotone, and I'm overjoyed to see you, but you must be exhausted. What time is it there? What time is it here? So actually, it's only a little bit before 10 p.m. there, huh, Monotone?
She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Damn right, Rhetoric. Thank you. At least some part of me isn't a fascist. Or a communist. Or an end-stage capitalist.
Oh, no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there.
Oh, good. A little bit of self-reflection.
There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
She stops, but her mouth keeps moving.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
You're like Annette to your husband and your mother.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person. But my husband...
She shakes her head.
My husband is completely different, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry, Monotone. Well, you're welcome to stay and relax here for as long as you need before you get some sleep. I'm happy to have you. And again, if you need to catch up with me to chat about anything, Monotone, you're always welcome to message me. Is she an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
This economy again.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Why not?
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father. so I don't expect you to understand. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
Is this husband Annette's father?
Yes. My husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Wait, Grand Couronne? What's that?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
And did it never occur to you that there might be a reason why those buildings are empty? Your husband's also involved with the bookstore. No worries, Monotone.
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent. Almost inaudibly so.
As in not involved at all, huh? She told me she doesn't go to school anymore.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And what if it doesn't?
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
All right. The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette. All right. Well, one thing we should do while we're here... Huh? Looks like Guillaume Lemillon. That hair poster. One thing we should do is buy that map.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda. A map.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
All right.
The north coast of to the east, Huron. It's so small No, Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black streets. And then there's the burnt-out quarter in the heart of Jamrock. Is it cold in this bookstore? Or is it just you?
No, Farthrax, I'm not going to steal it. That will not help Annette.
To be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive. This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
All right, we'll buy the medical book.
Indeed. Something about that book does seem to have spoken to you. Well, I hope it contains what you're looking for. Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh, no.
That's not how the police work, Karen.
Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are. Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective, Dick Mullen.
I should probably buy this Dick Mullen novel.
Of course.
It seems relevant.
Such violence and immorality. I mean, enjoy.
Thanks, Karen. Oh, there's Annette.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
You just can't win.
More to the point, neither can this poor kid.
Out of the rain and into the gutter.
What are you doing now?
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away.
What is it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
She gives you a hat almost exactly like the one Dick Mullen wears on the covers. It's a detective hat?
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that.
She grins.
Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
Hang in there, hon. You're a real trooper. Also, thanks for the hat. Now I can be a real spy. +1 encyclopedia. Oh, good. Good, I get more trivia. If anything, this wide-brimmed hat looks even better than the hat Dick Mullen wears. Dick Mullen is stupid and not even real. You're real. Your brain is real. Your real brain is inside the hat. Okay. Now I need literally every other article of clothing to match it. Or Annette.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Alright, that'll do it, I guess.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Alright, I don't want to blow all my money here, and I think I've already made enough purchases for the moment. I'm actually curious as to... Ah, damaged ledger. Right. This is a ledger you found in the trash. It's full of notes written in a man's dense cursive. Have a closer look. Maybe it can be salvaged to start keeping notes on the case.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Anything else?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
Of course it is.
Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart.
Inspect the toilet paper.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Leave it there, it's cool? No.
Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better.
Inspect the clip.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
Run your finger across the aluminum.
The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
Lieutenant, what's this?
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property.
Interesting. What kind of information?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved. How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Interesting. How can I read it?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Ah, so we need the flashlight.
All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
Okay.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Very good. Not on a police clipboard monotone, no. Alright. That's all.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Browse the white papers.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What is in there and what are they about?
Work, strife, poverty, The Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you.
Hey, Rolls, welcome back.
It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
2 cases a week, a good caseload, Lieutenant?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
2 cases a week appears to have been my load. I'm not sure I completed them, though.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
I'm sure I made plenty of mistakes.
It's okay. We all make mistakes.
God knows I've made my share. He tries not to think of them. Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
There was mention of a naming convention here.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name, a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples.
Oh no, they're written in capital letters too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case.
I don't think he solved any of these.
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
I have to open an official case. Is there room?
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish.
I'm almost afraid to ask, Rolls, but is this? Oh, Rolls, that sounds absolutely terrible. Let me see. Oh, these are the headphones you got. I know of the brand, Rolls, but I'm not familiar with the specific model. And I have no experience with the brand. I've never owned any of their products, so I couldn't give you a recommendation either for or against. You know, Rolls, I've got a little pro tip for you when somebody wants you to go do something like that. It's a pro tip that has served me very well over the years and that I have zero regrets about ever putting into practice. And that is, you are allowed to say no. You are allowed to say, I appreciate the invitation, guys, but I really just need to rest tonight.
Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete.
Commit to paper.
Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event.
Tim, do you have a pen? Lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder like large-caliber bullets on an ammo belt.
It's downright incriminating. He has little choice but to give you one, although he really does not want to.
He's not really saying anything, just standing there looking at them. Can I have one?
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
He pulls one from the loop. With this beauty, commit to paper.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity.
That's one other possibility, Waltz Queen, yes? Yet he's mad that I'm asking him to lend me a pen. He probably thinks he's not going to get it back, and prior to the events of this game, he probably wouldn't have.
Inspect the victim's body. Get the body down. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place.
Cross out the ones you've already done.
A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Lieutenant, have you by any chance named our case?
No, actually. Any ideas?
The Furies are at home in the mirror, the setting sun, shit on a stick? Yeah, the Furies are at home in the mirror. That appears to have some symbolic significance that we haven't learned yet.
Furies? Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife that it refers to. And also, could you make it less poetic somehow? Just a normal case name, you know? Think, what would that be? A good normal name?
Yes. You know what that normal name is. But it's so plain. Anything else, please.
Fine, Kim, fine. You did just lend me a pen. I guess I owe you one.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Alright, Kim, all my cases employ a naming convention similar to what we used on ours.
Yes, how very childish of you. In your and my defense, almost everyone in the RCM uses the titular system, in addition to the official alphanumeric.
Why is that?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
I seem to have named a case the Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself.
Well, sometimes you have to make the best of a bad situation, right?
I pray his loved ones never find out.
What happened to him? I imagine he had a hole in his head, for some reason.
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
Oh! Was his name Mark Henry, by any chance?
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
We now have a logic option to read all the case files now. With a high chance of success, browse the yellow papers.
In the back, you see thin, translucent copier paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out.
What rolls? Huh? Hang on. What did I miss? When your wife is the drummer and wants to drag you along, you have to do stuff. Well, Rolls, you can go along for the company to fulfill your obligation to be present, but not sing. What was the title of the game before Disco Elysium? The case name about the Furies in the mirror, you mean? Ouija? Rolls, faking sick is probably not going to work if you live with the person you're trying to deceive. Okay, Waltz Queen, have a good night. Take care. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
Types of forms are there?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Misconduct fine.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields, but they appear pleasantly vague.
Oh no, you're telling me that I could misuse these, huh? Station call.
These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing.
Field autopsy.
A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs, color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs.
Enough of these.
Yes, all that remains now is to
level up.
fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper.
Okay, what about the clipboard?
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
What did you say the color was?
Blue.
Oh.
The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Shake the ledger.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment?
Oh?
Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it.
Yes, Tsitsi, they did.
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
How would I open it?
With your hands. U4 sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Open the hidden compartment in the clipboard. Okay, we need interfacing for that. Smell the ledger! That seems like a great idea.
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
I'll tell you what, they sure do a good job of making you feel filthy. Okay.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of... Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41. Then, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural.
Wait, weren't those, Officer Precinct?
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
And HDB must indeed be Harry Dubois.
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
So that really is our name.
Harry Dubois, HDB. Still feels like there's something missing from that.
Alright. The Next World mural?
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne.
Oh, that's the one this lady wanted to move to. I don't think they're going to be any better off there, from the sounds of this.
Cause of failure. Rent too high.
Yeah, of course. It always is.
The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible, only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class."
Wow. Breakfast, that's kind of cynical, but, to an extent, you're right.
People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lecturers have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Wait, do I ever find who came up with it?
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design.
Okay.
The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3.
What?
The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
Am I actually deciding how this turned out? Remove the mural, it's wrong.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us.
The middle class are not to be blamed. It's human. I like it, but can't we wreak havoc on other nations instead? My God. I must have voted and possibly even lobbied to remove the thing because I don't believe in that rubbish one bit. Love is absolutely possible for anybody, even though I don't hold out much hope of it in my lifetime. And as cynical as that sounds, this is nonsense. This is just give up, crucify the middle class who had nothing to do with it. The real culprits are the ultra-wealthy people who are wringing the poor for everything they're worth and keeping the poor where they are.
No one cares what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger. What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
Wow! I guess I just got told off. What was the unsolvable case?
AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable.
No, NDHC, not my smelly toilet ledger.
Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration.
Maybe not, but we could still fine the ever-living daylights out of them.
The only way for Leslie to stop displaying his genitals and for Burke to stop attacking things would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability.
Couldn't we just keep them off the streets?
You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is.
Sounds like maybe we need some new legislation to tie up this little loophole then.
Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years.
Jesus. NDHC, but for a very different purpose, I should think.
It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Public indecency.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. And let's be fair, you also have party eyes. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face, then proceed to beat him unconscious with it.
Yup, the joke sure was on Burke there. That sure was a funny joke on Burke.
In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved.
Oh, God. So really what they needed was just to throw a drunk, down-on-his-luck police officer at this case. Well, case closed, boys. The answer was violence all along. Violence and alcohol.
Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
I think so. Maybe. Square bullet hole murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
But?
That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet, and then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
Seems to me somebody was killing these people with a pickaxe or a center punch.
Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day.
Okay.
One day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
The couch in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They actually looked like assholes. Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa or couch or whatever it was.
They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it, too, where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, because they felt it's intellectual.
Okay, and it seems as though the dialogue did not account for the line, "and drank coffee," which is what I was referring to earlier when I mentioned that not all of the spoken dialogue in this version of the game appears to have been correctly implemented or implemented at all yet.
Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Did I ever catch those guys?
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
Murder at the hookah parlor. This sounds like a fun one.
Murder. Tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
Alright, wait, what happened? Breakthrough imminent, was that a... Oh, we can't. Hi, Farthrax. Wait, how?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner, J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor.
Okay, on with the murder.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Wait, was he actually a good cop, or was he like our protagonist?
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey.
Oh!
Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
This Officer Mills sounds like a real piece of shit.
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
You'd never catch me dead in one of those places. Really freaking stupid.
Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there, only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing, just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open. Blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge.
Oh God, really? You sucked hookah, stood up, passed out, hit his head on the table, and died?
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
And what was he doing there for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next.
I have no doubts about that whatsoever, Warstar. Just one among a long list of reasons why he will never catch me alive or dead at a hookah parlor, or any place like one.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
Okay, we need... interfacing? Crack it on the knee like Burke. Okay, reading the case file about Burke and Leslie gave us a bonus to opening the hidden compartment. Oh, here we go.
Rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will.
Yeesh.
That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
Okay. Int and Psi red check failures heal 1 morale. Fizz and Moat red check failures heal 1 health. Learning cap for pain threshold raised to 6. Yeah, Warstar, except that I don't know if I want to tolerate red check failures. Since yeah, exactly, they're the ones you can't retry. And in order for this thought to be useful, you have to fail red checks. And I don't see how 1 more tier of pain threshold is going to be any more useful to me than some other kind of bonus. Plus, I've got recovery items for healing morale and health. So, I don't really see that this is a useful thought. It's not, nobleman, but I already have a high enough threshold in pain threshold. Okay, I guess I have to accept. I really wish there were a discard option for these. All right, Yeah, but not when you learn it, NDHC. I don't know if you saw just there, but I was only given the option to accept. Let's get out of here first of all. And let me let me get rid of this thought. Now that I'm outside and I can actually see what I'm looking at here. Rigorous self-critique. Yes, confirm. And instead... indirect modes of taxation? Okay, and I have 2 skill points. The question is... oh, I... would really like to add another thought here. I have 2 slots, but it doesn't look like I can. I don't know. In that case, I guess I'll just spend these on, let's see. Savoir-faire does seem to be pretty important. But then again, so does interfacing. I think I probably should shore these up first. Interfacing and savoir-faire. Oh, right, and I have the -2 penalty to empathy. Hello, Dragonab, welcome! Should do. Alright, now let's break open the clipboard.
It's the ledger you found in the trash.
Oh, right,
A cabbage
I need...
of paper.
These.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers. The 2 sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know...
slide the drawer open.
Without resistance or sound, the 2 panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
What's inside?
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Pick up the ticket stubs.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too.
Pick up the card. Fucking kill yourself, you asshole? What? No, Dragonab, not exactly.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Open it.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand.
Oh, number 3 is the tie. Of course it is, Warstar.
A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting.
This is the ex-wife.
Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
But it will make me happy.
A merciful wind blows in from the Bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. You feel the card slipping into it.
No.
Let go.
Hold on to it, read the card.
Your hands shake holding onto it. Every morning when I step out, you're asleep behind me. It says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you.
Keep reading. We are going to face whatever this is.
You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
Oh, Harry, you idiot. You blew it, dude.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
Uh-oh.
No. Hold on.
Hold on.
To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
Fall sideways? What? Wait, is that just a fail state? Really?
There is nothing. Again.
Nothing. Just lie there. No, nothing.
Nothing, sad brother. No treachery, just blackout.
What did I even learn, Warstar? That anything that makes you faint is insta-death?
Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering somewhere in the basal ganglia.
Who's that?
That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
Who was that?
Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it, still trying to hold on to the great sorrow slipping in the water. Slimy.
No, I was cool. I'm cool. Oh, Warstar, that's been made clear to us abundantly.
The cool when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow, because it's always there.
Okay. Was that the X something? The
bloated corpse of the past resurfacing?
No, it was beautiful.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape, its lack of beauty was not the problem.
No, the problem was Harry. Yeah, Shibboleth, but that's already been made clear to us even before this. Where is Voyager Road?
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause.
So my name appears to be Harry.
Your name is fuck all.
It certainly ain't Harry.
Then what is it?
Your name is passed out on the ground, tracked around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
Okay, cool. Just lie there motionless then.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules. No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Maybe so, Shibboleth. I don't know what other choices there are, being that this is my first playthrough of this. What is that? It's cold.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. Something in you. And
It's delicious.
No!
Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Okay, we didn't die. Where am I? In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kisaragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
Lieutenant is extending a small canister to your mouth. Yes, I should.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
Well, cursed nobleman, I guess you just cheated yourself.
What happened?
I came in contact with the burnt-out ruins of the past, Lieutenant.
That does sometimes happen.
He hands you the remains of your ledger. Okay, we got that back at least. Ledger of failure and hatred?
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
I could see it.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Let's solve this case. Partner.
The afternoon sun shimmers off the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage.
Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to...
Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery.
Yeah, that sounds like a totally legit upgrade, NDHC.
This is a Caprice Kanema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds, and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour.
Okay, well, I think I figured out what the main character's real name is now. It's Jeremy Clarkson. Won't it roll over in the first sharp corner?
The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power plant.
This tech talk is really rubbing me the right way here.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
Yikes, Warstar, that seems like a really high statistic. That machine really puts the loco back in locomotion. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
Oh, what's it packing in there? Point to the engine.
130.
Ah, okay.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
That's what? A 7-liter V12?
7.2. Supercharged.
He's trying unsuccessfully to suppress a smug smile. Great, we've got James May over here. A fine machine.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
There's gentleness in the lieutenant's voice as his eyes run over the vehicle's contours.
Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot. It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
Ever thought about switching to helium headlights?
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first.
We ever get this case solved, maybe we can do it together.
Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
And means no.
Yes.
Helium headlight. It's a bit girly.
With
right
a winch
now.
and mud tires, we
Fit
could take
with
it off
some
the beaten
proper
path,
off-road.
Kim.
We are not going to, though. Because this is clearly a sports motor carriage.
Sounds like he has a strong concept of what this machine is. Alright, we'd probably better go. And we'd also probably better check the, Oh, fair enough, Warstar. Yeah, I guess he is. We'd probably better check these idiots.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
It's still not the right time.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
Well, the fact that it's still not time is suggesting that we need to come back even later. They did, Shibboleth, yes. And that is what I intend to do now, while we're here. But first... where is my ledger of hatred and... handwritten note from the fridge? Yellow man mug.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
There's quite a lot to read into here, actually. Look at all that content.
Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
The mug will be useful. By denouncing it, I can earn political capital to mask my badass hustling, i.e. fraud and embezzlement. Oh no! Oh no, at option 4. Oh no. I'm going to push this into the face of every merchant I find and tell them this is your inane ideology. No, that would be a little too extremist. This mug is an example of prejudice. I'm going to use it as an example of what not to do. I mean, that seems somewhat reasonable.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work. Just finish your case, detective.
Oh God, nobleman, no. Alright, what? Instant photo of tattoos.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man. From the right shoulder, it still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky. But something's not right.
Who are you?
Gone.
What's the meaning of this tattoo?
For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone close to the victim might know.
Fair enough, but we need to ID him first.
Someone who knows about history could tell you.
Someone who knows about history. I wonder if Karen could tell us.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
Trace a path through the grid.
Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Cypar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North. Finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
The bookstore woman, nobleman. Blue oblong pen. Oh, the ledger is now a tool? Ledger of failure and hatred. Okay.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Slide the hidden drawer open.
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand.
All right, I guess that's it then. Huh?
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
This is because I keep saying none of the above to political stuff, isn't it?
It's also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin, but something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
What? Where is this Kingdom of Conscience?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
Okay, how do you bring about these circumstances?
Incrementally.
Uh-huh.
History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
Ah, I think I'm beginning to see what this ideology is all about. Well, nobleman, it's definitely a lot less radical than either flat-out fascism, which we were offered before, or communism. However, I think it's a little bit too centrist for my tastes. Centrism is all about preserving the status quo. And the status quo is not good for a whole heap of people. In fact, I would argue that the status quo probably works out best for the 1%. And it is precisely what keeps everybody else from being able to make any upward progress. What about all the things that are wrong now? What's this Kingdom of Conscience actually like? This sounds mega, but what's it actually like? What are we talking about here?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe.
Yeah, Warstar, exactly. That's my issue with this.
Partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national.
Uh-huh.
It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Well, now this is starting to sound like socialism. Oh, this is moralism. Yeah, that's not great. I prefer something a little bit more left-leaning, frankly. Something maybe a little more progressive, even. Yeah, I'm not cool with this. Let's opt out. Okay, Farthrax, no problem.
What you want is immaterial. The kingdom of conscience is coming, whether you like it or not. Only very slowly.
Yeah, slowly enough that humanity will destroy itself before it ever gets here. I'm familiar, Warstar, yes. Nobleman, we were offered, like, hard fascism. Hard fascism. I said no, no, no. All right, I think that Karen might have some knowledge of history. We might be... Yeah, Nobleman, it was that one. It was, kill the liberals and women need to get back in the kitchen. It was that fascism.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Okay, this is not a person who has knowledge of history, apparently. Annette, what about you? You're doing homework?
Hi, Ace Detective.
No, I guess not. Well, bad karma. I mean, fascism, by the very definition of its ideology, is an extreme ideology. So, probably not. They do seem that way, Warstar. What about her? Is she a secret history buff? Watch her browse books. Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. Seems she spent a lot of time at work, smoking. Okay, no, she is apparently not the one we need to talk to. Oh, you know what? Renee might know something about history. He seems like he'd be a pretty big history buff.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right?
They solved?
Cracked it. All in a good day's work.
Wait, what did I crack?
What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is.
It's her husband!
Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit.
Huh, all right.
Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't missing though?
This doesn't add up. I'm only making a fool of myself.
Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher. You're an officer of law. It's time to ace this case and not brood over your reputation. We can deal with the perception management later.
What? No, let's not.
Not honorable, recruit. Not honorable at all.
Make my own way, Saul. Always have, always will. I'm not entirely convinced. Renee, you must be a history buff.
Vigilance officer? What can this old carabinier do for you?
I saw the statue of Felipe III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes! King Philip III, on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
How should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Well, Rene sure is a royalist to his core. Seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
There is some weariness in his voice now. He's heard this rant many times before. The carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
Seems like it's a little bit more than a symbol for him. What was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
Yeah, nobleman, that's not... No. No.
You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler?
Yes, it takes so much responsibility to embezzle the national treasury and just snort it.
That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revishol's finest years.
He seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the yeah, wow, that's... no.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine.
What?
The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor. And it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Yeah, that's what he told you.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
Well, sure, in real life, nobleman, yes. But in this particular situation, when you have a partner who's with you all the time and hears everything you say to everyone, contradicting yourself might not be the best idea in front of him all the time.
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
Sounds like irresponsible behavior for a monarch. Drug users shouldn't even operate heavy machinery, much less rule countries.
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies.
Ah, now I've put him on his back foot. Let's talk about something else.
Right.
I found your guard booth.
Yes. The Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and... money is tight.
You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right out into the yard.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Wait, why were you on leave? What happened? Okay, Farthrax, have a good one. Enjoy your movie.
It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your investigation.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
Aha. So who was working on your shift that night?
No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday?
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly decorative?
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Is it, though? It didn't about a week ago when somebody got lynched.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Huh. Oh man, these replies are all pretty not great. There's absolutely nothing wrong with tear collecting. It's my side thing too. Probably hold out the tear bag. René should rent out his services, invest the profit, get few more guys, expand and repeat. Wage work is a dead end. René is but one man. We need a program. Get all the elderly back in the job market. Keep folks motivated. Such dependency only weakens a man further. Do or die. There's no middle ground. Everett gets it. Big guys looking after the small and everyone working together. I love it. Yeah, except Everard is clearly corrupt and somewhat suspect. And also, apparently a communist? I don't like any of these answers, to be honest. Yeah, Warstar, they are all pretty hardliner. Getting the elderly back in the job market is not necessarily good for the elderly, or not for all of them. I'm sure there's some who'd love to be employed, but they shouldn't be forced to keep working if they don't feel they can, or if they're not medically, physically able to. Rent out his services. Well, that's clearly the hardline capitalist option. This is clearly the hardline, I'm gonna guess, fascist option. And then this is the hardline communist option. These are all, yeah, the one I dislike least is number 5.
Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong with that. I do it too. Everyone does it. It's an excellent side thing.
Yes, yes, yes. Can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now?
He is not going to become an entrepreneur.
Alright, well, I guess he has nothing else for us.
Yes, yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
René told you his war story. Now impress him with your heroics. No, he's... Huh?
Hey.
Psst. Look around. Who, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
No! Where did you hear that, and who told you? How come there's word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners.
No, I don't!
Impel all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket. Literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
No, I have not said anything like that. I might have said some mildly left-wing things, but none of that shit.
Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind.
No.
Everyone can see that. So tell me, Do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
The big communism builder. No, No. No, I am progressive, but I am no communist, thank you.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has objections.
We can solve this problem without resorting to left-wing extremism. Extremism doesn't help anyone.
No objections. It's mathematically impossible to achieve a classless society. Everyone knows this. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one? There's one.
What? Volition, what do you want?
You should build communism. Precisely because it's impossible.
No, that sounds like an incredible waste. Man, this guy has elements of his personality pulling him every which way. What about you?
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
He takes a bite of his sandwich.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat arse of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
Tell me what you know about the dead man?
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really.
You must have heard something.
No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
Actually, René has put us in a somewhat stronger position here.
He means caviar socialists.
Caviar socialists. Clearly an intentional oxymoron.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Respects?
The old carabinier cannot believe what he's hearing. Sounds a bit like you're holding back.
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Wow, René!
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard.
How do you know Evrard?
Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
I'm guessing by gymnasium here, he's using that word in the German context where, it actually refers to a certain type of, primary school in Germany.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea.
There he stands, proud, rigid and alone, like a cracking marble statue.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Okay. Are you a Union member?
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debardeurs all know me.
In many ways?
Oh, yes.
So you're not an actual member?
Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
Yes, Hunter, I did. Because he needed some sense knocked into him, not to mention some respect.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Vezavane. Turns the way the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate this socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
What are the little things you do for Everard?
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say. Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Everard and I have these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Are you a caviar socialist?
I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. Politics is not really something I involve myself in, officer.
How can you write those newspaper pieces if you're not political?
Officer, I have a vivid imagination. And like I said, I have a way with words. That's enough. No need to sink into politics.
It is a pretty potent insult, Warstar.
He just fluffs it up.
Of course. Don't sink into anything. Don't sink into any fight. Only sink into your couch.
But you need to believe in something. Freedom, the people, Revachol, or even money.
I believe everyone has the right to think and do whatever they want. Even if it's nothing at all. I'm very adaptable.
Mon Dieu.
The carabiner closes his eyes like he's never going to open them again. All right, I guess that's all for now.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
All right. Well, I would have thought one of these guys would be our history expert, but apparently that is not the case. However, I did want to check, because I'm pretty sure that Kuno S is responsible for the theft of our firearm.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not...
You can still see the top of her.
Okay. So there really is nothing we can do there. Shibboleth, I'm not going to go around begging people for food. Come on, man. What is going on over here?
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Oh, a Scotsman. The man yells toward the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot and oddly screechy for a man his size. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone! Cops are here!
The broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down?
Why should I?
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
Then I'm thinking no.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work. Right to work.
I do like this guy's voice.
Besides, we're no that different. It helps if people see us talking. Cops and strike breakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What kind of a cause are we talking about?
Rights. Rights of workers to have gainful employment, to make a salary and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
I have some questions.
Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, why we're no allowed to make a living here? Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit!
He points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, scab!
The loitering man hollers in return. Who are these strikebreakers?
Honest men and women, with rights to work. To be useful. Not toys, for corporate interests.
The man runs a hand through his steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks, then they want to work. They ought let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No! They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy. Because they were given a job to do.
Well, what exactly is your goal here? I mean, it's patently obvious what your goal is, but...
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you're unable to breach the entrance.
Main gates locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. You tried to get in through the secretary's office. Doors locked. The guards blocking the way to the access panel. And I didn't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean, head measurer. Or whatever he is.
He points at the dock worker idling on the staircase. Head measurer?
He'd seem a nice guy. Standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him.
How bad could one guy be? You seem capable.
Bad? Standing on a narrow bridge. He's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I didn't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, no fighters.
Why don't you just talk to them?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native folks didn't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up, eventually. Or get drunk, leave the button unguarded, then charge.
The man rubs his jaw, a perfectly lightly bearded square wedge. Okay. What about truck driver over here?
Looking for something?
Lorry driver recognizes you.
You could push him by asking him to show you the soles of his boots. He definitely looks like someone capable of a lynching.
Actually... let's do that, because I have a feeling we would really put him on his back foot. Well enough, thank you, Tramer. How about you? Yikes, Warstar. That seems like an impossible situation to be prepared for.
Looking for something?
I found this mug in the trash. Yours?
Oh man, that's great.
Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Is it yours?
God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
I love how he's now identified as racist lorry driver.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
So, let's see the soles of your boots.
Been admiring the stompers, huh? Sure thing. Check them out.
Look at the sole. He lifts his left foot, then his right. Ah, welcome back, Tramer. Go get some rest. You must be exhausted.
On the bottom of the man's boots, you see an intricate tangle of treads with no immediately discernible pattern.
Oh, yikes, Warstar.
The wind howls over the Bay of Revachol, a cascade of cold air flowing through the city streets. Those same streets have left their share of scuff marks on the underside of your green snakeskin shoes.
Is that a map of Revachol?
It sure is.
Where did you get boots like that?
Custom made. Cost me a pretty penny.
He rubs the back of his balding head. But why?
For when the invasion comes. The last thing they'll see before the lights go out is illustrious Revachol.
Ah, wow, even his boots are racist.
It doesn't look like the lieutenant cares. He just makes a little note.
You do understand you're stomping on Revachol every day, don't you?
No, it's not like that. You don't get it. It's when I kick them, you know? Oh, fuck it, it's too complex for you.
I could say the same to you, sir.
Been admiring the storm?
You can just...
It sure is. For when the...
It doesn't look like the lieutenant cares. He just makes
Is this
a little
invasion
note.
anyway? Sounds more like immigrant bashing.
Hey man, you know, there are all sorts of invasions. I thought we could rely on the cops. We're in this together, whether you realize it or not.
Alright, so nothing useful from racist truck driver. Is it time to look out the window yet? I don't know, Ugin. It seemed like he might be a suspect.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn
Still
branches
not
scrape
time.
the
Alright, well, it looks like... It looks like we are going to need to go enlist the help of the dock workers. It looks like that is what we are being pushed into doing. I don't want his racist sandwich shibboleth. All right.
Yes, we do.
We have to ask for help from the harbor, I guess.
Okay. They do have the tools and the men. And since it looks like they put him there...
They can get him down, too.
Okay. Let's do it in the lousy, dangerous way.
Good job we already found a way into the harbor.
Hooray for us.
Won't it be dangerous?
To ask the suspects for help with the victim's body? To be indebted to Everard Clare? Very much, yes. Which is why I would have preferred us to accomplish this feat ourselves. Clearly we can't.
Suck my dick, bitches!
What? Well, I don't know how else to go about this. The lieutenant cannot shoot this guy down. And I clearly don't have any means of getting him down other than pulling his head off. Oh, and actually, we need to use the headlights first.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out...
How do I turn on the headlights?
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The raspberry page jumps, and the engine of the cruise commander comes to life with a whiny growl. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, a shimmering iridescent pattern appears. One you've definitely seen before.
There she is. Revachol West.
There's a note of pride in the lieutenant's voice.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Look at the micro-perforations.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Tally up the different rows?
The first row has 18 dots.
And the next one?
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Count them individually?
You count 216 perforations. Considering that nice, large number, a wave of pride washes over you. Though you can't say why, precisely.
And the last row?
The last row has 3 perforations.
Just 3?
That's it.
What about the street grid?
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Wait, look around you.
A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry. In the middle of a broken plaza, in a cone of light, barely visible in the daytime, 2 men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
Ah, Martinez.
He smells the air and says, "Where are we on this?" Point to the halogen map.
Let me see.
Takes the ledger for a moment and inspects it.
Right here.
He says, finger near the top of the map, on a segment of coast jutting out into the great ocean. Sure, I've seen worse.
Oh, yes. Coal City. Le Royaume. The burnt-out quarter.
All of them worse than here.
Hey, Kim, what do all these holes mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
Ah.
Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
Oh, God.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Got drunk like a megastar. I walked the land telling whores and liars of the end to come. There are 9,855 days remaining. Probably some boring office job, same as everyone else. I feel like I just went around apologizing all the time. Do you really think I have any idea? I've been doing this 18 years?
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Yeah, probably some boring office job.
No shame in working a regular job, detective. Sometimes after a long day of doing this, I even envy it. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see...
216 closed cases, wow.
Wow, more than 200.
216.
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
So you're saying I used to be a super cop?
Call it what you want. You were a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row.
Keyword were. Hello, Matt Hollow, welcome!
Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Ah, so I'm a killer.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
So actually, this good-for-nothing piece of trash cop used to be a pretty cool cop, but then he lost it all because he basically flushed it all down the toilet. Literally.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
It's obvious the lieutenant doesn't think very highly of these officers. What's that, Mad Hollow?
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
How do you handle the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Maybe I should find a hobby.
Why not take up a sport? You've already got that fan gear.
Oh, wow, he actually comments on your attire.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Okay, well, thanks for this. Alright, I guess we can go.
I'll go turn off the lights.
Presses a remote control on the key. Alright, well, off we go to get the body down, I guess. Oh, you know what we ought to do, though? We ought to, before that... Oh, no, you know what? Oh, Mad Hollow, I have to ask what you're even bothering with, trying to reason with people on the internet for. Much less a platform like Facebook. Wait, what the heck? Where... This route is always so unclear and confusing. Oh, okay. I see. Huh? Oh, right, no, okay. Well, this was the wrong way all along. Really would like to try to figure out how to get in there. Don't we all, Mad Hollow? But sometimes there are people who just can't be reached by reason. And it's admirable that you try, but you can't save everyone. Yeah, I remember how to get there, nobleman. I just keep thinking for some reason that I have to go in the way I went in the first time. Huh? What have we here?
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
The man mutters to himself, accenting the beats as he
A
goes.
simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
I am the law!
Yes, you are, my man.
He nods emphatically.
Yes, people get that you are the law. You really don't have to keep saying it.
This is literally the first time I've said it, Kim. Shut up.
From another planet. Hey there.
What's going on here?
It's the jam, my man.
He motions toward the sprawl of lorries with a sweeping gesture. What's the jam? You mean the traffic jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, and all around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
He glances south down the road. Limbo, huh? So that's where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
So how long have you been here?
Feels near forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
He snickers.
Behind the off, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
Tell me about this strike. Oh, Hollow, you're missing in-person interaction, it sounds like. Yeah, I know a lot of people are. I can sympathize, if not empathize. It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out. What's the union demanding? Some pretty wild stuff I hear, like a giant new power crane and half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up, precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
What do you think the company wants? They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. He makes a ka-ching sound.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
All right, anything else I should know? Rolls, I'm really grateful that I still can. Anything else? He thinks, yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. All of who? Oh, nice, Warstar. I'm glad your sense of humor is intact. Us lorry drivers. Camioneers. A few still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere. To get drunk or high or late. He smiles awkwardly. Not that I blame him, really. Not you. Welcome back, Malkavia. I do, Rolls, and you're going to be a lot better off and a lot happier when you're out of there. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now, thinking, reflecting, observing. He glances down the road toward the horizon, a glint of something in his eyes.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
Know anything about the dead man? The one hanging behind the hotel there? Point at the yard. He ain't one of us drivers, I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here, keeping busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Ah, what with? Well, Warstar, I'm glad that that's uninjured at least. At least something escaped unscathed. Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs. And your conclusion? A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. I can't even fight you on that. What are you hauling? Ah, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him. Relax. He's merely joking.
Wicked, I've always wanted a friend in the underworld. Ha, no, I'm joking, my man. He grins. Fawn runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, track suits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Limaran market lately. That's your machine behind you? This rockin' beauty? He points at the lorry with his thumb. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6?
That a fallen A6 you got there? Aye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. He gives the side of the lorry a friendly knock. Me and her spent a long time together.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
Could I get one of those phone track suits you're hauling? We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. I mean, I'm
The man
okay.
taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Empathy. Okay, actually. Don't be a stranger. He gives a salute with 2 fingers.
Indirect modes of taxation.
Alright, here we go.
Turns out, those Financial Oversight Committee gangsters stuffed millions of hard-earned dividends away in the last place anyone thought to look. The hearts and minds of everyday Riversholians. You need to spread that deregulation gospel to the people. Tell them about that foreign fair tax. Preach that 98% gross burden. Preach it, preacher man. Set the brothers free. Taxes are racist.
Ultra-liberal dialogue options give +1 real. -1 empathy. I don't think this one's worth it. Oh, okay, but you can get out of it that way. Maybe? Did we actually get out of it? Breakthrough imminent. Uh-oh. Maybe not. It looks like, It looks like... It looks like skipping that option in that manner has now locked that, It's now bugged it, it looks like. Direct modes of taxation. Yeah, Now I can't unequip this, because it's still locked in problem mode rather than solution. It's unresolved. Damn it. Okay, well, good to know that's a bug that can happen. Or, wait, is... It won't let me save now either. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to reload. That is definitely a bug. So is the X prompt continuing to stay there on screen?
Looking for something?
Alright.
God.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Been in my...
On the bottom, the wind howls over the Bay of Rivershaw.
It sure is. For when the
It doesn't look like the lieutenant cares. He just makes a little note.
Hey man, you know, they are...
Did we already talk to, angry guy here? In this save file? Yeah, we did. Alright, so what we're going to do is we are going to unequip that thought, and we are going to put White Morning, temporary research bonus, -1 authority. Little guy gets further and further away. You see yourself from above. You're passed out on the blue tiles of the hostel room floor. Even from this distance, you can see your eyelids flutter. At the mention of what? A great white object letting out its sweet smell like a lily of the valley. The little man's forgotten its name, but he still remembers the feeling. And look, he moves. The feeling animates him. He instinctively reaches out for the feeling's best friend, a bottle of Commodore Red. He puts on his disco clothes and gets smaller and smaller. Okay. So what do we have that might give us a little empathy? Nothing.
A simple little cadence.
From another... It's the jam. It's a traffic. Meanwhile, we're all stuck. Yeah.
It's official.
Feels near forever. Yeah.
Behind the...
So tell me, what do you need?
Ah, yes. From the... Ah, yes.
He doesn't blame them. He tries his best to look nonchalant, but it's easy to see he's... Relax. He's merely joking.
What are you actually hauling? Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. He grins. Got another haul of fallen cargo. Yeah, okay.
A motor lorry, also called... There it is again. A little touch of... The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
28%. Even without the empathy penalty, it's still only showing 28%. So I'm guessing that empathy penalties from thoughts, or stat penalties in general from thoughts, are not reflected in the...
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Ease into it.
In the percent chance.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Ease into it.
Not nearly. But actually, it looks as if we can roll anywhere between a 10 and a 12 and get a guaranteed success. For now, rolls. I'll probably change it up in the next couple of days.
Kind of a...
In his eyes,
there we go.
An unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold.
Familiar how?
It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land.
Where does it lead?
Above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, the air filled with the rumble of motor engines.
Further.
To the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance, past Montmartin, the border approaches.
Ah, very good, Rolls. The Formosa Oolong is a good one. I quite like that one, too. What's beyond the border?
You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
What's in the southwest? Excuse me? He emerges from the reverie.
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
Really, you can tell me. Man, he sighs, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping an absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, a second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Deora. And here I am stuck in this shit so far from home. Deora? Deora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide. Off mainland. Got a little place there. I can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows. What's it like to miss someone? What's it like? Good and bad. An ache that brings you joy. He smiles warmly. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. There's a pause and a sigh. Then he turns his eyes to you. What about you, cop man? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
Yeah, it's the X. I know, right, nobleman? I miss my gun. I lost it. I miss someone, but I don't know who it is. I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you do miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles. Thanks, man. You're pretty all right. Oh, we can't even get to the statue now. You can? Maybe I just need to go further down the street then. Oh, yeah, okay. What's this?
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
How about some premium class service over here? Like paying with net worth. Go over and ask him if you can do that.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Save the economy? What are you talking about?
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco.
Why exactly does the economy need saving?
Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there? Not getting bored. We've got to keep the flow of goods moving.
I mean, yes, recycling is good, I agree, but sometimes you just need to break something down when it has outlived its usefulness.
Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
Oh, God. But I don't have children, I think.
Too bad, officer. Kids make it all worthwhile. Without kids, who's going to be around to enjoy the economy? Don't let me stop you. Open the box and browse a little.
Okay, I'll browse through the box.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Okay. We clearly have an opportunity to get something here, so... I don't know about that, Rolls. They might, but I'm a little skeptical.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes.
No good.
What? That was a 72% chance. That was slightly better than 2 and 3.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces.
Ah, sounds like one of those cheap knockoffs to me.
Practical, and yet it may deaden your senses to the world around you. Possibly because of the awful typeface.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
Interesting.
You see 2 lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, Ultra Series.
I can see you with taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Speaking of luxury, you should go over and ask about paying for those sneakers with your net worth. Inspect the sneakers and inspect the speakers.
A pair of found Ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
What?
Only? That's madness.
What about the speakers?
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found Ultras atop them.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
I already looked at the sneakers.
Then look at them again. These are the premium lifestyle sneakers, officer. The best on the market.
Inspect the speakers.
These once respectable speakers.
No, don't look
What
at
about
the
speakers, though?
officer.
Doesn't anyone want them?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Can't I just buy the sad conquered Samara speakers?
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
But I need some speakers.
Well, if you want them...
He pauses for a moment, calculating.
But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers first.
Man, this guy drives a hard bargain.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
He makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few bullets into the air. Really, you think I'm cool?
Oh, yes! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like.
He surveys his consumerist kingdom with an air of satisfaction.
You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Settles back into the pile of boxes he's sitting on.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Persuade him to give you some money. What kind of stuff are you selling here?
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom.
Where'd you get those comfy pants?
I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
I'm sure they are. Do you have a permit to is there a discount for cool officers like me?
No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off.
Now that right there sounds like a scam.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
Are those things really on sale, or did you just jack up the price first?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. What do you think? Shake things up?
He winks. Okay, well, I still don't get my discount. Let me ask you something else.
Anything for you.
Where are you from?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
You're from the Apricot Suzerainty, right?
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Oh, well, that's not... Sorry, I meant you're from Seaguy.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
I sure wish I had known that before I said that dialogue option. Thanks for nothing, Encyclopedia. Isn't it only a shithole because of Revachol?
If you say so, officer. I don't worry too much about politics. I'm an entrepreneur, you know. Whatever's good for business is good for me.
This man probably comes from
Try that
Seaguy,
again. You're not a
sometimes
local,
known
are you?
as-
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Seaguy province of the Serais Empire. The Apricot Suzerainty, you know?
Oh, okay. Well, he said it himself, so...
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era When the Sea Guy archipelago was colonized by Revachol.
Isn't that name kind of insensitive?
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories.
Oh.
Super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the apricot suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
You're welcome. I do try to be supportive of other people and finally an answer I can unequivocally agree with. Jesus.
That's so cool, officer. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur by buying some pens and glasses?
All right. I don't think, no, I don't have anything that increases rhetoric, but I am curious as to why this is a check.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No.
Because usually the option to ask for money is not a check. I feel like the fact that this one is gated behind a check might mean that we would get a discount. And those sneakers are horrendously overpriced, so if we can get some equivalent to a price reduction,
everything's still
if not an outright
here,
price
officer.
reduction,
no need.
That would be really helpful.
The speakers.
Everything's still cool here.
No need.
Everything's still cool here.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Hey, you seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
Think of it as an investment. The man stops, his face suddenly serious.
An investment? What kind of investment?
He raises a brow, intrigued. It's, what advice did Rhetoric give us? Compliment. It's an investment in your customer base. Gotta prime the pump, man.
Fair point. You can't have a successful business without a loyal customer base. How much is your loyalty worth?
10 real.
10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
He takes a 10 note from a leather pouch. Alright, well, I'll tell you what. I am prepared to make good on that promise.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless.
Since we effectively got the price of the sneakers down to 40.
Super cool. Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
Yeah, funny thing about that, KR. And yeah, Nobleman, I am kind of trying to collect the full Fawn set.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
Okay, and I guess I'll take the stupid speakers too.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage.
I'm sure I'll find a use for them. Now then. The Ultra Series Fawn sneakers put lightness and grip above all else. With grip tape covered springboard soles and ultralight synth fabric technologies, you can exit every corner with the maximum traction of a gentleman's racer. +1 reaction speed, +1 hand-eye coordination. -1 encyclopedia because too fast for facts. Amazing. Oh god, this is hideous. What have we here?
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
The vendor takes a pair of sunglasses and sticks them under your nose. Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him. Try the shades on.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for $2.50.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
You're right. I'm too oh! Rolls, what are you doing? Thank you so much, Rolls. I really appreciate that. Rolls says, want to see how to distract a spy. This obviously still won't allow you to see the real face of Mr. Light Bending Bro, but it's something. Also, I agree that those shoes looked hideous. XD. Rolls, thank you so much. I seriously appreciate that. You really didn't need to do that, but I'm incredibly grateful to you.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you.
Rummage
You
through
should
the box.
think this through, officer.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Oh, God. Rolls, thank you. I have to be honest with you. I will not be spending that at Burger King, but I can certainly put it to use for some groceries.
The shine on these sunglasses.
No luck.
There has to be something worthwhile in there somewhere.
The shine.
Ah, I see. A pair of water blue shades. The writing on the left temple says, Sub-insulindic rendezvous. The frame appears to be hand-carved out of bone.
Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
For the first time, the street vendor's voice trails off as he watches you inspect the glasses. Try them on.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at heart.
Rolls, I think they're meant to be. I'm pretty sure that the ones that aren't voiced are not voiced because of a bug, or just because of improper placement, or just them not being finished.
Yes, but they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep.
Wow, officer! You look so cool!
Street vendor has picked up his pace again as you observe the world through deep-sea tinted lenses.
And they can be yours for a mere $3. My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you found them.
Kim, what about these? The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
I'll take these cool deep blue glasses.
A man who knows his style. Much respect.
And they are... Oh yeah, wow, they are musicians' glasses. -1 perception, sea monster's vision, +1 inland empire, sea monster's soul. The truth is, you can't really see very well through the darkened specs. You feel truly tender in this newly found deep-sea plane. 2 blue-tinted lenses sit in a bone-carved frame like they've always belonged there. All right. Rolls, thank you so much for the sub to Andrew. Really appreciate that. KR, drama said that, and drama is not necessarily to be taken at face value. All right, let's go see if it is time to talk, or rather to look at the window. Well, nobleman, I can always hang on to them situationally. Not me, Rolls. I could always do with less drama in my life, thanks.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window.
It
the hawthorn
still
branches
isn't
scrape
time
the
yet.
glass like bony fingers.
I don't know what time they want me to wait for. Rolls, that doesn't help. Any time is tea time. At least around here. Alright, let's go return some bottles. What are you talking about, KR? What painting? Oh, nice, Andrew! I'm glad to hear that. What did you think?
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle.
All right, that was 240.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Does Fred have a warehouse in the back of the Whirling in Rags?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
This is important, kid.
She scrunches up her face into an expression of consummate adolescent skepticism.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Okay. All the more interesting, then. I wonder... Yeah, Rolls, you have to drink matcha hot. You have to. The only way it's good cold is if you're mixing it with something else. It's not great chilled. Actually, what's over here? What the?
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Who the hell?
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Say nothing, size him up first.
Are you admiring My morphophysiology.
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger, because you are not a threat to me.
Wow. Racial pinnacle, huh? I'm sure this guy isn't a fascist. Ah, awesome, Andrew. I'm really glad to hear that. What do you mean my body betrays my degeneracy?
You have succumbed to Al Ghul.
His face contorts in disgust as if he were smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Oh, he means alcohol. Is it really so bad, Kim?
It's not good. It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
All right. Al Ghul?
Yes, Al Ghul.
He means alcohol.
You mean alcohol?
Correct, my small skull servant. Al Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison, a parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies played on you, for humiliating them and stripping them of their land.
Wow!
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
The Ilmaran people did not invent alcohol. It's existed since the Neolithic.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and their Rolam Al Ghul have fed your people. Go on believing in it, race loser.
I don't think that's how history works.
Why don't you have another drink? Your features are not yet congenitally deformed enough.
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
The babe looks at him with eyes full of admiration that transcends the merely sexual.
This is going well for Measurehead.
What am I even supposed to say here? None of these options are good. Don't have a problem with Al Ghul, I just drink a little on the weekends.
Your mouth moves, but the one who speaks is Al Ghul. You are but a vessel for the Ghul now. Very little of yourself remains.
Still, Warstar? It's probably the internet connection in your place of residence based on what you've described. Then again, it's also possible that it is Twitch, because it often is.
Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the Sandwich race is waning.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
The race stuff is unimportant here. I just need you to help me. You know what? I am the police, and I need you to comply now.
Jerking motions. Signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race.
Pauses in melancholy reflection.
You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft.
This guy is definitely a fascist.
You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
The situation is serious. Your people have probably killed a man.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Simenon Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. It would enrich you rhetorically.
Wouldn't that mean I have to become a Seminese supremacist myself?
Well, yes. Why? Don't you want to be a Seminese supremacist? So what if you're not Seminese? You can be anything.
That is not even remotely what the dialogue that is written here says. Subscribe to his advanced race theory? No, thanks. Why are you not with the Hardy Boys? Wow, know anything about this mug? Show him the mug.
He does not so much as glance at the object.
This your kind of thing?
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
Isn't Everard the union boss white?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
Turns his eyes toward the harbor, seemingly bored with you. Yeah, but you still serve him. How does that factor into your life?
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital. Something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
My jam is a mysterious fourth thing. Yes. Yes, called progressivism. Whatever, fine, we'll take it.
Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs?
I've gotten it from disco, actually.
Offshoots of the Seminese people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done.
Man, this guy...
I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminese race.
Alright, who are the Seminese?
The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
Yeah, Andrzel, you'll probably want to stick with green teas or at most oolongs if that's your preferred flavor profile. But now that you have access to some, you'll be able to try them and see which ones you like. You were born and raised in the islands before you moved to Revachol.
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale.
Hey, Shadow. So you didn't come from the islands then, huh?
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
Oh, okay. I see what's going on here.
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women.
So you're not really Seminese, you're just from Revachol. I'm from Quran. He changes tactics. And no, it is not just in Revachol. This city is central to the Seminese strategy, spreading through its trade networks. Our culture will dominate the world.
You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with. Think upon it.
Why are you not with the Hardy Boys?
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy Boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading.
But you're all part of the Union.
The Hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the Union alone. And I do this out of race heroism. Finance is an alien concept to the Seminoles. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman.
What about those tattoos, eh?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
He gestures toward the lorryman down the street. Okay. So you'll admit that guy is racist, but...
I am not like them.
But you're not like them.
I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
That is really weird, Warstar. I mean, I guess maybe not so weird now that I think about it with Twitch misbehaving, but I wish I knew what to tell you other than refreshing the page or maybe logging out and logging back in.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his earlobes could be small.
Oh. Are you sure? I mean, that jaw is clearly an atavistic stigmata.
That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yes, plenty.
Wow.
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
Tattoos on his stone face briefly form a smile.
You have him off guard now. He's preoccupied with his situation with his woman.
Okay, well, now what then? Kim, what do you think about this?
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one.
That will be
that will be our lucky racist?
He will grant us 3 wishes.
Great, okay.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits. A protruding occiput and an indented zygomatic bone.
The lieutenant does not flinch.
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render him a complete invalid. He still has the use of his mind.
All right, it doesn't look like there's anything else we can do here. Everything behind him is blocked, nobleman. But if you meant this door, no, we've already been through here. Yeah, Farthrax, you missed a couple of impressively racist racists. I guess there's nothing we can do here. Oh, that stairway's collapsed. Anything new from our friend in the shipping crate, I wonder? Nobleman, I don't think we're going to be able to take Measurehead without a gun. We have to get our hands on that first.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do?
Nothing. Nobleman, I'm not even sure I have the option to fight him. I didn't see anything in there that looked antagonistic enough to get him to put up his dukes. Easy Leo. Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this Container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard. Tiny man is so engaged in his work he doesn't notice you. Hi! Everard, Everard, Everard. He looks after everyone. Huh, well, hey there, he smiles. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
See, you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? A shadow passes over his face. No, of course not. I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know. And folks gotta eat. He doesn't seem to be waiting for you to answer. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. You're Ubi, right?
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Arish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then.
Ah, okay. Irish indeed.
People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot.
Oh, God.
I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
I don't know why you feel the need to suddenly bring this up.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
What are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
What's going on here? Look at the mountains of containers rising behind him.
Sure, mister. About what? Bye-bye now.
I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larish said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. It can only get so far before they're aching to go back, and a lot of folks really did keep coming back. Leo, in the future, can we keep this greeting shorter?
Sure, mister. Absolutely. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
This looks like a massive redecorating operation, Kim. Leo, has anyone told you why you need to change the covers?
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
This looks like a massive redecorating operation.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
Where is everyone? The harbor's empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in.
He leans in with a confidential look.
We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
Stops, but seems eager to tell you more. What kind of trouble did this, Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business.
He smiles and leans closer.
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
What did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hardies.
He looks to you for assistance.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
Okay, Leo. Let's hear about this, fight you got into. Well, actually, too rowdy. What kind of a fight did they get into? Did they kill a mercenary?
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
Do you work here?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
Little man raises his hand in a welcoming gesture.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
Lieutenant looks up at Leo.
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
So who's this Miss Beaufort you mentioned?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
Ah, that would be the not gardener.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
He sighs and falls silent, watching you meekly with his blue eyes.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer, a.k.a. the gardener?
So is this the union fixer, the gardener?
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip, too.
The little guy smiles a disarming smile at you.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Indeed. Are you the Leo who wrote the note to make more banners?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
Borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Are you sure this borscht does not contain cocaine? What do you mean, taking this soup to the men? Is it for striking?
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Really? Hold up, who makes it at the whirling?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Something is definitely off about this borscht. Thank you for the lead, Leo.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
The special borscht, huh? What's in the container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
Yeah, well, we know better, Kim. Well, thanks, Leo. That actually was quite helpful. We got a new lead. Oh god, maids. I have a feeling the secret is probably a little bit more sinister than that. All right, then.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Remember the container I asked you about? Turns out there's a mega-rich light-bending guy inside.
Mega-rich light-bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there?
He's so rich he could get in anywhere.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega-rich light-bending guys.
No problem, Rolls. Have a good one. Take care. Nothing can stop an innovative mind.
Honestly, Harry, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect.
None of these options are really great. The transportation of the mega-rich should be more tightly regulated. Didn't seem like he was safe.
You're a fucking idiot, Harry. I love it. Thank you for sharing this deep, idiotic part of yourself with me. A hallucinating market liberal. I love it. So poetic. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
Oh my god. Whoops, no. I'm looking into your shady brew.
I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts in my operation, I can't keep track of them all. You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can, make it even shadier.
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about. And he doesn't care either.
Let's hear it, Harry. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
I feel like maybe that could have gone a little differently. No, Mel, I have no memory of that. Unless I was doing a bit, which I quite possibly could have been.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. Mega rich lightning guy.
For this?
Oh my god. How did that get in there?
He must have been in the container when someone accidentally closed the door.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich lightbending guys.
I think he wants to take down the proletariat, Everard.
Honestly, Harry, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the lightbending mega rich. I have a reputation to protect.
Yes, for God's sake, you're a socialist.
You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega rich guy inside the container and harvest his energy to power the harbor's fog lights. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry. See you soon, Debardeur.
Alright, so Everard had nothing. Yeah, if I was doing any kind of screaming at all, Mel, then it was probably a bit, and probably a very short one. I do not like screaming. And in fact, I deliberately make a point of not doing it. Yeah, Ugin, the dialogue in the game ranges from unbelievably serious to just comically surreal. It is pretty impressive, I have to say. The writing has been so far quite good. Yeah, Mel, it probably... I cannot for the life of me think of what kind of bit I would have been doing. I do know, however, that we've been streaming for almost 11 and a half hours, and I'm beginning to think that it might be a good idea for me to go get some sleep. So I think at this juncture, I'm going to do just that. What we're going to do, I think we're going to go raid... Yeah, you know what? Let's go raid Georgia, because this will be an opportunity for me to thank her for her previous raid. Besides which, you guys really have to do yourselves a favor and check her out. Georgia is so sweet and so adorable. I met her relatively recently. She's someone whom you could call a new friend and a colleague. And you guys should really stick around for this, because today is her 1-year streaming anniversary. She's been on Twitch for exactly a year as of today, and she's doing a 24-hour stream, and I suspect she could probably really use some extra folks to keep her company. So let's go make her night. She'll be really, really happy for this. Thank you all so much for joining me today, and thank you all for the unbelievable display of support that I've been fortunate enough to receive from all of you today. I really, really appreciate it. Everybody has been so supportive. Have a good night, everyone, and I will catch you all hopefully sometime the next day or two. Take care, everyone.